What's going on, internet? Analytic here, aka Dreamz, and I would like to welcome you to mine, which I call the Notorious Mass Effect podcast. I am your gaming and music news source, diving deep into both industries with data-driven analysis to give you a clearer understanding of both cultures. Now, that being said, of course, before we get into the episode title that, of course, you can see right here, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. But essentially, what we're covering in episode 148 is a plethora of gaming and music industry topics, but more specifically, I proposed a question, and I was wondering if y'all had the answer to it, as I am wondering, is 2025 shaping up to be the greatest year in gaming history? Now, of course, you're probably wondering, what did this man have to drink before he started this episode? Well, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you, I only drink tea and lemonade. So that being said, the main reason for the question I propose is because of Expedition 33. It's because of Split Fiction that I personally played myself, and it's my game of the year as far as 2025. It's because of Assassin's Creed Shadows. It's because of Oblivion. I mean, I could keep going on and on and on. I haven't even talked about Ghost of Yote. A lot of these games are getting 9s and 10s across the board. So I'm talking about specific games that's getting almost perfect scores across every major gaming conglomerate. And we've only cracked 5 months into the year. So that's why I proposed the question, because of course, it's more of a question to make you think, because when you think of Doom, The Dark Ages, and Ghost of Yote not even being out yet, and people are already clamoring for it, and people already are saying that it could also be a game of the year contender, 2025 is shaping up to be one of the more competitive years as far as what game is going to dominate the landscape. So with that being considered, I do want to propose the question of, is 2025 shaping up to be the greatest year in gaming history? Now, of course, you see the title, you see the two sides of the industry I decided to put up, as far as Ken Carson on one side, which you're probably wondering, why is he on the cover for episode 148? Well, I'm glad you asked, as Ken Carson and his album More Chaos ended up being the #1 album in the world on April 26, 2025, his first ever time achieving that metric. And of course, with him being a part of hip hop, I felt like I had to include him on the cover of episode 148, because if you think about it, we've had our Drakes, we've had our Kendricks carrying hip hop for quite some time as far as in the year of 2025, that I think it is doing my service to the gaming, to the hip hop community to showcase who also is uplifting the brand as far as the masses are considered, because Playboi Carti and Ken Carson, outside of Drake and Kendrick, have been the only hip-hop artists to have the #1 project on Billboard when it comes to notoriously affecting the masses. Now, of course, when it comes to the first week sales, some will say, oh, he only sold 59,000 first week, which, granted, I don't think people realize how hard it is to sell just one of something. So to top the charts, the Billboard charts, mind you, so you objectively speaking, it's like an NBA trophy. They can never take it away from you as far as you accomplishing the #1 most listened to project in the world. I don't care what the first week sales was. When you looked at #1 for April 26, 2025, that was an up-and-coming hip-hop artist that goes by the name of Ken Carson. So that's why I have him on the cover of this episode. And of course, South to Midnight, if you don't know, is one of the more premier games that's out right now on Game Pass. And the main thing about that is that a lot of people be saying that Xbox don't have any games. And by a lot of people, I mean myself included, as when it comes to Xbox. And of course, we're going to get into in a second as far as them raising the prices across hardware, as far as game prices, consoles. There's a lot of things they're doing when they're raising the prices, but one thing they are doing is also raising the bar, as South to Midnight and Oblivion is on Game Pass. So if you have that, technically it could pay for itself if you pay for the monthly subscription. So anyways, The reason why it's the cover of this particular episode is because it also received glowing reviews across the board. And with South of Midnight being a niche game as far as its IP and its representation, I think it is very important to highlight when new ideas also cross over into commercial success, with it also being high quality, because the two don't correlate. Sometimes you can have high quality and not sell at all. Sometimes you can sell a lot and be putting out absolute garbage, right? So when it comes to South of Midnight, it's one of the rare occasions where it's high quality and also selling phenomenally, especially across Game Pass, as it's the 6th most popular game on Xbox currently. We're going to get into the sales of the music and gaming industry in a second, but just want to let you know why we have these two particular sides of the industry on the cover of episode 148. Now, also getting into the update, the life update, right? That's what I do before I get into the other parts of the intro. The main thing you need to know is that y'all are doing a phenomenal job. And by phenomenal, I mean absolutely fantastic job at just supporting and showcasing how much y'all enjoy the content that I put out, to the point where we did cross 10 million downloads, as I'm putting up right now. Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. But essentially, we crossed 10 million downloads. Now, of course, this was 4 weeks ago where we crossed this metric, but nonetheless, I had to put up this metric for this particular episode because it's the first time me speaking on it in an entire episode. So shout out to y'all for that type of engagement. And as you can see right here, we ranked the 37th most listened to podcast in the world at one point, as you can see right here on the video. And that is absolutely insane. So when it comes to engagement, let's just say y'all have been doing phenomenal, to the point where we've crossed over 200,000 weekly downloads. So let's just say metrics are going to come by even quicker, to the point where currently the updated numbers were around 11 million total downloads. And in general, we are at, let me see, we are at, let me pull up, I'm trying to find the actual picture. I think I had a picture. If I didn't have a picture, that's definitely L Tech guy. But I'm pretty sure I had a picture. I love when I have stuff and I just completely lose it. I had a whole chart. But anyways, we was around 230,000 as far as weekly downloads. That you can see is obviously an increase from the picture I have right here. And in general, yeah, it's really gonna bug me that I can't find it. I ain't gonna lie to you. Let me see. Okay, so that is unfortunate. I literally had it somewhere. Let me pull it up again. So when it comes to the Notorious Mass Effect, we've increased metrics to a certain point to where I had to highlight the current statistics because I've never seen this type of engagement. I wonder what it is. You know, y'all definitely gotta let me know, what are you liking the most so I can give you more of it. From what it seems like y'all really enjoyed the Assassin's Creed content and of course the Drake content when I covered the lawsuits and things of that nature. But I have the picture right here. I'm just gonna rip it. So I had a whole file up, but you know, of course you do pre-plan this stuff, and you know, some things just go away. So let me just bring it up straight from the source. So oh, y'all can y'all see that? Oh yeah, I can. Okay, I'm about to say, don't tell me I just cut off the number. So anyways, as you can see, this is me screenshot when we had like the top average weekly. This is back when we was almost at 11 million. But I just wanted to let you know that currently the numbers are 234,000 as far as what we do as far as average weekly downloads. So as far as the people who support the podcast, let me just say that I really appreciate it. Hopefully I give you content that uplifts your life in general, as far as just the overall enjoyment of diving into the gaming and music industry, depending on what side you fall on. If you fall on both, then hey, you're in the perfect place, right? So that's one of the things I wanted to highlight. And also we did rank the 34th most played podcast in the world. But then of course, what do you see right here? Is that a new banner for the Notorious Mass Effect? Well, yes, ladies and gentlemen, via the recent use of my camera, I made a new banner. And of course I have myself on front screen, as I have to let y'all know what I look like, right? it wasn't like an announcement. It was just something to where I kept going, humble brag. I did go viral a couple of times on social media to the point where I was like, people kind of know my face at this point. Why not just put it on the front of the banner and, of course, the podcast? So that is why you probably see the banner change. And in general, these are just one of the many improvements that I'm trying to do behind the scenes as more of a quality of life improvement as far as uplifting the brand that I give y'all. But, of course, you see in the bottom left and right, Kick and Twitch. I am live on Kick and Twitch. I do try to go live at least 3 times a week. I be telling the people live because, of course, I engage with the people who chat live. I be letting them know that when it comes to me streaming, obviously podcast is my main focus, and I was putting out an episode. So whenever it comes to around that time, it's definitely gonna be less streams because, of course, I'm bringing up more of the podcasting content when it comes to cultivating my episode. Because as y'all can tell, these episodes are not short these episodes are not short at all. Let's just put it like that. So whenever I'm putting together an episode, it takes a lot as far as the amount of effort that goes into it, which obviously I think y'all appreciate, especially with the numbers we just went over. So with that being said, there's something else. What else was he getting into? So that was basically a life update, just me just being completely floored and flabbergasted on the amount of engagement that we've been receiving for quite some time. And now it's just received a whole new stratosphere, especially having cracked the mark of, we keep rising. So it's between 230 and 240,000 weekly downloads. So we just keep rising. And at some point, I just want to let y'all, well, not at some point, I just want to consistently let y'all know that I really appreciate all of the support. Now that out the way, let's get into the next part of this episode, which is definitely one of my favorite parts, as this definitely incentivizes y'all to engage with my content when it comes to the social media aspect, as a lot of people already do. But one of the main things I wanted to showcase was some of the analytic interactions that we've had in the past, which is the new segment that I'm doing at the beginning, along with me going over the gaming and music industry. So with that being said, I did want to start with Instagram. So of course, starting with Instagram, I wanted to talk about Assassin's Creed Shadows. Like I said, y'all really enjoyed that part of my monthly coverage as far as the month of April. And this is one of the coverage videos that y'all enjoyed, as far as me talking about how Assassin's Creed Shadows was the second highest launch in Ubisoft history. As you can see, while I was streaming, I had my podcast downloads up there as a metric, basically counting down to 10 million, which I have up now just in general because I like the way it looks. Because just letting people know that if you want to join the masses, it's definitely not something that we just started. Like, we've been building for a minute, as you can see with the numbers. So anyways, a lot of people engaged with my coverage of Assassin's Creed Shadows being the second highest launch in Ubisoft history on Instagram, with one person saying, "The game is surprisingly good. I wasn't a fan of Mirage, but they seem to have brought it back with this one. If you look at it like it's Ghost of Tsushima, then you're probably not going to like it, but as a ninja/samurai game, it's decent." And of course, I responded and said, "Same. The more I play it, the more you start to notice the attention to detail in the environment." So of course, it's one of the analytical interactions that I wanted to bring up. And throughout the comment section, you can see what people are talking about. You forgot to mention Valhalla had a budget around 100 million. And then I talked about how Shadows had a bigger budget. People are saying like different sentiments, because of course you're never going to get like a bunch of people to be on one side. But obviously people are saying like cap, like this, somebody said big cap. And I said the only person capping is you. Ubisoft confirmed Assassin's Creed Shadows as their second highest sales launch per Variety. I always have to come with the sources. Come on now. If you're going to come at somebody who literally has analytics in their name, just know I'm going to have the sources on deck.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
So that being said, a lot of people are just talking about that's why they're dismantling the studio, just hating and stuff. This person had a crazy racist comment. This man was like, "You can't polish a turd, but you can roll it in glitter." I ain't never heard that before. And I said, this is generic hate with a hint of racism. I always got to call out the racist remarks, especially as a black man in the entertainment industry. What else? And then, it's just a positive and negative sides of the comment section. And as you can tell, I know what comes with it, so it doesn't faze me in the slightest. So that's why I try to respond to people who give the positive highlights, which is why, Ronan _ MACP, him having this was something I responded to in depth, because he basically talked about his sentiments for the game. So that was one of the analytical interactions. Make sure to follow me on Instagram. And then transitioning to TikTok, this, I'm not gonna lie, is my favorite clip of 2025 so far. And I'm just going to roll the clip and let y'all figure out why that is. Okay. I don't know why. Why TikTok just do that? I don't even know. How in the world? Do I not know how to use TikTok? L-Tech guy. All right, let me find that video. I totally lost it. Is it right here? Oh, it's right here. All right, cool. All right, here we go. Uh-oh. I need the sound. There we go. Hold up. W-Tech guy, we almost there? All right, there we go. I can walk over this, right?
No, I'd walk around it if you can.
Damn slow, bro.
Your voice sounds crazy. That boy out there dirty spray.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Bro, your voice sounded like... Huh?
I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. Put me down.
I was so lost. I ain't gonna lie to you. So I'm pushing the cart now. Why is this not rotating?
Dude, look at this nigga RJ. He don't know what he do. He about to blow the cart up.
It was not my brightest moment. Would that blow this up? Guess we're finna find out. Last one standing.
This nigga blows the cart up.
Sad day in history.
The way he did that shit.
No,
bro. What did you think was gonna happen, bro?
I was distraught.
He said, I hope this don't blow up.
That's the power of ignorance right there. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Bro, I can't breathe.
Bro, Quint is gonna be lost.
He don't got nobody. He don't got nothing.
All right, so that is why that is my favorite clip of 2025 so far, because I ain't gonna lie to you. That's one of the main reasons I really enjoy just gaming live in general, because the people watching live, some of them even subscribed after that. Like, a lot of people follow me on Twitch and Kick, so that's why I wanted to play that clip and basically repurpose it for social media. So definitely follow me on my TikTok, but this is from me live streaming. So follow both platforms via my link tree in my bio. But as you can see, a lot of people is just having fun with this whole scenario. Somebody said, meanwhile, the other guy getting dragged across the map. And I responded and said, man's getting dragged for real. And the other people just saying I'm dead. That's hilarious. The different POVs is funny. So as you can tell, if you follow me on social medias, I post daily gaming and music content. But of course, with that being said, we're going to transition from TikTok and showcase how y'all can follow Little Uchi. So make sure to follow Little Uchi right here. He's on TikTok, Twitch, Kick, and of course, in general, if you click these, you see TikTok, and then Twitch, and then of course Kick. And so the reason why I'm plugging these is because there's another announcement as far as a life update. See, I saved that to like in the midst of analytic interactions. We are going to DreamCon. So ladies and gentlemen, this is the first convention I'm ever going to attend, and we're just going to see how it goes, because I heard a lot of different things, not with DreamCon, just in general. When it comes to conventions, let's just say gamers, I've always said multiple times, gamers have a bad reputation on not taking care of the hygiene. So, forgive me if I'm a little scared as far as just carrying all type of hand sanitizer and I'm not going to wear masks. That's a little extreme. But let's just say it's going to be my first convention. I'm not going to be used to the environment. Hopefully, I think with DreamCon, I think I'm safe, right? I heard other conventions, like if it was a Smash Bros tournament, I was definitely pulling up with the COVID mask. But DreamCon, I would assume a lot of people definitely know how to take care of the hygiene. But let's just say in general, gaming conventions have had a bad rap on people not taking care of the hygiene to the point where brands would give out free deodorant at these conventions. I'm not even talking about this one. I'm talking about in general. So let's just say I was beyond scared. But, you know, after looking more into DreamCon, and of course you can see how 2024 went right here. But in general, me and Little Uchi are going to be at DreamCon. We're going to film a lot of content. It's going to be similar to our vlog that we did for Sandbox VR, which was positively received, if I do say so myself, which is also transitioning back from that into analytical interactions, as you can see on YouTube. Definitely make sure to follow my YouTube, Analytic Dreamz TV. As you can see right here, a lot of people is enjoying this aspect. It's on 2x. Usually I have my videos on 2x speed. I had to slow it down. All right, so here we go. So obviously I'm gonna have something to hold my camera, so you don't have to be looking up at me at the whole time. So with that being said, there's a lot of people who enjoyed this.
I guess.
Make sure it's not too loud.
Go to die.
So this is us looking ready for Sandbox VR. So this is what you can expect. Just fun, laughs, and obviously an experience. Because if this is your first time seeing Sandbox VR, which, you know, a lot of people who checked out this video, as you see, Cullen has 2.3 thousand views, and of course with my YouTube, you know, it's not as large as my podcast audience, but nonetheless I appreciate any and everybody who checks it out. So a lot of people was commenting, talking about how the highlights, and obviously you see Lil Uchi right here commenting W, and then other people are saying wait, what happened when y'all both went, you know, just asking, because this is also informative, because people want to know the evolution of these VR places. So when we went to Sandbox VR, yes, it was a vlog, but also it was informative as far as showing you what the experience was at this place that really is leaps and bounds ahead of a lot of other VR places. One of the best VR experiences I've ever experienced. And let me just give you a little taste of that. Right, let me see. Let's give you a little taste of that right here. You know what I'm saying? I'm about to kill a lot of zombies. Yes, sir. All right. Let's get it, man. Let's get it. So as you can see,
Oh, what's this?
I'm not gonna lie to you. You was literally in that world and experienced all this in real time.
Nah, bro, that's all for you. Come on.
Like that part right there, I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't get scared, but
Nah, bro, that's
like at that part, they started to play like, oh, not play, but they had like, they turned on some fans or whatever, so you start to feel something. I was like, hold up now, what type of effects they using right now? Like you literally immersed into the world. So that's what we saw, right? We're looking at each other, and that's how we look, and you see everything, and as you see on the screen, that's what you're seeing in real life in 3D. Like it was super crazy. One of the best VR experience ever, if not the best. It may be, no, it's definitely the best VR experience I've ever had. So I expect to see stuff like this at DreamCon. We're going to have a lot of different live vlogs, and we're going to capture a lot of different things as far as the convention. There's a lot of different specific events I was want to go to, because we do have the premium pass. So with that being said, you know, slight flex, you know, not too crazy. With that being said, we're going to have certain access to be able to vlog early and then enjoy it, because I still want to have that work-life balance. Like I don't want to just go and be having my man Lil Uchi working like crazy, you know, because in general with this vlog, as far as this one, this is not even the whole vlog. Like if you go watch the latest episodes as far as 147, what's that title? Episode, let me just type in 147. So 147, which is Playboy Cardi delivers a split. You could just type in Notorious Mass Effect episode 147 and it'll pop up. But basically, no, that's the wrong episode. My fault. I'm getting my episodes mixed up. That's how you know I just be working, man. I ain't gonna cap to you. Let me get the right episode. All right, here we go. Episode 146. My fault. That was released February 28, 2025. And a lot of people check that segment out. So it seems like y'all really like the vlogs, or y'all just like the episodes, or both. I don't know. So, well, I guess y'all like the vlogs, because this is 2.3 thousand views. So in general, basically, I'm saying that attached the full vlog at the end of the episode for a reason. This is a snapshot of the vlog of us just going to Sandbox VR. But we went to our arcade, we went to Sandbox VR, and we played 2K. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we had a gaming gauntlet. So as far as when we go to DreamCon, just expect that type of content and structure. I'm gonna try not to throw too much at my guy Lil Uchi, because at the end of the day, we are there to have fun. So it's gonna be fun, and also gonna shoot some content. So expect episode 149 to have a lot of 146 elements as far as the vlog being attached to the end. With that being said, that's basically, is that it for analytical interactions? Oh, we do have one more. Okay, so the last analytic interactions, of course, we have let me see, we have, y'all are gonna learn to, all right, we have Nintendo's undefeated war on piracy. So as you can tell, this is me talking about how Nintendo was taking down a lot of piracy platforms such as D-Storage, right? And this is the comment section basically talking about Nintendo on piracy. This is one person I went back and forth with, and it wasn't like a bad back and forth. Like sometimes you have positive back and forth, you have negative. I think this is the positive side, but I guess we're gonna find out. So let me see. So in general, Hussein 79124 said people pirate Nintendo games because they not finna shovel $90 per game plus a flat $500 just to play the games. He is speaking to the choir right now. So he's definitely saying the truth. As you know, I responded saying exactly. I went over this in the full segment and just used this clip to spark conversation. Femvincible hopped out and said $500 for a console is fine, but the game should be $30 to $70. $80 to $90 is unreasonable. And I think that's also a great point that she brought up. So when Sandman Swim came in and said, I hope you are aware that the reason games are that expensive are because of the tariffs, which later in this episode, we're going to dive into that thoroughly, right? And then Femvincible said, huh? Is a digital purchase affected by the tariff? And then that's when Analytic Dreamz jumped in to save the day.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
Now, all jokes aside, I basically just responded and explained how digital purchases could have tariffs on it, as digital purchases face tariffs if classified as imports. Increasing costs rules vary. The rules vary by country, often targeting services or goods from foreign providers. And of course, Femvincible came back and said, man, the tariffs are insane. Well, she didn't say man, but you know, it's a PG podcast. So y'all can see, hold up, can y'all see that? Well, it's a PG podcast. So let's just say she said, man, the tariffs are insane. So I'm glad I was able to enlighten that person on that specific fact. But this is a pretty good back and forth. You know, as you can see on the Assassin's Creed community, especially being a black content creator, you know, you just get all type of racist remarks thrown at you. And then as you can see, not all consumers of gaming content is like that. As right here, people are just commenting about how Nintendo be overcharging their consumers. And also he was able to give an enlightened type of comment, you know, talking about how digital purchases could be affected by tariffs. So, you know, that's why I like covering the gaming and music industry, because every single sector of certain fan bases are way different. Assassin's Creed Shadows, not gonna lie, I got a lot of very racist people that are hating on the game, and in turn hating on a lot of black content creators, because some of them just comment on my Assassin's Creed posts just to say that stuff. So this is the other side of the spectrum, as far as when you get a lot of people commenting, but it's more it's completely positive. So with that being said, just showcasing what comes with content creation is you know, you gotta take the good with the bad. And for me, it doesn't affect me, because this is basically what I wanted for quite some time. So with that being said, that was it for the analytical interactions. Now, of course, we gotta get into the Notorious Mass Effect that people are having as far as musicians in the music industry and video games in the gaming industry. And let's start with albums, as when it comes to the top 10 albums, and now I'm gonna start pulling up pictures, because I know a lot of people is like, why are you not pulling up pictures when you talk about the charts? My fault. My fault. You know, it's definitely growing pains. Let me bring this up so y'all can see this. See, I should be able to see that, right? Is that big enough? I think that's big enough for y'all. Let me see. Yeah, that's definitely big enough for y'all. And of course, with that being said, as you can see, Kendrick Lamar once again is having a phenomenal 2025 as, oh, should we start with, no, we should start with albums. My fault. We should start with albums, not singles. So let me see. Start with albums. Do we do top 10 albums? Yeah. All right, cool. We're going to start with albums, and then we're going to go into singles. So, surprisingly enough, you know how I had Ken Carson at the beginning, or no, at the front of this episode, right? As you can see right here to the left, I have him at the mascot for this specific episode. Well, the main reason I did that is because currently, he does not have the #1 album, but he did have the #1 album as far as April 26, 2025, when he went #1, selling 59,000 first week. So when it comes to Ken Carson, just know he was #1, and that's why he was the mascot for episode 148. Because I do like to highlight, especially hip hop artists that impact the masses to the point where they have the #1 album. So let's just say that's very hard to do, and as you can see right now, it's hard to maintain. As Ghost, currently has the #1 album with Skeletor, and I've never even covered this album, so this is a surprise entry to me. And it's under Loma Vista / Concord, which is under UMG. And then the second most popular album in the world is SZA, once again showcasing why she's one of the more dominant R&B figures in the industry, as far as her album SOS being the second most played album in the world. And then you have the one and only size 7, white tank top. I mean, come on now. How do I keep forgetting his name? Like,
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
all right, my fault. Kendrick Lamar currently has the 3rd most played album in the world with GNX, as that is unequivocally the mascot of hip hop for the year of 2025. He is going insane right now with the album that released literally last year, because some people get it twisted with his numbers of this year. GNX released last year. Let me see more specifically. GNX released November 22nd of 2024. So yes, you could say, oh, it was close to this year, but objectively speaking, to be a well-actually person, right? It came out last year, November 22nd. So to still be on the charts, and not only the charts, to have the 3rd most played album in the world, humongous accomplishment. So that being said, now of course you're going to see your pop stars and country stars start to intrude the top rankings, as Morgan Wallen and his album One Thing at a Time is the 4th most played album in the world under Big Loud / Mercury / Republic Records. And then you have Sabrina Carpenter, Short and Sweet, which is the 5th most played album in the world. That's also under UMG. There's a certain pattern, right? UMG is the big dogs in the industry for a reason. Hopefully every time I go over analytics, y'all understand why I consistently reiterate those sentiments. So that being said, Drake and Party Next Door has the 6th most played album in the world with their album Some Sexy Songs For You. That's under Sony technically, because with the collab project, it was able to be labeled under Sony, as you can see right here, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. But essentially, when it comes to Drake and Party Next Door having that be a collab album, now the market share is tainted a bit, because technically Drake is a UMG artist, but with the collab album, they credited Sony as the main people for this album, even though UMG definitely gets certain royalties over this album. And then, which is it's just going back to the petty move for Drake, which we're going to cover thoroughly as far as their lawsuit towards UMG. They're just beefing right now. So Drake's doing all the petty moves as far as, oh, I'm releasing new music, but since it's a collab project, we're going to label it to give the market share credit to Sony. So it's an interesting play. Bad Bunny has the 7th most played album in the world with his album Debbie Terrar Moss Photo, which of course I've covered this particular album. All of these albums I've covered in length except for the Ghost album. So if you want to look it up, just look up the title, Analytic Dreamz with a Z, it should pop up. Playboi Carti has the 8th most popular album in the world currently with music that's also under UMG. And of course, that's why he was the cover art for the last episode as far as 147, because he went insane to the point where Playboi Carti had one of the greater rollouts in hip hop history as far as in the past 2 to 3 years. The way he put up first week sales numbers is literally in the top 10 as far as the best first week sales number for a hip hop album. So he did phenomenal, and he's still having a great hold on the charts as he has the 8th most played album in the world. Shaboozey, we can't forget about Shaboozey. As Shaboozey, he said, hold up, I still got something left in me. Pause.
You guys
See, that's the problem. As Shabuzi, Where I've Been Isn't Where I'm Going is the 9th most played album in the world under the label Empire. And of course, when it comes to the charts, his most popular song last year is still the most popular song in this year, as A Bar Song is still the 5th most played track in the world, and it's been on the charts for 54 weeks. Now, we're going to get to the tracks in a second, but I just had to say that. We're talking about Shabuzi, because talk about a phenomenal hit to the point where it's definitely one of the most impactful tracks in the past 2 to 3 years. So with that being said, Morgan Wallen, his album Dangerous, the double album, was the 10th most played album in the world. And of course, with that being said, let's reiterate, as the 10th most played album in the world is Morgan Wallen's Dangerous, the double album. And not even to mention, he has the 4th most played album with One Thing at a Time. So having 2 albums in the top 10, there's a reason why I always talk about Morgan Wallen in the light I do, as far as him being one of the more impactful artists in the music industry. So with that being said, the 10th most played album goes to Morgan Wallen, his album Dangerous, the double album. The 9th most played album goes to Shabuzi, Where I've Been Isn't Where I'm Going. Playboi Carti has the 8th most popular album with his album Music. Bad Bunny has the 7th with the Debbie Terrar Most Photos. Party Next Door and Drake has the 6th most played album with Some Sexy Songs for You. Sabrina Carpenter has the 5th most played album with Short and Sweet. Morgan Wallen has the 4th most played album with One Thing at a Time. And of course, the top 3 albums in the world. Number 3 goes to Kendrick Lamar's GNX. Number 2 goes to SZA's SOS. And then of course, number 1, which is a surprising number 1, but nonetheless, it goes to Ghost with his album, or with their album. I don't know what the gender is. I ain't trying to get canceled. Ghost, I can't really tell off the name Ghost. Ghost, that specific artist, has the most played album in the world currently with Skeletor. So with that being said, shout out to SZA and Kendrick, who's on tour right now, which we're literally going to get into after this intro, as far as the Grand National Tour and the humongous success that it's had in the industry. So let's transition into tracks, as now we get more into Kendrick and how he's been dominating for quite some time. As when you look at Luther, and its dominance on the charts, being on the charts for 22 weeks, and if you think about it, it's only been at number 1. Has any track been able to dethrone Luther? Luther has been one of the most dominant tracks we've seen in quite some time from a hip-hop musician. And coming off of Not Like Us, it's a phenomenal accomplishment, because Kendrick time and time again just showcased how he is the mascot of hip-hop currently. He's not going anywhere anytime soon. So that being said, Luther is currently the number 1 most played album in the world. It's been on the charts for 22 weeks. Then you have Die With a Smile with Lady Gaga. That's been on the charts for about 36 weeks and has stayed at that number 2 slot as far as the second most played track in the world. Alex Warren and his track Ordinary has the slot of 3rd most played album in the world. That's been on the charts for about 11 weeks. So a lot of these tracks are just straight up hits, except for one that we're going to get into that just made to the charts. But Nokia by the GOAT of hip hop, aka Drake, as he has the 4th most played album, 4th most played track in the world with Nokia. That's been on the charts for about 10 weeks. Shabuzi, A Bar Song, is the 5th most played track in the world. That's been on the charts about 54 weeks. Then you have Chappelle Rowan coming out of the woodworks with her classic that's still to this day affecting the masses, as Pink Pony Club, been on the charts for a whopping 45 weeks. 2nd most as far as the top 10 is considered. That is currently the 6th most played track in the world. Then we have Morgan Wallen and his track I'm the Problem. That's the 7th most played track in the world. That's been on the charts for about 12 weeks. We have Morgan Wallen Once More and Post Malone collaborative track I Ain't Coming Back, which that just made the charts. Debuted on the charts at number 8. So some would say that after, I don't know if a music video is already out for this track, but usually that's the play to get it to number 1. Usually they put out a music video for the particular track. So let me see. Is there already a music video out for this? I Ain't coming back. Let me see if this is a music video. There is a lyric video. So there's not a music video. Okay. So actually, here's a music video. Make best music. Post Malone featuring Morgan Wallen. Is that the official music video? Or is that just somebody putting something out? I don't know. I don't know. As far as Morgan Wallen's site, I don't see an actual music video. I see I'm a little crazy. I'm the problem. I ain't coming back. A lyric video, but I don't see an official music video. So I'm gonna assume it's not an official music video because I don't see it on Morgan Wallen's official YouTube channel. So with that being said, I do believe the marketing strategy for Morgan Wallen for this particular track, just making it on the charts, and not only just coming to the charts, but it being at number 8 straight off the debut, music video could definitely make it compete for that number 1 slot. As you've seen when Kendrick and Drake was being petty towards each other, as far as Drake coming out with the Nokia music video, trying to compete for that number 1 spot. And then Kendrick put out the Luther video. Y'all think this stuff is just coincidence, but hey, they be battling behind the scenes. So I could see Morgan Wallen and Post Malone putting out a music video to get this track to number 1. But currently it's the number 8, it's the 8th most played track in the world. Then we have Teddy Swims, who unequivocally, objectively speaking, has the biggest hit on this list, as 88 weeks on the charts, and it already being the number 1 most played track in the world, but now it's the 9th as far as that hold from number 1 to number 9, and being in the midst of that for 88 straight weeks makes it, objectively speaking, the hit with the most longevity on the charts currently. So Lose Control by Teddy Swims is the 9th most played track in the world, but it's been on the charts for about 88 weeks, which is a humongous accomplishment. Then we have Benson Boone and his track Beautiful Things, that's been the 10th most played track in the world, and that's been on the charts for about 65 weeks. So as you can tell, a lot of these tracks are just newly getting on the charts, as far as Ordinary, as far as Nokia, as far as I Ain't Coming Back. But a lot of these are just straight up a mammoth of a hit, as far as Lose Control by Teddy Swims, as far as a bar song by Shabuzi, as far as Pink Pony Club by Chappelle Rowan. So that's why I always like going over the top 10 just to showcase what musicians are notoriously affecting the masses, because being in the top 10 means that 9 times out of 10 somebody has heard one of these tracks. So anyways, with that being said, the top 10 tracks when it comes to affecting the masses currently is Benson Boone's Beautiful Things at number 10, Lose Control by Teddy Swims at number 9, I Ain't Coming Back by Morgan Wallen and Post Malone at number 8, I'm the Problem by Morgan Wallen at number 7, Pink Pony Club by Chappelle Rowan at number 6, A Bar Song by Shabuzi at number 5, The GOAT of Hip Hop, aka Drake, and his song Nokia is at number 4, Ordinary by Alex Warren is at number 3, Die With a Smile by Lady Gaga and Bruno Mars is at number 2, and of course, the one and only artists that are coincidentally on tour together currently, which may be the greatest show in music right now, which we'll get to that when we get into my overview of the sales and review roundup of the Grand National Tour. But let's just say they not only have arguably the greatest show in music, but they also have the most consumed track in the world, with Luther being the most played track in the world. So with that being said, let's transition from gaming into, let's transition from music into gaming, as we're going to start with the PC platform. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start with the PC platform, as Steam has an interesting list right now for the top 15. Because if you don't know, Bongo Cat, yes, ladies and gentlemen, I caved and gave a whole entire sales and review roundup to an idle clicker game.
But then, you know what I'm saying, I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
I saw Banana, and I saw the way that Banana was just climbing on the charts, and I said to myself, I can't fall victim to covering an idle clicker game. Like, I just can't do it. I just can't do it. So once Bongo Cat rose up the charts, and there was another game inspired by Banana, and not only is it inspired, but it's the 4th most played game on Steam, then you come to realize that you just can't avoid these type of games. So I finally gave my first ever sales and review roundup to an idle clicker video game, and let's just say I enjoyed it for the most part. I mean, it was an interesting game. So with that being said, getting to the top 15 list, of course, at let's just start from 15, go up. Source SDK base 2007. I don't know what that is, so we're just gonna skip that one. Actually, that's rude. Let's not skip that. Let's find out what that is. So Source SDK base is, what is this? Is this like a GTA 5 multiplayer mod? A GTA 5 multiplayer mod. What in the world? I don't know what that means. All right, I looked up the definition. Still don't know what that is. So we're just gonna skip that. Monster Hunter Wilds at number 14 as far as the most consumed game on PC right now, with concurrent player count of 89,000, a 24-hour peak of 117,000. And then, of course, can I move this to the left a little bit? Where's that little, hold up. Can I erase that? Oh, okay, I was about to say, I was trying to be a W Tech guy. There we go. All right, anyways, back to what I was saying. Baldur's Gate, that little red dot was throwing me off. I was like, what in the world is that? So Baldur's Gate 3 comes in at number 13 as far as the most consumed on the Steam platform, with a concurrent player count of 94,000 and a 24-hour peak of 129,000. Of course, Banana, the game that I still haven't reviewed to this day. I feel like Deontay Wilder. I'm standing my ground, and just certain games, I'll just be out of the loop. I cover the entire gaming industry, but as far as these idle video games, I don't know if I could do it. So Banana currently has a concurrent player count of 95,000 and a 24-hour peak of 112,000. And the one and only Grand Theft Auto 5, which we're also going to get into in a second. I may have had to play some sad music, but we're going to get into that information in a second. Grand Theft Auto 5 is currently having 98,000 people playing the game, with the 24-hour peak of 100,000. Naraka Blade Point currently has 100. Well, Naraka Blade Point comes in at number 12, if I can count. Let me see, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10. No, it comes in at number 10. My fault, I can't count. So Grand Theft Auto 5 was the 11th most consumed game on Steam, and Naraka Blade Point is number 10 as far as most consumed game on Steam, with a player count of 107,000 players currently playing the game, with a 24-hour peak of 128,000. Then you have the 9th most played game in the world with Delta Force, which has 114,000 people concurrently playing the game, with a 24-hour peak of 126,000. And when it comes to Delta Force, I actually covered it back February 5th, 2025. If you look up Delta Force Analytic Dreamz with the Z, if you want to hear more of a deep dive into that specific game, because we're not getting into that this episode. But we did get into, of course, the next game that comes in at number 8, as Clair Obscur Expedition 33 is running through all sorts of previous games as far as what released this year, as people are already cementing it as the game of the year, which is insane praise, but once you get into the game, you will understand, especially the story. So with that being said, let's just say Expedition 33 has a lot to do with time. And if you've seen anything with what's that movie by Christopher Nolan, I can't believe I can't remember that. It's like the space movie, Christopher Nolan time movie. Hopefully it pulls it up. It didn't pull it up. That was such a bad inquiry. Oh, Interstellar. It did pull up. Interstellar. I don't know if people get upset at me comparing Expedition 33 to Interstellar, but the way it plays with time, especially towards the end of the game, I'm not gonna spoil anything, but it's a very interesting correlation, and that's why I'm gonna leave it at. So Clair Obscur Expedition 33 is something we do get into in this episode, but just letting you know, it's currently, make sure I didn't lose my place, it's currently this 8th most played game in the world. Oh, well, on Steam. Wallpaper Engine, we're not going to count that. So let's just go into number 6 as far as Apex Legends being the 6th most played game on Steam. A lot of people be like, hey, Apex Legends is unequivocally over. Nobody's playing that no more. But when you look at the analytics, it's the 6th most consumed game on Steam. So something ain't adding up. Somebody out here lying. It's almost like in the music industry, when everybody was calling Drake a pedophile, but then some sexy songs for you went number 1, and then Nokia and Die Trying, which is a monumental hit. So somebody lying. Somebody here consuming this game that's saying right now that it fell off, but they're currently playing that game. So anyways, Apex Legends is the 6th most played game on Steam, with a concurrent player count of 159,000 and a 24-hour peak of 177,000. Then you come into the game Rust, which I don't think I've ever covered Rust. I may have to double back and cover that game. I always see it at the top. Yeah, I've never covered that game, so that's interesting. Rust is the 5th most played game on Steam currently, with a concurrent player count of 165,000 players with a 24-hour peak of 204,000. And then, of course, the game that I was hesitant to cover, but I ended up covering it in this episode, that is Bongo Cat. That's the 4th most played game on Steam, as far as it having 182,000 people concurrently playing the game with a 24-hour peak of 191,000. Then you get into PUBG Battlegrounds, which is the 3rd most consumed game on Steam. Talk about OGs never dying. Or how did Juice WRLD say it? Legends never die. As the OG, well, not the OG Battle Royale, because of course it's H1Z1. Let's pay our respects. But of course, the game that influenced Fortnite to even come into an idea, PUBG Battlegrounds, is the 3rd most consumed game on Steam, with 540,000 people concurrently playing that game with a 24-hour peak of 617. And when it comes to Dota, that is the 2nd most consumed game on Steam, with a 550,000 concurrent player count with a 24-hour peak of 600,000. And then the most dominant video game maybe in history, as I consistently see this at number 1, to the point where I thought my analytics was wrong. I was like, no way, month after month, year after year, is this game completely dominating as far as always being the most consumed game on Steam. And once again, Counter-Strike 2 is still the most consumed game on Steam, as it has 1.4 million people concurrently playing the game. And of course, a 24-hour peak of 1,439,000. So it's 39,000 more as far as the 24-hour peak compared to the players now. Now, the only thing I have to say about Counter-Strike 2 is, how in the world does it keep coming in at the most consumed game? Is it like some type of esports competitive league I'm just out of the loop about? Because I know it has competitive tournaments, but what type of bag are they giving for people to consistently stay on this game time in, time out? It has to be life-changing. That's all I could think of, is that whatever they're offering as far as the winning compensation for this game has to be life-changing. They're probably giving millions upon millions in tournaments, even for the 3rd place gamer to consistently be on this game like they are, because a lot of other esports games do not have this type of hold. So anyways, let's just get into the top 10 of PC Steam. That's what I usually do. I don't know why I went over to 15, but anyways, so getting over the top 10, I have to keep this in mind as far as the counting. Naraka Blade Point is the 10th most consumed game on Steam. Delta Force is the 9th most consumed game on Steam. Clear Obscurian, what is that? Clear Obscure, my fault. Expedition 33 is the 7th. Let me see, 10, 9, 8, is the 8th most consumed game on PC. And then you have Wallpaper Engine at number 6. Apex Legends at number 5. I keep losing my place. I feel like Shannon Sharp right now. I'm finna snap. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. Apex Legends is the 6th most consumed game on Steam. Rust is the 5th most consumed game on Steam. And then you have Bongo Cat being the 4th most played game on Steam. PUBG Battlegrounds is the 3rd most played game on Steam. Then you have Dota 2, which is the 2nd most played game on Steam. And of course, number 1, time and time again, is the one and only Counter-Strike 2. So with that being said, now let's transition from Steam into Xbox charts. And with that being said, let's get into well, first, let me see. Let me see where my I need my music back. I forgot to turn that off. There we go. Okay. Getting back into, I think it's because I played the applause. I forgot to put the beat back on. Be like, did the beat go off? I'm just out here giving a whole soliloquy with no beat behind me. So anyways, getting back into Xbox, right? As far as the most played games on the Xbox platform, I definitely have it somewhere. Is it this one? I think it may be, oh yeah, okay, it's right here. Okay, so All right, here we go. All right, so I should be able to see it. Can I put this to the left a little bit? Okay, cool. So when it comes to Xbox, right, as just count from top to bottom, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. But essentially, Xbox, well, actually, let's start number 10. Let's build the suspense a little bit. The 10th most played game on Xbox currently is, of course, Mortal Kombat. Now, that may surprise some folks, but if you don't know, they have a DLC expansion, which is like Chaos Reign or whatever. That, of course, they have Noob Saibot, which is a fan favorite and introduced into the game. They have Scream. They have somebody else. I think it's like the Terminator. I know they have Conan the Barbarian. I think that's how you say his name. And then, of course, they have, I'm trying to see who else is. It's hard to understand who. Okay, they have Madam. What? Don't tell me that's a character. That's an actual character in this game. Madam Bo is a character in this game. Ain't no way. Now they just throwing stuff at the wall at this point. They have T-1000, which is I think that's a Terminator. They have Ghostface. They have Farrah, Ermac, Homelander, Noob Saibot. I mean, they have a lot of people in this game. I ain't gonna lie to you. So, actually, some of these characters is more of assist. I forgot about they had the assist feature in this game. So that's very interesting. So I don't know, that just threw me all the way off, having Madam Bo as an actual playable character. But hey, I guess it's working, as they are currently the 10th most played game on the Xbox platform. Now, with that being said, now when we're getting into the rest of the games, of course, when we get into the rest of the games, I don't know why my Mortal Kombat was just like, no, I don't want to leave your screen. The 9th most played game on the Xbox platform is, of course, GTA 5, which we're going to get into in a second. Basically letting y'all know that when it comes to y'all getting GTA 6, y'all going to get it whenever Rockstar feels like giving it to you, because y'all are still playing GTA 5 to the point where it's the 9th most played game on Xbox. And we're going to get into the delay of GTA 6 further in this episode, but I'm just letting y'all know that financially, there's no reason for Rockstar to put out GTA 6. Absolutely no reason. Devil May Cry HD Collection and the 4 SE bundle is the 8th most popular game on Xbox currently. Shout out to Dante. And then you have NBA 2K25, the standard edition, being the 7th most played game on the Xbox platform. Then, of course, the title, the cover art for the gaming portion of this episode 148 is South of Midnight, as is the 6th most played game on the Xbox platform. Then you have Assassin's Creed Shadows being the 5th most played game on Xbox. Split Fiction, which is still my game of the year as far as what I've experienced personally as a gamer. That is currently the 4th most played game on the Xbox platform. And then you have Devil May Cry 5, which is the 3rd most played game on the Xbox platform, and then Minecraft being the 6th most played game on the Xbox platform. And then, of course, MLB The Show, once again, basically showcasing how if you make a ball and a gun type game, the probability of having one of the more popular games in the world is probably gonna skyrocket, as a lot of people can relate to these ball and gun type games, which is why MLB The Show 25, the standard edition, is currently the most played game on the Xbox platform. Now, getting into PlayStation, transitioning into PlayStation, the 10th most played game on PlayStation is, of course, the pre-orders for Ghost of Yotei, because if you don't know, Ghost of Yotei is currently not out. So this is insane as far as how many people are looking forward to this game. So Ghost of Yotei is set to come out October 2nd of 2025. Do y'all not know how insane it is to have a game that's set to come out on October 2nd and pre-orders are still through the roof? Like, at this point, the developers are probably looking at them spending all this money on Ghost of Yotei, realizing that the Ghost of Tsushima was just an entree. This is the full course meal as far as reaping the benefits of your labor. Now, reaping the fruits of your labor. So Ghost of Yotei is currently the 10th most financially the most consumed game on the PlayStation platform, because obviously it's not out. So it's insane to see a game that's not out make the top 10 games on PlayStation. So the 9th most played game on PlayStation is Roblox. Then you have EA Sports FC 25 is the 8th most played game. Then you have Expedition 33, which we'll get into later in this episode, which is the 7th most played game on PlayStation. Then you have MLB The Show 25, which is the 7th most played game on PlayStation. Oblivion, the game that we also get into as far as later in this episode, is the 6th most played. Wait, hold up. The 5th most. I don't know why I keep losing my place today. The 5th most played game on PlayStation. And of course, then you get into the ball and gun type games, where Call of Duty is the 4th most played game on PlayStation. NBA 2K25 is the 3rd most played game on PlayStation. Forza Horizon 5, surprisingly, because if you think about it, Forza Horizon 5, or just the series in general, has been on the Xbox platform for quite some time, to the point where now one could wonder, were PlayStation players hating because they wanted Xbox games all along? Because Forza to hit that PlayStation marketplace and to shoot up all the way to number 2 is very telling as far as analytically how people are consuming Xbox games on the PlayStation platform. So that's very interesting to see Forza Horizon 5 be the 2nd most played game on the PlayStation platform, but nowhere to be found on the Xbox. Because of course, when you get into the charts, this is the Xbox chart. You don't see Horizon anywhere on this list. But then you come to the PlayStation charts and it's number 2 as far as the most consumed game on that platform, which is very insane. Anyways, and of course, the one and only Fortnite is the most consumed game on the PlayStation platform. And then transitioning from PlayStation to Nintendo, we have to talk about how, let me see if I can find this right quick. So Nintendo, let me make sure it took away. I had the mobile charts up, it just replaced it. So I need to bring that back up. There we go. Okay, so Nintendo, getting into the top 10 games that's currently affecting the masses on Nintendo. We have at number 10, Donkey Kong Returns HD. Now, of course, in the same light of Ghost of Yotei, Donkey Kong Returns HD release date. Donkey Kong Returns HD doesn't come out until, well, it's already out. Oh, my fault. I already covered that. Hold up. I think I'm thinking about the remaster for the Nintendo Switch 2. I think I got my Donkey Kong games mixed up. Have I ever covered Donkey Kong? Let me see. Oh, I did. Okay. That's crazy. February 24th, 2025, I covered this game. And if you just type in Donkey Kong Analytic Dreamz, it should pop up. I basically talked about how when it came out initially, it returned as Switch top selling January game. So as you can see, it still has a phenomenal hold on the Nintendo Switch platform, as it's still the 10th most played game on the Nintendo Switch. Now, of course, when it comes to Switch, right? I think when the Switch 2 comes out and the Donkey Kong game for the Switch 2 ends up being released, I think that's going to do wonders as far as sales, because I believe, let me see, Donkey Kong Bonanza is what I was referring to. I thought I got these two games mixed up. So Donkey Kong Bonanza is a 3D platformer set to come out July 17, 2025. So for this game, Donkey Kong Returns HD is just basically foreshadowing what the newest installment of the Donkey Kong franchise is probably going to do on the Nintendo Switch 2. So anyways, Nintendo Switch Sports is the 9th most consumed game on the Switch platform. And then you have Xenoblade Cross Definitive Edition is the 8th most consumed game. Then you have Hello Kitty. For all my kitty fans out there. You know, this is for you, as Hello Kitty Island Adventure Deluxe Edition is the 7th most consumed game on Switch currently. Mario shows his head once more, just showcasing how it's one of the more dominant games and one of the most dominant IPs in just entertainment history, as you don't need me to go over time and time again how I believe Mario saved the gaming industry, and I put immense respect on Mario's name as he consistently is in the top as far as the charts when it comes specifically to Nintendo. And this is no different as Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is the 6th most consumed game on Nintendo Switch. Then you have Monster Hunter Wilds, which that is that's technically a PS5 game. So I don't know why it's on this list. It's on here, and I don't know. This is like the legit site from Nintendo as far as the hardware, the game software sales. As you can see, this is why I start to put it up. This is why I put it up so you can see it. Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify. So this is where I get it from. And yeah, they have Monster Hunter Wilds on here for some reason. This is Capcom price, 9,000 yen excluding tax, something like that. I don't know if there's a Switch version of Monster Hunter Wilds, and they didn't even spell it right. So I would assume there is. But anyways, let's skip that. So at number 4, Animal Crossing comes in as the 4th most consumed game on the Switch platform. That's no surprise, as people love Animal Crossing. I mean, I believe Animal Crossing is the guy with what's his name? The dude who be taking your money. Let me see. Animal Crossing. I forget what that character is called. Am I getting the games mixed up, or is there an actual character like that? Let me see. I know, because I don't want to get the Animal Crossing. Let's just type in character list, because it's on the tip of my Tom Nook. That's who it is. Tom Nook. That's the guy who be taking all your money, right? He'd be like, "Hey, you can have this, you can have that, you can have that, you can have this," and then come to realize you was going deeper and deeper in quicksand as far as debt, and he was here and he was there to collect. So Tom Nook is just showcasing what happens whenever you go to a collegiate institution. So not too crazy. So Animal Crossing is the 4th most consumed game on Switch. Then you have Minecraft. Minecraft is the 3rd most consumed game on Switch, as Minecraft is going to consistently be a prominent figure in the gaming industry, especially the way that Jack Black was able to reincarnate Steve, the human edition, and pass it off as actual quality. As I'm not gonna lie to you, the masses, from what I've seen, come out and say the movie is not that good, but the sales are through the roof. But I do take that with a grain of salt, as another Nintendo movie that came out as far as Mario, I thought that movie was solid, and a lot of people were saying it was trash, but then when the sales came out, it showcased how it was one of the more prominent video game movies to ever be put out, as far as statistically speaking, when it comes to sales. So when it comes to Minecraft, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the same sentiment or the same thing that's going on right now, because I haven't seen Minecraft, so I can't speak on its quality for myself. But I did watch the trailers, and let's just say it didn't do anything for me. And so, to be fair to Mario, the trailers definitely moved me to go see the movie in theaters. So that being said, then we have the 2nd most played game on Nintendo being Super Mario Party Jamboree. Once again, like I always say, Mario is one of the top entertainment fictional creations of all time. So Super Mario Party Jamboree being at the number 2 slot of Nintendo Switch is no surprise. But at number one is a huge surprise, as over Requiem's being the first most played, the number 1 most played and consumed game on a Nintendo Switch platform, took me by storm. Because guess what? I ended up doing a sales and review roundup. So I do dive deep into Over Requiems in this episode. So Over Requiems did get respect put on his names by Analytic Dreamz, because of course I had to dive into why people was consuming this, to the point where it's literally been number 1 for weeks on a Nintendo Switch platform. And that is a huge accomplishment, for the simple fact that when you come to Over Requiems, it's a dark fantasy visual novel, and the video game aspects is really more puzzle like, and the main thing is the choices you make throughout the visual novel. So for that to be the number 1 most selling, most consumed game on a Nintendo platform, a ginormous accomplishment, especially the unorthodox way it went about making the video game as far as the visual novel being considered. So that being said, let's transition into mobile. Getting into mobile gaming, Marvel currently See the picture showcasing one thing, but I think because of when I'm recording this, it flips. So it's like a timer that always showcases the top mobile games. So it's kind of different right now, but I'm trying to decide which one I should go off of. I should probably just go off the picture, right? Because I just took this picture not too long ago, so it must have just flipped. But anyway, so it's not too far off. But Dragonair Silent Gods is currently the most played mobile game in the world. Roblox is the second most played mobile game in the world. And then you have Squad Busters, the third most played mobile game. Marvel Contest of Champions, which is the fourth most played game on the mobile platform. Pokemon Go is the fifth most played mobile game. Cookie Run Kingdom is the seventh most played mobile game. Mobile Legends Bang Bang is the eighth most played mobile game. And then, of course... Oh, did I get that wrong? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, Mobile Legends Bang Bang is the seventh most played game on a mobile platform, and Warhammer 40,000 Tacticians is the eighth most played game on the mobile platform. So going back over it, we have Dragonair Silent Gods at number 1 as far as most consumed mobile game currently. Roblox is at number 2. Squad Busters is at number 3. Marvel Contest of Champions is at number 4. Pokemon Go is at number 5. Cookie Run Kingdom is at number 6. Mobile Legends Bang Bang is at number 7. And Warhammer 40,000 Tacticians is at number 8. So that is all the music and gaming. That's all the video games and songs and albums that's currently notoriously affecting the masses on the gaming and music industry side. So with that being said, let's dive back into the Notorious Mass Effect episode 148 that is of course titled, I think y'all can see this by now. Yeah, y'all can see this. So of course titled is 2025 shaping up to be the greatest year in gaming history, where we're going to go over a plethora of topics such as Drake, of course, gotta dive into the GOAT of hip hop, right? So we're gonna talk about Drake and his lawsuit versus UMG. We're gonna talk about how Kendrick and SZA are going crazy as far as the Grand National Tour. We're gonna get into Kanye West going absolutely insane, but he did give us music, so that's the only reason I'm covering it. Then we're gonna get into Carson going number 1 with this album More Chaos, which is a phenomenal accomplishment because not too many hip hop artists are out here putting up monumental numbers when it comes to the masses. Then we have Big Sean and his book that he just put out titled Go Higher. We're going to dive into that for a little bit. And then, of course, we're going to get into the industry side of things as far as the tariffs. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is not a political podcast, but we have to get into the effects the tariffs is having on the gaming and the music industry. So I think you'll find that to be one of the most informative segments that I put together in quite some time, as it's going to be very prevalent for the foreseeable future. And I give a lot of advice as far as in that segment. And then also we have Ubisoft and Tencent spinning out its Assassin's Creed as far as its new subsidiary backed by Tencent, which is basically getting into, let me see if I can find it. We're getting into how Tencent had a $1.1 billion investment to Ubisoft's new subsidiary, where it basically exclusively focuses on Assassin's Creed, Far Cry, and Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six franchises, but Ubisoft still retains 100% of the ownership, so don't think Ubisoft is going anywhere. Tencent, which is basically putting up the bread to have more of an involvement into the IP. So then we're going to get into Nintendo and how they're drop the price, them versus the consumer, right? Because the whole drop the price movement was a real thing and people was like, drop the price. And guess what? The Nintendo Switch 2 went on pre-order and everybody pre-ordered it to the point where it started to sell out and supermarkets, to the point where people was just like, hold up, this drop the price movement is not real at all. So with that being said, then we got to the video game Schedule 1, as that video game is very interesting. Let's just say it may be a Sean Carter simulator, and it may be a Notorious B.I.G. simulator in the form that of them building their drug empire. Let's just leave it like that. We go over South at Midnight. We go over Expedition 33. Of course, we go over Squad Busters, because I have to put immense respect on the mobile gaming consumers out there. So, of course, I gave a mobile game review and sales roundup for Squad Busters. And then, of course, I did the thing I never thought I would do as far as covering an idle video game as far as an idle clicker. So I do cover Bongo Cat, like I said earlier in the segment, in the intro. And then Elder Scrolls Oblivion, we get into that. And then, of course, when talking about Over Requiem, the visual novel video game that's topping the charts on the Switch platform, we get into that as well. Then we transition to a little bit of beef and drama as we talk about Stan Lee and his handlers. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I had to transition from gaming and music and going to something that I have that has deep inspirations, especially for me, as I believe Spider-Man is one of the greatest fictional creations of all time. So getting into Stan Lee versus his handlers was one of the biggest things I wanted to focus on, because there's two sides to it. I don't know which side to believe, so I just wanted to give the information and let you do of that what you will. Then, of course, we get into GTA delay, right? The GTA delay is happening earlier, so that's happening in the industry side of things. I just had that later on my notes because it just happened just so recently. So that happens early in the episode in the industry part, probably after the tariffs. But the Xbox raising the prices, now that is going to happen towards the end of the episode, because of course that is more of a follow-up for my tariffs episode, and that basically foreshadows what happened earlier. Because if you don't know, the research and everything that goes into this episode happens throughout days, so it's not easily you can't just do it in one day, basically, which is why the structure is the way it is, and which is why it's so condensed as far as heavy information as far as the music and gaming industry. So when I talk about Xbox raising prices, just know I did the tariffs effect on the gaming and music industry like a day or two before. So that's why I basically say why the tariffs effect on the gaming and music industry is probably one of the more information dense segments I've ever done, and it really foreshadows the foreseeable future for gaming and music, as we've seen with Xbox raising their prices. So then we complete episode 148 with the big U Rico indictment. So with that being said, those are the topics that we're going over in this episode. But with that being said, make sure to click my link tree in my bio to access my social medias and follow to keep up with my latest activities. If you want to support the show financially, click my Cash App link located towards the bottom of my link tree, as it helps the show overall. And make sure to share this podcast, rating the show 5 stars, as this helps the show reach more people so we can grow together and affect the masses. And with that being said, let's get into the first topic, which is Kendrick Lamar and SZA Grand National Tour being a humongous success, even though the haters said they couldn't sell out stadiums. Now, of course, getting into my favorite musician of all. Oh, hold up. Wrong artist. My fault. Getting into size 7. I mean, white tank top. I mean, oh, my goodness. How did I start off the segment messing up this gentleman's name entirely? All right, let me start over. Getting into Kendrick Lamar, aka one of the biggest mascots currently when it comes to the genre of hip hop, and who I regard and consider maybe the best lyricist of all time. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's about time to start having those uncomfortable conversations, because it's just like Steph Curry going further in the playoffs than LeBron. Some agendas are going to start happening that Drake fans may be uncomfortable with.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop.
That Jay-Z fans may be uncomfortable with.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's...
And of course, the H&M fans, as far as Eminem, you already know that they are irate about those comparisons.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
So with that being said, of course, I'm getting into Kendrick Lamar and SZA's Grand National Tour. As if you don't know, it's currently going on right now. And a lot of people were saying, right, they was coming out of the woodworks to say, oh, SZA and Kendrick's stadium tour or arena tour, is not selling out, right? A lot of people were saying that. And then just so happens, opening night, as far as Minneapolis, April 19th, it sold out 100% as far as all 47,354 tickets were sold. So it's 100% sold out in Minneapolis, right? And then you have a second show, and then it broke the record again, selling out once more, this time grossing even more as far as 9.44 million, when on April 19th, it grossed 9.12 million. Now, of course, when it comes to specifics as far as the analytics, it is objectively showcasing that this tour is successful, and for the foreseeable future, it's going to be successful for quite some time because, of course, Kendrick has not only the second most played album in the world with GNX, but he also has Good Kid, Mad City. That's the 36th most played album in the world. And he has Damn. That's the 39th most played album in the world. So safe to say that everybody is consuming Kendrick at a breakneck pace to the point where Kendrick is unequivocally the leader of hip hop currently. Now, switching over, because of course another phenomenal artist is on this tour. As far as SZA, she currently has the most played album in the world. And of course, I believe a week or two ago, it was Ken Carson with his More Chaos album, but that is currently the 33rd most played album. But as far as SZA, she has the #1 most played album currently, and she also has another album on the charts as far as Control, which is the 45th most played album in the world. Now, why am I going over these statistics? It's because if you don't think Kendrick and SZA combined can sell out a stadium tour, then what does that say for the rest of hip hop? You know what I'm saying? Like, the most consumed hip hop musician currently going on tour should not be having any issues, right? And if he was having any issues, what does that mean for you? You know, a lot of people like to say, oh, Kendrick's using bots, which, you know, to be honest, everybody has a marketing budget, which if you don't have a marketing budget, you probably don't want to take, you probably don't want to be taken seriously as an influencer or entertainment in the industry. Because when it comes to bots, when it comes to things of that nature, there's a lot of things behind the scenes that uplift the overall perception that the average fan is not aware of. And that's, well, technically, in certain facets, Spotify and Apple, they do not condone that type of activity, but are they stopping it? Of course not. So it's almost like when you go to the movie theater and you know that you're not supposed to bring snacks into there, but are they stopping you? Of course not, because you bought your ticket to watch the movie. So I would compare that to what's going on right now with Kendrick and SZA. They have phenomenal numbers on the charts, and I believe majority of that is it's authentically their fans, because of course you can't fake people in the seats, right? Of course you can give free tickets, but a stadium tour, once again, let me mind you, 9.1 million as far as the opening night, as far as what that performance grossed. So when you get into the aftermath of the totality of the tour, right, safe to say it's going to be a lot of dollars generated, to the point where now, coming back to people proclaiming that Kendrick is out here using bots, that argument just falls to the wayside, because you can't fake that type of engagement. Let me just tell you that right now. So with that being said, Kendrick is also running it up on the charts when it comes to specific tracks, as he currently has 6 tracks on the chart. And of course, #1 is with the one and only SZA, and just so happens that they're on tour together. So the #1 most played track in the world, mind you, is peaked at #1 and has been at #1 for 22 weeks straight. So with that being said, Kendrick has the most played track in the world, along with SZA, of course. And then Not Like Us is still going crazy. You know, y'all already know my sentiments as far as the pedophile anthem, but it's still captivating the masses, to the point where now it's the 21st most played track in the world, and it's been on the charts for a whopping 50 weeks. That is insane. And then you have TV Off, which is the 23rd most played track in the world. Then you have Squabble Up, that's the 27th most played track in the world. And then you have Peekaboo, which is the 62nd most played track in the world. And of course, those are all of the 6 tracks that Kendrick has on the charts. Now, when it comes to SZA, it's not as many, but it's still impressive nonetheless because she is attached to the most played song in the world as far as Luther with Kendrick Lamar and SZA. That's once again been on the charts for 22 weeks and it stayed at number 1. Very insane as far as that type of performance and engagement. And then you have 30 for 30 by SZA and Kendrick Lamar. Once again, that is the 24th most played track in the world. And of course, to round off SZA's impact on the masses, she has BMF. That's the 63rd most played track. And that's been BMF and 30 for 30 has been on the charts for about 18 weeks. So getting back into the tour numbers, right? It's safe to say that people are coming to this tour already very aware of what these two artists offer musically. So when you look at the average ticket price being $190+, right? And this is the average. If you want to get up close, you have to come off some more fettuccine, my brother, because guess what? They are not skimming when it comes to the prices of these tickets, and nor should they. I think people underestimate how difficult it is to engage this type of audience that Kendrick and SZA individually have garnered over time, right? So now they are reaping the benefits and the overall getting the fruits of the labor delivered to them in the form of a successful arena tour. So there's a lot of great things I'm saying about Kendrick and SZA because they earned it. I don't think anybody should ever look at a hardworking individual in their respective craft and be like, you know what? I think that is easy. I don't think anybody should look at any craft, right? See somebody performing at the top and be like, oh, he's only doing this because of X. He's only doing that because of Y. Because if that was the case, why are y'all not doing X and Y, right? So anyways, those are just for the people who's talking about Kendrick having bots. And of course, you know, when it comes to the overall disrespect of the stadium tour, as far as them saying it wasn't going to sell out, just know that majority, if not all of the tour days sold out. And if it didn't, it was like 97%. 99% or close to 100%, but it wasn't like 50 to 60 like previous reports were saying, because people were saying like, oh, they're only going to be able to sell out like 50 to 60% of the stadium, which was obviously wrong as far as the objectives analytics that I'm going off of, right? So they had the most attended non-festival show for Kendrick and SZA combined, as far as nearly 50,000 fans showing up. And if you didn't know, in totality, the tour goes across North America and Europe, and that they have a total of 39 shows. And guess where else they're going as far as this tour? They're actually going to Canada. Now, I'm not going to lie to you. There's going to be some egregious things that happens whenever they go on tour and end up in Canada. I'm not going to say what's going to happen, but all I'm going to say is hopefully Chubbs lets them make it, because it would be a shame if anything happens at the Canada show. Because Kendrick's the first one to ever bring this up as far as Drake. What did he say? He said something like it's going to be a last stop or something if you come to wherever. I think it was LA or something like that. He said it's going to be a last stop. And that was pretty aggressive, right? I don't think Drake's ever said anything like that, but of course, like I covered, when did I cover this? So if you didn't know, Hands, Feet, and Elbows was put on Rick Ross's security team. Now, this event happened, when did this happen? Okay, so in general, when did this happen? July 2nd, 2024. I reported on this as far as Drake fans attacking Rick Ross's team after he played Not Like Us in Canada. Already egregious that it's not your track, right? Already blasphemous that you're not in the mix with your team, right? Letting them defend you because you're a so-called like gangster. You know, I'm not a gangster, so I'm just going to believe him. But obviously, the people at the Canada show didn't believe him because they rode up on him and they beat up his team. So that happened back in July 2nd, 2024. And then, of course, when it comes to that, there's another thing that happened, right? There was I wonder if this pulls up. So I don't think I reported on this. I think I probably talked about it when I talked about Rick Ross getting beat up by his team. But Rick Ross plane landing. All right, so Rick Ross's private jet landing gear is stuck after involvement in FW private jet crash, right? So Rick Ross jet had complications to the point where it had to crash in Dallas. Now, where was he coming from? I'm gonna let y'all figure that out. Actually, I'm not gonna let y'all figure it out. I'm gonna let y'all know that man was coming from Canada. So, there's a lot of things that's just very spooky when it comes to the power of certain individuals from that specific country. So that being said, let's get into the rest of these analytics as far as the tour date, because there's really not too much to get into. I just really wanted to uplift Kendrick and SZA, just showcasing how they are really spearheading the R&B and hip hop movement. It reminds me of when Jay-Z and R. Kelly went on tour, which y'all gonna think is blasphemous, but as far as numbers wise, this is essentially what that looks like. The top hip hop artist and the top R&B act literally on the same exact stadium tour worldwide, North American and Europe, right? So if you think of R. Kelly and Jay-Z back in that day, Jay-Z was the top rapper engagement wise, and R. Kelly was the top R&B act engagement wise. Same exact thing going on right now. So I think it's a one in a lifetime type of opportunity as far as Kendrick and SZA going on tour, because you get to have two phenomenal artists for the price of one. But that price is pretty hefty. As you know, they're charging around 190 plus as far as what the average ticket prices are going for. But when it comes to the show, right, a lot of people want to know what's happening in the show. What does the show look like? Well, I got you covered. Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. And of course, when it comes to the show, they combined perform 52 tracks. It's 2.5 hours of their set list. And Kendrick and SZA alternate every 5 to 7 songs for each respective fan base, right? So Kendrick comes on, get 5 songs. SZA comes on, get 5 to 7, and they do that all the way up into the 52 song track listing that's out right now as far as the tour. Now, of course, it changes, so I'm not going to put it up to like get your hopes up thinking you're going to hear a specific song, or maybe they change up the entire set list for certain regions, right? Because there's data and analytics that exist to pinpoint what those specific regions like as far as from those particular musicians. So they're probably going off that. So you never know if it'll change. But of course, they're going to play the classics, like Kendrick's going to play the Pedophile Anthem. SZA's going to perform something off of Control. And, the fans are going to like it. So anyways, that's basically how it goes. And they say it's a proper stadium tour, meaning they're using a lot of different theatrics to let you know that you definitely will get your money's worth as far as that the respective artists putting their effort forth as far as what you see on the stadium. I mean, if the Super Bowl halftime show showed you one thing, is that Kendrick and SZA's music alone is stadium quality. Kendrick's performance as far as on the stage and in this specific Grand National tour, he basically has a noir type of stage design, right? And then when SZA comes on, she has an insect and nature theme type of stage when she's performing. And then, of course, when it comes to the visuals, I do have certain snippets from these shows, and just wanted to showcase how when they started off their Grand National tour, they was pulling out all the stops. So this is essentially what you could assume you're going to get from the stadium tour. So anyway, so Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. I'm about to pull up the videos of this show right now. So let me see. Obviously, I can't play the audio because, I'm not trying to get copyrighted. But anyways, as you can see right here, this man Kendrick is he has the baggiest pants imaginable. But, he's showcasing, I think that's Mustard or whatever. I think he's playing TV off or something like that. But he's rocking the X chain. I saw this on social media. They was making a big deal about his chain. It is, the diamonds are dancing. I'm not gonna lie to you. The diamonds are doing a little two-step right now. So that's one image as far as his outfit on tour. And then, of course, you have the other one, which is this one. And this gives you more of a bird's eye view of what Kendrick looks like on the show. And as you can tell, I mean, I've seen a lot of dancers and choreography going on in his show. So this is probably just like the beginning portion of it. So this is him coming out, and he definitely has a hip hop type of outfit on, like the long sleeve white shirt and then the oversized pants and shirt. Look like he's out of Ice Cube movie, you know, but that's besides the point. So let's keep going. So then you have another scene where this is a bunch of flashing lights, right? And I think this is them rehearsing. Let me see. Is this rehearsal? Oh no. Okay. So the first appearance, as far as a guest feature, was Playboy Cardi. That's interesting. So of course, if you don't know, Good Credit, which let me see. Good Credit is currently not on the charts. That's interesting. Okay. But Playboy Cardi is on the charts, as he has 2 songs on the charts right now, as he has Timeless with The Weeknd. It's the 32nd most played track in the world, been on the charts for about 30 weeks. Then you have Rather Lie with The Weeknd, that's on that's the 60th most played track in the world, and that's been on the charts for about 6 weeks. It's very interesting how the only songs on Playboy Cardi's album to even still have a pulse on the Billboard charts is with The Weeknd. I mean, it goes back to my sentiment as far as what I was saying about Playboy Cardi, but we're not going to reiterate that because, of course, I was completely wrong as far as in that element of thinking Playboy Cardi couldn't put up numbers by himself, because, of course, he went #1 to the point where I made him the cover of last episode because, of course, when you affect the masses notoriously, pun intended, I think it should be acknowledged. And, you know, I go off objective analytics, and Playboy Cardi really had one of the more standout performances as far as a hip hop rollout, right? So it's interesting to me to see that his album is currently only having the Weeknd track charting as far as from IM Music. You would think the track with Kendrick would have a little bit more lasting power on the charts, but I guess not, because I'm trying to see, when did this come out? Not the deluxe edition. Let me see the original. So the original music album from Playboy Cardi came out March 14th. And there's only 1 track remaining on the charts, and it's with The Weeknd. And you could go off of the familiarity as far as Timeless coming out before the album, and it's still the 32nd most played track in the world. So I'm not going to say The Weeknd is hard carrying Playboy Cardi, because of course that'd be disrespectful. I'm just going to say, very interesting how The Weeknd is attached to Playboy Cardi's only tracks remaining on Billboard. Almost like The Weeknd's the GOAT. But anyways, let's keep going. So that being said, this is what Playboy Cardi looks like. Kendrick brought him out, right? And as you can see, they got a whole lot of red aesthetic going on right here. And you can barely see that. I mean, I guess if you look at the screen, you can kind of see. Obviously, I'm not going to play the audio. You could assume they're playing Good Credit. And then this is more of a close-up of Cardi on stage right here. And yo, Cardi standing by Kendrick, you kind of realize that man is very short. There is no way that's Kendrick. And he's wearing like, but look at, that can't be Kendrick. There's no way. How tall is Playboy Cardi? That man has to be like, either he's humongous, pause.
You guys, see, that's the problem.
Or Kendrick's just super short. Let me see, Playboy Cardi's height. Oh, Playboy Cardi 6'1". Yeah, that's very tall for a hip hop musician. Most of these artists are out here like Carson, and no shade to Carson. I'm just showcasing that he's a very tiny man, right? So Kendrick Lamar falls in that category as well. So that is insanity. Like, look at this. Like, I thought that was an extra for a second. Like, I thought I was watching an episode off Smurfs. Anyways, so with that being said, that's the first feature that he brought out as far as on the stadium tour. As far as Playboy Cardi, I'm still stuck on this image. Like, this man has boots on. Look at this. Those add at least 3 inches. Y'all can't see my cursor, but I'm hovering around his boots in the bottom right. That is at least 2 to 3 inches of elevation right there, and he's still short. Let me look up this man's height. You know, it's all about the heart, and what they say is the heart in the dog, not the. It's the. I forget what they say. It's the I forget what the term is. Hold up. Let me look up Kendrick's height. Kendrick height. Oh my goodness, that man's 5'5". That's insane. All right. Let me find out this quote, because I think it pertains to Kendrick. Let me see. It's not the fight in the dog. It's the heart. I definitely messed that up. I'm trying to get that saying right, because that's how I feel like looking at this image. He raps so braggadocious and so aggressive, right? And then you look at him in real life, up to next to like a 6'1" male, right? And that man is tiny. Anyways, it's not the size of the dog in the fight. It's the size of the fight in the dog.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
So, ladies and gentlemen, that's all I have to say about Kendrick's height. That just took me off. That basically threw me off like crazy. But anyways, with that being said, obviously that's what the Kendrick side of things looks like. I didn't look up the SZA side of things, but already I kind of explained a little bit of how her side of things look. She has more of an insect and nature theme staging. I know for this podcast, a lot of people enjoy every aspect of the music industry. So let's just say having Kendrick and SZA on the same stage, alternating, is a once in a lifetime type of opportunity, right? And with that being said, the Grand National Tour already being a historic success as far as them selling out their opening dates, right? Getting critical acclaim as far as the multiple albums on the charts, as far as the multiple tracks on the charts. I'm just basically showcasing how everybody who said that their tour was going to underperform, they are some of the biggest artists we've ever seen in hip hop and R&B. If they are underperforming, what does that say about you as a musician, right? If you do music. So with that being said, Kendrick, SZA, they're completely killing it. The Grand National Tour is still going on right now. Let me see if I can pull it out. I was trying to pull it up. Grand National Tour. What if I'm trying to cop some tickets? They probably like, hold on, is that Analytic? No, I'm just like, I know he ain't trying to get tickets after he called my Super Bowl performance the worst of all time. I just know he's not. Anyways, let me go to Ticketmaster. All right, this is a blog, so it's not. Let me see a link. Here we go. Upcoming see tickets. What is it? It's April 30th, right? So I think the next tour day is May 3rd, and they're going to be in Charlotte, and they're going to be in Philadelphia, and then they're going to be in New Jersey. So that's May 3rd, May 5th, and May 8th. So that's interesting. When he comes to New Jersey, I know he's going to shut it down. Oh yeah, actually they're doing two dates in New Jersey. They're doing May 8th and May 9th. Wow, back to back. It's like the NBA with these successful touring artists. I ain't gonna lie to you. So anyways, that's where you can catch Kendrick Lamar and SZA next. Just know the tour is going all the way until August 9th. And if you was wanting to be petty, let me see if I can find this. If you was wanting to be petty, right, just know that I actually may mark this on my calendar. This is going to be like when Drake went to Philadelphia. They're doing two shows just like they are doing in New Jersey, right? So this is a premier location. I wonder why. June 13th, 2025 and June 12th, 2025 is when Kendrick and SZA will be in Toronto, Ontario at the Rogers Center. Ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be a date to remember in human history. So that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Kendrick Lamar's and SZA's Grand National Tour? What do you think about all of the analytics coming out as far as it being a very successful show? And what is, if you've been to the Grand National Tour, what is your biggest takeaway from your experience?
What up though, it's Sean, and look, I'm excited about a lot of things we got dropping this year, a lot of new music, new projects. But aside from the music, it's another project that's been years in the making that's, finally time. I can't even believe it for real. But anyone who knows me since the beginning, since I signed my record deal, knows that you can look at my old YouTubes, like, man, I've always been about, like, speaking from the heart,
I'm going to pause it right there because, of course, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. We are getting into one of the greater rappers that's ever graced the mic on planet Earth. Because, of course, I've already said as far as my sentiments on Big Sean and how he was my favorite rapper for quite some time. And then, of course, he took a little hiatus, which, in hindsight, it wasn't the biggest hiatus, but when you're in high school, let's just say 2 to 3 years is a lifetime as far as not being able to hear new music from your favorite artist. Now, with that out the way, of course, in today's age, I regard Big Sean in a tier of his own as far as the top tier lyricists to ever be in hip hop. So that being said, a lot of things I was wanting to go over before he gets into his book that's Higher Power, that's out now as far as hardcover, paperback, ebook, audiobook, wherever you want to, or however you want to consume the information that he has in the book. It's out now. It's there's a foreword by Jay Shetty. If you don't know him, he's basically a huge author in himself and a podcaster as well. And when it comes to Big Sean musically, the thing I wanted to highlight before he gets into the promotion for his book is that I believe high quality does not always equate to high sales. And the reason why I'm saying that is because I go over analytics daily. I mean, this podcast is literally titled The Notorious Mass Effect. So, of course, I cover artists who have, pun intended, a notorious mass effect. And when it comes to Big Sean, especially in recent years, I think there's been a disconnect from commercial success, but the high quality level music is still there. So that's why I always say and reiterate from time and time again, I always say, as far as you putting out high quality does not mean that you're going to have the greatest sales in the world. And if you don't sell a lot, let's say you sell really low, right, compared to the field, it doesn't mean that you're making the worst thing ever. The two don't correlate. Sometimes you can have high commercial success and make trash music. And sometimes you can make the best music in the world and people will not check it out, because guess what? When it comes to the sheep mentality, usually people like to hop on the bandwagon once it gets moving, right? So that being said, in the past 2 years, Big Sean had a lot of interesting numbers as far as Billboard being considered, as it's one of his more modest performances from his latest album, as far as Better Me Than You, which is still one of my favorite albums of last year. But objectively speaking, it was his lowest charting solo effort to date, as far as his first week selling under 24,000, and it debuted at number 25 as far as an album on Billboard 200, which is not the greatest, especially compared to Big Sean's recent success and commercial success. But to be fair, he did have a lot of success with Detroit 2 in 2020, as far as his hit, as far as his number one hit with the single Toby with Eminem and Babytron. So if you think about it, if he ever was to make a Detroit 3, I think it should sell a lot better than Better Me Than You, but just giving a little solution to why maybe some of the disconnect is there. And then also, when you go further, you come to realize that leading up to Better Me Than You kind of showcase how him putting out a single titled Precision definitely missed the mark, as it literally failed to reach Hot 100. Literally was on the bubbling under Hot 100 as far as number 19. So meaning it was the 119th most popular track, and that's when it first came out the gate. So not the greatest sign as far as a single having success, especially Big Sean being under a major label, which I believe Better Me Than You was put out under Def Jam, a recording, a subdivision of UMG Recording. So he's under UMG, but more importantly, he's in the subdivision of Def Jam. So that should basically showcase how he does have a machine behind him, but for some reason, it's just not connecting like it used to. And you can't fault quality as far as why it's not selling, because it's high quality. Maybe people just not checking it out for some reason. Big Sean's one of those artists to where he's the epitome of, just because you make high quality music does not automatically mean it's going to lead to a lot of sales. Now, the reason why I say that is to showcase how I've been supporting Big Sean's latest music, because I'm still a fan. I mean, it wasn't like he went from my favorite rapper to like, oh, bottom 20, right? He's still one of my favorite rappers of all time. If I had to rank it, I would probably say Jay-Z, NF, Drake, and Big Sean is some of my favorite inspirations as far as just putting words together and how they go about rapping over a beat. Now, I know that may be a crazy combination of artists, but hey, it's my list, right? So anyways, Big Sean has been more than active in this year. I mean, he just put out an album last year as far as Better Me Than You. That came out August 30th, 2024. And then you come to Michigan, which is his latest offering that came out April 13th, 2025, with artist Coda the Friend. And all of these are fire. Every single track I'm about to tell you that came out in 2025, literally, Big Sean gave a verse that could be a verse of the year candidate on every single one of these tracks. So Michigan, that came out April 13, 2025. And another track that came out this year, as far as Branzino, Big Sean with Ella Dio Carrion, that came out April 2nd, 2025. That verse is also immaculate. Then you come to the track FTW with GT. That track came out March 28, 2025. These are all in the year of 2025, if you couldn't tell. And that verse is immaculate. And then, of course, the one that a lot of people are aware of, and this is probably his most popular verse as far as this particular year, the track Worth Something with Icewear Vizo, which that came out March 24th, 2025. And then, of course, the one and only Will Smith did have Big Sean on his album as far as the track Beautiful Scars, and that came out January 30th, 2025. So Big Sean's been more than active, and he's been putting up Olympic type performances on a beat as far as rap wise, and he's still one of the greatest lyricists we have in rap today. But guess what, like I always say, just because you put out high quality music does not mean it's going to equate to commercial success, and Big Sean is one of the biggest examples of that. Not to downgrade him in any stretch of the imagination, because obviously he's had success, I mean, throughout his career. I mean, I think that's obvious, but in recent years it just hasn't been what we're used to seeing from a commercial number standpoint. So anyways, let's get back into Big Sean promoting his book, Go Higher.
I'm saying, following your intuition, man, checking in with yourself mentally, because that's how I was raised. That's the upbringing I had that was surrounding me with my family. You know, it was a lot of elevated thinkers, and they would give me like these gems and these books that I eventually, you know, read. And if it wasn't for them like lessons and methods and things that I applied to my life, I for sure wouldn't be here today, period. You know, and there was a lot of those authors like Deepak Chopra, Sadhguru, Esther and Jerry Hicks, Bell Hooks, Paulo Coelho, the list is long. And later on, Jay Shetty. And when I did his podcast, he was like, bro, you gotta write a book, bro. He was like, it's a lot of people that come from where you come from, you know, that don't know how to get from point A to point B, that look like you, that know that they meant for more, but just don't even know where to start, you know? So I wrote my first book.
And if you was wanting to check out that interview, just know Jay Shetty, who I referred to earlier in the segment, talking about him having a foreword in Big Sean's Go Higher book. Essentially, they had an interview 3 months ago that is around 642,000 views. And basically, Big Sean and Jay Shetty had probably one of the more enlightening conversations that you'll probably hear in the interview. It's really important for people to highlight when artists or just entertainment figures in the industry elevate with their age. And the reason why I say that is because we see a lot of examples of people growing and getting older, but are not getting wiser. So when it comes to the standpoint of Big Sean and Jay Shetty's conversation on the Jay Shetty podcast, if you look it up on YouTube, that's what I did. It'll pop up. But also, it should pop up on whatever platform you listen to podcasts on. Just type in Jay Shetty, Big Sean. It should definitely pop up. But in general, we should highlight and basically uplift the artists and figures in the entertainment industry that actually evolve with their age, because that is the main reason for why we say respect your elders, right? Because usually your elders are wiser because they've been through things. But nowadays, there's a lot of ignorance being highlighted to the point where the elders are doing the same thing that little Timmy is doing. Like, hold up now. That's not supposed to happen. The antics that certain people are getting caught up in are things you should be doing when you're in high school. And let me just leave it like that, right? I ain't trying to point out any people because that would be too sharp. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, I do believe with Big Sean and Jay Shetty, that is one of the greatest interviews I've ever watched in life. And I'm not even trying to, obviously y'all gonna be like, oh, you just glazing Big Sean. Like, you just out here.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
So for the main thing, I just want to let y'all know that Big Sean is definitely a huge influence on me, just how to evolve in the entertainment landscape and actually give gems that ultimately help people in their own progression in life. So not to get too deep on y'all, let me let Big Sean continue with his speech. But basically, that's the interview he's talking about, Jay Shetty and Big Sean.
It's called Go Higher, and it's a book where I took all the lessons I learned, all the philosophies, mixed with real life experiences, and condensed what works for me into these like 5 strategies that really will teach you what success means to you and show you what your purpose is if you don't already know, and show you how to find inner peace through all the turbulence and ups and downs of life. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of us, like myself, for sure, especially when I was younger, like I used to, like I would get in a dark place, right? Or like just down bad, and that's when I would like work on myself the most. And then when I would get to a place of being like stable, I'd be back on my bullshit, and it would just be a cycle. But I realized through being a disciplined person that like when you get to that point of like, you know, you finally stable, you finally back to being happy, like that's when you apply all the things you learned, all the methods, all them strategies, and you go higher and you live that life that, you know, you just start attracting the right people that's meant to be in your life, in your circle. You start to magnetize, you know, what your version of success is.
It's like a minute left, so it's not too much longer.
And, you know, like I said, find that peace that is so hard to find in this world right now, man. But that's to sum up the book, you know what I mean? I could talk about it all day because, like I said, it's been a long time coming, but it's available for pre-order right now. It drops later this year, October 8th, and, you know, I appreciate y'all, man. Thank you on, like, all the love, the recent love on the Tiny Desk, on the recent releases. It's, like, all appreciated. It's going to be an incredible year, and I'm excited, man. So thank y'all.
Also, if you did not know, Big Sean is also going on tour with the one and only Russ. And of course, I've covered Russ in the past. I have the same sentiments to Russ as far as how he raps and put words together. Definitely two lyricists that you do not want to miss on one stage. As far as I had to do my math in my head. July 8th through, what is that number? Am I getting old? I can't even see that number. I think that's 8. So August 10th. Hopefully it's not 9. I'm not getting that old, am I? No, that's definitely okay. July 8th through August 10th. So let me make this bigger for y'all. Pause. I can't make it big on Instagram. So anyways, he's going on tour with Russ, and he's going to a lot of days, as you can see right here. And then when it comes to the book, this is what it looks like. And he's also already had a whole like a in-person event basically showcasing his book and the people that affected, as you can see right here with his caption. He said, "Man, I love getting to see face to face who I impact as an author. This book is a tool, a plan of action." Wait, hold on, gotta do it in a Big Sean verse. "This book is a tool, a plan of action. If you're stagnant, a book of applying strategies and practices that are thought-provoking and tested by faith. This was my first LA Festival of Books. I appreciate all that we shared. Thank you all for having me. I would love to do this more." I don't know why, but Big Sean's voice is very monotone once you listen to it for quite some time. And the reason why I'm saying that is because I actually am supporting in support of the book, and I'm listening to it currently. So that's just a slight critique I have. It's just the overall monotone nature of his voice. You know, with me, obviously people be like, "Man, have you know," they say certain things, right? You know, as far as the nature of my voice and the high sonics that I usually give off sometimes when I'm going through things, right? As far as the vocal inflection, right? Let's putting it in the positive light. But majority of the time, I'm listening to Big Sean. You know, the monotone thing could get repetitive at some point in time. I think the vocal inflection could be more dynamic. Anyways, with that being said, I supported the book, right? The book is currently on Amazon. It's on Audible. It's on Apple Books. So if you was wanting to listen to it as an audiobook, that's an option. Obviously, I already said it's a hardcover paperback, wherever you get your books from. And as far as in general, when you come to the narration, it's narrated by Big Sean himself. Another thing that I don't like when people put out a book and don't narrate it themselves. I mean, unless the voice is just absolutely horrific, I think you should narrate your book. So, with that being said, there was a sales and charitable initiative as far as in response to the 2024 Los Angeles wildfires. Oh, that also destroyed Big Sean's home. Well, there you have it. I mean, the more you know, right? So that definitely affected him. And 100% of book sale proceeds donated to fire victims through February 2025. Oh, okay, that's nice. I like when they say proceeds and they give a number, you know, because sometimes, oh, we're giving proceeds to so-and-so, and it'd be like 0.5%. Like, hold up now.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Like, I like when people come out and say, oh, this definitive number is going to be donated to a certain cause. Whenever they say, oh, proceeds is coming, it's like, hold on now, that's a little sketchy. Like, what, how much of the proceeds? You know, we got to figure it out. So anyways, it's nice that he's giving 100% of the book sale proceeds donated to fire victims through February 2025. So obviously it already passed, but as far as those sales, just know that it went to the 2024 Los Angeles wildfire victims. So if you just want to get the book, right, that is currently listed at $23 on Amazon. It's available at Amazon, Barnes & Noble, Target, Books A Million, Indigo, independent bookstores. And then when it comes to promotional events and appearances, he did show up to a book event at Barnes & Noble in New York City, but that was back in February 6, 2025, just basically showcasing how he's been on a promo run for his book, Go Higher, which you can see right now, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify, to see what the book looks like. So the book looks fire. I like the way the light is coming off. I like the contrast and the way it stands out, especially if you're walking from afar and look at this book, it definitely will stand out to you. So the overall image, I like it. I like the whole Go Higher message. And I did not think I would be going this long into like covering this book, but when you talk about something that actually elevates people in life, I think you should put more emphasis on it. So that's why I don't care as far as the longevity of this specific segment. So just know that it does cover a lot of things as far as essential practices, as he lists out 5 when it comes to accepting, strategizing, trying, trusting, and manifesting. I do want to hear the manifesting point. I think that's one of the bigger things I've always took away from Big Sean's music. He's always talking about manifesting. And one thing that Jay-Z said, because he has multiple books himself as far as Jay-Z, is there's a lot of things you manifest and you don't realize it till like years later. So that's why it's always important to project certain things that you want to happen to yourself, and always write it down, think about it, and believe it can happen. But not only believe, because this is a point a lot of people miss, make sure to put it into action every single day, whether it's just something small. Always work towards your ultimate goal. So with that being said, Big Sean's book is out now. Go Higher, 5 Practices for Purpose, Success, and Inner Peace. And hopefully it sells phenomenally as far as on, I don't even know the book charts. Like, I don't even cover books like that. It's just because of Big Sean. So, well, I guess I did cover Drake's book, but that was more of a cat in the hat, just line every page. This is more of a serious, elevating in life type book. So, with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Big Sean's debut book, Go Higher, 5 Practices for Purpose, Success, and Inner Peace? And will you be checking out Big Sean's latest book?
You win some, you lose some. But you live to fight another day.
Yes, sir.
And you think you're a man with that gun in your hand, don't you? I'm a man without it. Put the gun down.
But ladies and gentlemen, you heard it from the man himself. Aubrey Graham put the gun down and he picked up the lawsuit.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Now, what's in front of your screens right now is, of course, the latest lawsuit from Drake's camp. And guess how many pages? This is 107 pages. Ladies and gentlemen, it took me a while to go throughout this lawsuit to break down key notes to the point where I thought I was back in the collegiate institution. So with that being said, of course, we're going to get into the overview for people who have short attention spans, right? We're going to get into the overview of the lawsuit details, but also I want to just make a pivot to compare Drake and Kendrick's situation to the situation that's going on right now that a lot of people probably aren't even aware of, because of the fact that this man could not drum up enough awareness to lead him to not be homeless. Why do I say that? Because Dodie came out and said, F Kendrick. This is a PG podcast, so that F stands for something. And it's not Weezy F Baby. You know what I'm saying? So Dodie came out and said, F Kendrick. Now, why would he say that? Let's get into it right now.
Nigga, that fucking song with Kendrick ain't changed shit, nigga. The fuck is that change, nigga? I'm still from 40s, nigga. I'm still over here, nigga.
Oh, hold on now. Is this the same man that's off GNX? Is that Kendrick's latest album? No way an artist gave another artist a pivotal platform, and then instead of being appreciative of that platform, he changed up and said F Kendrick. Now where have we seen this before? Anyways, let's just go on Kendrick's page, right? GNX is the latest album from Kendrick, and not only is it the latest album, but currently it is the second most played album in the world. And Doty's on it. So right now I'm perplexed. Kendrick gave you a premier platform, and what did you just say?
Nigga, that fucking song with Kendrick ain't changed shit, nigga.
Oh.
The fuck is that change, nigga? I'm still from 40s, nigga. I'm still here, nigga. You act like a nigga got $1 million for that shit, nigga. The fuck, nigga, all that nigga got some clout, nigga.
Oh.
Clout, nigga. On the dead homies, nigga.
And he put that on his deceased homies. What? What in the world?
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Now, if you don't know, ladies and gentlemen, to get more specific, Doty was on the track Hey Now. And not only was he on the track Hey Now, but it was the fourth track. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. My fault, I can't count. It was the fifth track off of GNX, meaning that Kendrick probably thought pretty highly of this track and the artist to put him so high on the GNX album. Because if you don't know, like I said, people attention span is very short, right? So if you ever look at any album, the numbers trickle down in engagement, because the longer you get into the album, the more people click off, because, you know, attention spans are short. But of course, Doty went on to say F Kendrick, but not only that, he has some other things to say.
No destination, bro. On SC. Nigga, I lost my house. Nigga, I'm homeless, nigga. I admit that shit, nigga. I fell down. I'm gonna bounce back up, though. Watch this.
Nah, you gonna bounce back up.
It's all good, cuz. And these rap motherfuckers, I can't wait till these rap motherfuckers start saying shit in their songs on the dead homies. I'm gonna beat their ass on the beat, and I'm gonna kill them in real life.
His homies 6 feet under, wondering why he keep putting sentiments on their name. Like, come on now. Like at some point, RIP has to stand for something. Please let them brothers rest in peace. So with that being said, let's listen to him go off on Kendrick one more time.
Nigga, that fucking song with Kendrick ain't changed shit, nigga. The fuck is that change, nigga? I'm still from 40s, nigga. I'm still over here, nigga. You act like a nigga got $1 million.
Hold up. No, we gotta get the F Kendrick in there.
Nigga, that fucking song with Kendrick ain't changed shit, nigga. The fuck is that change, nigga? I'm still from 40s, nigga. I'm still over here, nigga.
Oh, okay.
You act like a nigga got $1 million for that shit, nigga. The fuck, nigga, all that nigga got some clout, nigga.
Some clout.
Nigga. On the dead homies, nigga.
Man, so much aggression in his words and his verbiage. It's almost like whenever you give a handout to somebody, give them a premier platform, in the future, they can end up switching on you and having that same aggressive tone towards you. I wonder what that can be compared to. Anyways, I can't figure it out. So anyways, let's get back into this rap battle, right? As Kendrick called Drake a pedophile after giving him his first ever tour appearance as far as a world tour, right? So Kendrick and his sentiments are very aggressive towards Drake after Drake gave him a phenomenal platform and took him on his first ever world tour. Fast forward to 2025, in the aftermath of Kendrick making the pedophile anthem not only one of the most impactful rap beef songs of all time, not only making it one of the most impactful rap tracks of all time, but at this day and age, I think we can now recognize Not Like Us as one of the most impactful tracks of all time, just in general. And that sentiment showcases why this lawsuit is so lengthy, as far as a 107-page lawsuit. Now, of course, when it comes to Kendrick and Drake, they've been going at it for quite some time, as the most recent developments of their back and forth, which I'm a fan of. The Luther and Nokia battle, right? I'm a huge fan of it because it's two premier hip hop artists topping the tracks, but it's with straight quality music. It's not rap beef. It's not, well, rap beefs are also, rap tracks in a beef are also quality, but the continuation of that could make it overcooked and could make it stale, right? So with Luther and Nokia just being phenomenal tracks with no disses toward, well, it may have disses, but you know, for the most part, it's just a solid, phenomenal track. Luther and Nokia is battling it out on the charts, as Luther is the #1 most played track in the world. Been on the charts for 21 weeks, and it's only been at #1 for all 21 weeks. It's never even left #1 slot. So at this point, Luther is putting up a phenomenal performance to the point where Kendrick is going to have yet another contender at whatever award show that chooses to acknowledge Luther and just Kendrick's GNX album. It's shaping up to be another, I'm not going to say a sweep, but shaping up to be another it's going to be a lot of wins throughout this year for Kendrick at award shows. Let me just put it like that. Now, as far as Drake, Nokia is the third most popular track in the world, right? And interestingly enough, when Drake put out Nokia, like 2 or 3 weeks ago, I forget when it actually came out, but actually, let me just pull up. So, Drake Nokia, the music video came out 3 weeks ago. It's at 14 million views, right? Kendrick followed that up because his PR team is the best in the game. And I say that wholeheartedly. It's not like I'm not being sarcastic or anything. His PR team is probably one of the best PR teams in the industry right now. Forget music, forget gaming, forget fashion, forget any of that. Whoever's working for Kendrick right now, they have mastered the art of PR as they followed up Drake's Nokia track. Because if you don't know, when you put out a music video for a track, it starts to accumulate more eyes and listeners as far as on the charts. So not only was Nokia already third most popular track in the world, you put out a music video and then it could shoot up to number one. Well, what's at number one currently? Luther by Kendrick. So what does Kendrick's marketing team do? They approximately 13 days ago put out the Luther track, which has 15 million views. So it's almost as if they're playing a back and forth, but I prefer this back and forth because we've already received the greatest rap battle of all time. So now, after battling it out musically with Luther and Nokia, I'm all for it. If they would have kept going back and forth with tracks towards each other and it was topping the charts, I would have been like, okay, it's kind of stale. Let me just get y'all a personal album instead of going at each other, right? That's exactly what they're doing now. They're giving us personal albums as far as Drake, well, with Party Next Door, as far as Some Sexy Songs for You, which is currently the fourth most popular album in the world. And then, of course, you have Kendrick Lamar's GNX, which is the second most popular album in the world. So now it's strictly who can drum up the most engagement throughout their rollout for their album, right? It's no longer topping the charts with beef tracks. It's topping the charts with actual music from their personal album. So I like this as far as throughout the span of 2025, Drake and Kendrick have been carrying the flag as far as the engagement drivers in the hip hop industry. And of course, honorable mentions is honorable mentions is definitely Playboi Carti, where when he went number one with his album Music, and of course Carson, who is currently slated at number one as far as having the most popular album with More Chaos, which we're going to get into later in this episode, as far as it's selling 63,000 first week. Now, that being said, so I prefer this back and forth. Drake, Kendrick going back and forth musically instead of bars is showcasing how not only are they the drivers in the hip hop industry when they're putting words together against each other, but they're also the drivers in this hip hop industry when they're just putting out solid quality music. Now, of course, let's get into the overview of this lawsuit for the people who do not want a page by page breakdown of the entire 107 page lawsuit that we're about to get into. I'm just going to give an overview, then we're going to dive into the lawsuit. As with the latest installment of this lawsuit, Drake expanded upon his defamation against UMG as it alleges once more that Kendrick Lamar's performance of Not Like Us at the 2025 Super Bowl halftime show, which I believe is a new inclusion. Now, the latest lawsuit has Super Bowl halftime show in the lawsuit, right? We knew it was going to happen, but now it's officially happened. So it's now in the lawsuit, and they said that a promotion during the Grammy Awards as well further damaged his reputation. And then, of course, it went to talk about the defamatory nature of the lyrics. We're not going to go too much. We're not gonna reiterate those sentiments too much because I've already covered past lawsuits where that was detailed thoroughly. As if you type in Drake Analytic Dreamz with a Z, all my coverage of his lawsuit, or you just type in Drake lawsuit Analytic Dreamz with a Z, it should pop up as far as all my coverage of the previous lawsuits. Because as you can tell, I'll pull up the lawsuits and then I go through them. I have my notes and then I give it in a condensed fashion back to y'all. So as far as his overview, that's essentially what the latest installments of the lawsuit is saying. And of course, like I already covered, as far as Judge Janet granting Drake's team to have access to UMG's details when it comes to compensation and Interscope, meaning that they can literally look at Kendrick Lamar's contract, which I did cover back in April 3rd, where Drake celebrated the discovery win that allows him to request Kendrick Lamar's contract and more in a Not Like Us lawsuit. Now, of course, without out the way, UMG definitely had a response, and they basically came out and said Drake's claims are baseless in an attempt to silence Lamar's creative expression. They went on to say and label Drake's legal team's actions as absurd and warned that the lawsuit threatens artistic freedom. And they also noted that Drake is subject to discovery, meaning that Drake risk having sensitive information revealed about him. UMG is basically letting Drake know, hey, if we have to go down in this court as far as what the details are going to be showcased, as far as what may or may not be payola, you are also going to go down with us because we're going to reveal how we helped you and your rise to the top, right? That's what I got out of UMG talking about subjecting Drake to discovery as potential risk for Drake and sensitive information being revealed about him. Now, of course, there's been rumors thrown around that Drake's team is wanting $250 million as far as a settlement, but of course, no continuations of those negotiations have happened, right? Those are just rumors as far as the number that Drake's team is throwing around as far as what they want for this in this court. Because I remember covering UMG settling. UMG settled for a payola. I believe it was back in 2009. Okay, it was back in 2006. Universal Music Group settled a payola case for $12 million plus $100,000 to cover investigation costs, as announced by New York Attorney General Elliot Spitzer. And the settlement addressed illegal practices from 2003 to 2004, where UMG provided bribes such as vacations, electronics, and cash to radio stations to boost airplay for artists including Nick Lackey, Ashley Simpson, Brian McKnight, Big Timers, and Lindsay Lohan. I wonder what makes Drake think that UMG is still engaging in the practices. It's almost like he signed to UMG and has been one of the better performing artists under UMG for quite some time. Anyways, so with that being said, that's the overview of the lawsuit. At the end of the day, Drake is simply claiming that UMG knowingly promoted Not Like Us, which falsely accused him of being a pedophile to profit, leading to reputable harm. So that's what the lawsuit is over. And then, of course, payola is also a part of the lawsuit, as when we get into the documents, you will get to understand the more specifics of that claim as far as them having certain practices when it came to boosting Kendrick Lamar's Not Like Us track that Drake's team claims they didn't do the same for Drake's beef tracks or whatever. So with that being said, that's the overview. So for people who don't want to page by page break down the lawsuit, that's the overview that you can run with. And at the end of the day, I enjoy the back and forth because, of course, when I cover music, I really enjoy the hip hop and R&B side more. But I do like to get into the totality of music when it comes to affecting the masses. But Drake and Kendrick is currently affecting the masses in a way that is showcasing how they don't have to send bars towards each other to top the charts. with Luther and Nokia being towards the top of the charts, it's just showcasing that these are just iconic artists, and they had a battle, but at the end of the day, fast forward to now, they are still topping the charts with tracks that don't have anything to do with one another, right? So anyways, let's get into the lawsuit, as it's 107 pages. Ladies and gentlemen, when I tell you that this is a lengthy lawsuit, it is beyond lengthy. So get your favorite snack, your favorite drink, and let's dive into this together. And once more, if you want to see the video version, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. So with that being said, page 1. Well, I already skipped over page 1, but you see page 1 right here. And page 2 is going over a lot of the table of contents. So I'm gonna have this up so y'all can look at it. Y'all can see the table of contents we're about to get into. Like I said, I went through the whole document. I took notes, so it's not gonna be as long as it looks right now. I'm basically gonna condense it into a fashion that makes it easier for you to digest, if that makes sense. So this is page 2 with the table of contents, and it's the second part of the table of contents going all the way down to page well, this says 103, but it's 107 pages, as you can see right here. So one of the first things I was want to do, gotta type in Kendrick. Let's see how many times he name dropped Kendrick. That is not how you spell his name. All right, there we go. Kendrick was named 326 times in this lawsuit. Talk about name dropping. They was dropping Kendrick's name so many times, you would have thought his team was the one being sued and not UMG. Because, you know, of course, Drake is my favorite artist, but I love to keep it 8 more than 92. As when it comes to Kendrick, he is under fire even if Drake is suing UMG, because UMG even said if Drake's claims hold any merit, they would they would sue Kendrick's label because of what Drake's claims are, right? Because UMG is claiming that they're innocent. So they're saying if he holds any validity, they're going to sue Kendrick. So Kendrick, at the end of the day, will be at fault for whatever happens in this lawsuit. That is why when people say, oh, Drake's suing UMG, he's not suing Kendrick, that's very disingenuous, because it's a defamation lawsuit against only Kendrick Lamar's Not Like Us track. There's no other UMG artist in this lawsuit. It's even the payola part, which was confusing to me. How are you going to sue for payola and only have Kendrick Lamar as the only artist that's benefiting from it? Like, hold up, aren't you signed to UMG? Other artists are signed to UMG. Like, let's actually look at the chart toppers for UMG. Ken Carson is under UMG. Kendrick's under UMG. Sabrina's under UMG. Morgan Wallen's under UMG. Drake is under UMG. Playboi Carti is under UMG. All these albums are in the top 7 in the world. The top 7 most play. All these artists have a top 7 most play album in the world. Playboi Carti, Music is 7. Morgan Wallen's is One Thing at a Time is the 6th most play album. Sabrina Carpenter, Short and Sweet is the 5th most play album. Party Next Door and Drake, Some Sexy Songs for You is the 4th most play album. Kendrick Lamar's GNX is the 2nd most play album, and Ken Carson's More Chaos is the number 1 played album currently in the landscape of music. And UMG also has a whopping 52% of the entire music market share. What goes back to my point. If you're gonna sue for payola, why not include more UMG artists? It's almost like you're trying to go at a specific artist, but your side is saying, no, we're just doing this for the artists. We're only suing UMG. But the only artist being named throughout this lawsuit is Kendrick, who just beat you in a rap battle. So anyways, that being said, these are the table of contents. So now let's get into the lawsuit. As when I go into my notes, I'm going to jump around as far as these pages because I have certain notes. But of course, when it gets to page 49, that is why I'm going to start breaking it down page by page, because some of these are saying the same thing as far as what we've covered in the past. So I'm going to skip over those things. But as far as page 3 and the introduction, right, is obviously going at Kendrick Lamar's track Not Like Us, talking about how it accused Drake of being a pedophile and citing real world violence. Now, this is the big detail I want you to pay attention to, as Drake is talking about real world violence. What could he be talking about, right? Well, I'm glad you asked. So, let me see. How do I type this in? I don't think that's it. Let's see, security. Oh, here we go. All right, so Back in, let me see if I can find this right quick. So Drake, in the midst of the Kendrick Lamar back and forth, had his mansion shot at. And I remember covering this back in May 7th, 2024, right? I titled it Shooting Outside Drake's Mansion, Injuring Security Guard. So if you want to deep dive into that, go to that specific segment. As far as the overview, Drake, in the midst of the Kendrick Lamar rap battle, had his mansion shot at, right? And they even detailed it in the lawsuit going back to page 3 as far as the real world violence aspect, right? This is what they're talking about. So Drake's team, no, somebody else, we don't know who it was, but a group of assailants, as they're calling them, drove up to the Toronto house in which Drake and his family resided. Drake was inside. The car stopped in front of the residence. Someone yelled, "F Drake." Well, that's not nice. And at least one gunman began to open fire. One bullet went through the security gate and hit Drake's front door. Ladies and gentlemen, not his side door, not his back door, not the door that he my fault. Not, it shot through his front door, right? So when that happened, another bullet struck and wounded a security guard. This is the real world violence that I'm talking about. And now his security guard did everything possible to keep his security guard alive because he was bleeding out, right? So they kept applying pressure to the gunshot wound with towels, and blood was everywhere. This is real world things that's happening. It's not no fictional fairy tale. This is not Stan Lee reincarnated. This is actual real life events that's happened in the midst of the battle. Not saying this because of Kendrick Lamar's not like us. I'm just saying it happened in the midst of a rap battle. So now, after the security guard arrived at the hospital, surgeons worked quickly to remove the bullet, stop the bleeding, and save his life. Though it took days for his condition to stabilize, thankfully the security guard survived. The very next day, May 8th, 2024, a different intruder used his bare hands to dig a hole under the security fence surrounding Drake's Toronto house. He managed to dig deep enough to squeeze through and enter Drake's property. Unfortunately, Drake's home security guard caught him before he was able to cause any physical harm, although the trespasser managed to yell racist slurs and threats against Drake before being escorted off the property. May 9th, the very next day, another break-in attempt happened. So, in the midst of the rap battle, all these attempts are happening at my mansion in the midst of one of the greatest hip-hop lyricists of all time calling me a pedophile. I'm not saying it has any correlation. I'm just saying it's very interesting how these happen in the span of a few weeks, and in this case, a few days. So anyways, let's get back to the lawsuit. So with that being said, that was page 3, right? Let's go back in the, so yeah, okay, so, well, no, that was page 4, my bad. That was page 4, so let's go into page 5. So essentially page 5 is talking about how UMG allegedly exploited Kendrick Lamar's track by boosting his entire catalog, and that was to damage Drake's value and ahead of contract negotiations. So when we get into the lawsuit, we're not talking about frivolous things as far as, oh, I'm mad that he said this. Drake is claiming that it hurt not only his negotiation tactics with UMG, but also had real world violence happening to him at his mansion. So, and then they went on to say in page 6 that they removed copyright protection from YouTube/Twitch to ensure viral spread. Now, of course, this is where I believe it was the best marketing strategy you could have made in the midst of the rap battle. Okay, here we go. So what page is this? So page 9, right? UMG took the unprecedented step, contrary to its internal practices, to remove the recording's copyright restrictions on YouTube and Twitch, thereby whitelisting the recording to ensure content creators would republish it broadly. So I have a very interesting take on this because, of course, when it comes to whitelisting for content creators, me, myself, I did not play Kendrick Lamar's music at all. I mean, y'all have seen some of the clips I've went viral for on social medias, which if you haven't, shameless plug, follow my social medias on whatever social media you use at Analytic Dreamz. More importantly, probably Instagram and Twitter and TikTok. Make sure to follow that. So with that being said, and also my socials are right here. So with that being said, right, the main thing I was wanting to get at is just letting y'all know that not only is Kendrick Lamar's PR team the greatest in just the entertainment industry at this current point, right? But they also help out up and coming content creators by whitelisting this track. Why wouldn't Drake do the same thing as far as replicating that type of marketing strategy is beyond me. I don't know why they just didn't copy what Kendrick was doing, because of course both of them was still putting out music on YouTube and Instagram first and then putting it out on DSPs, which I'm pretty sure the labels weren't too happy about that. But YouTube received exclusives to like some of the biggest tracks ever in hip hop. And I'm pretty sure UMG is like, hold up. They probably looking at their contract like, I know it says right here, and he did this. We're just going to let it slide. So they just let it slide, right? And that's why they said they took an unprecedented step contrary to its internal practices. That's what that means. So with that being said, my interesting take is the fact that when it comes to content creators and just influencers in today's age, I know I'm going to get a lot of flack for this, but back in the day, I believe it was a lot easier to be an influencer to the masses. Y'all gotta hear me out, right? Today's age, you have multiple different options, not only just in different entertainment fields, but different niches. So not only do you have superhero type of niches, right? But now you have multiple options when it comes to invincible comments, when it comes to image brand as a whole. You have multiple people who report on those specific topics, whereas back in the day, there was like 3 to 4 channels, right? And if you didn't have, because nepotism exists, let's not act like it doesn't. If you didn't have the connections to those 3 to 4 channels to get on that airwave to impact the masses, you were just out of luck. There was nothing that was going to happen to help you be influential in the entertainment landscape besides getting let in by the gatekeepers that no longer exist today, because we see who people really gravitate towards, people who actually are authentically themselves and are not just corporate shields, right? People who authentically give news and while also being themselves, right? So back then, 3 to 4 or maybe 5 channels that you could differentiate what you wanted to watch, but that was it. Nowadays, there's thousands of people covering the same topic, trying to engage the masses, when back in the day, there was 3 to 4 channels. So the limited variety of options is why I'm saying back then it was way easier to be more coveted as an influencer than it is in today's age, because you just have way more options. So if they actually mess with you specifically, just know, out of all the options, out of all the thousands and millions of options, they chose you to get their information from. They chose you to disseminate to the public and to them what's going on in the latest of whatever your field is. When back in the day, they had no choice but to tune into certain channels to get that news. Whether you was good, bad, or complete garbage, if you had the right connection to the right channel, now you are a huge influencer, whereas in today's age, the people choose who's the big influencers in the to the masses, right? So anyways, that's my big spiel on that. So that's why I'm talking about the whitelisting being a phenomenal move, because content creators get disrespected left and right. And it's almost as if they believe it's easy because every phone has a mic and a camera on it, right? And then they come to realize the amount of competition they are really facing. To be ignorant is one thing, but once you realize the amount of competition you're facing off of covering one particular topic and the different options the fan bases could go to, you probably respect the people who have built a certain following as far as engaging the masses, right? So I'm not discrediting the OGs from back in the day. All I'm saying is it's much harder today because you have way more options. All right. So anyways, with that being said, Kendrick Lamar's marketing strategy, Drake's team had a problem with, as they said it went against their internal practices, and, you know, removing copyright protection from YouTube/Twitch, which is one of the options they went with. Also, they paid third parties allegedly to fake popularity, meaning bots, stream the song and promote it covertly. So when people talk about, hold on, let's pull that up right quick. Let me see. Stream the song, promote. Oh, it was right here. I'm tripping. it's literally right here. All right. I'm just trying to skip to it because I don't want to waste y'all time. I'm trying to condense this. It's 107 pages, so you got to bear with me. All right. So, further going on about their point, right? They said that UMG scaled the Not Like Us track by covertly offering financial incentives, which is payola. I thought all the K-bots were telling me Drake's team took payola out of the lawsuit. Why? Right here on page 9 of 107, they're saying that UMG covertly offered financial incentives to third parties to deceptively stream the recording on streaming platforms. I wonder what that means. To play the recording on the radio, I wonder what that means. And to otherwise promote and endorse the defamatory material, all without ever publicly disclosing the payments. I wonder what that means. It's almost as if the K-bots lied about Drake's team taking payola out of the lawsuit.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
So that being said, let's go on to page 7, right? Well, let's go back to page 7. So page 7 basically talks about Euphoria, right? Laying the groundwork for Not Like Us. And I don't like that argument. I don't like any of the defamation part of this lawsuit. I think payola is where the best argument lies. The defamation part makes no sense. Like, you are in the sport where this happens. It's like joining the NFL and suing the NFL for CT, and then Roger Goodell is gonna pull up and be like, "Hey, hold up! You see this paper you signed? We ain't accountable for none of that. All that Antonio Brown that's going on in your head right now. The contract tells me that you signed that we not liable. So now you walking around not knowing what 2 + 2 is, but you mad because you spent like 3 years in the league. But guess what? You signed the paperwork, buddy. You can't get your CTE compensation. So it's like joining a sport, right? And understanding what comes with the sport, and then being mad that you get what comes with it. That's why I don't like the defamatory part. I think it's insanely dismissive to the sport of hip hop. That is why I say the payola part is the best attack, in my opinion. The payola part people can get behind. The defamation part, I don't think anybody's getting behind that, especially as you are a hip hop artist who knows the tradition of that sport and the engagement of rap battles. So anyways, with that being said, they said that Kendrick's earlier diss track Euphoria laid the groundwork for Not Like Us. They also claimed that the public took Not Like Us as factual, leading to Pizzagate style conspiracy. Now, did they actually say Pizzagate? Ain't no way. They actually said Pizzagate in this. Okay, so page 10, 107. Okay, so UMG's greed yielded real world consequences as described above, right? It was just 3 days after UMG originally published the recording and image that Drake was targeted at his Toronto house by armed intruders in the 2024 equivalent of Pizzagate. I ain't gonna lie to you, they coming hard in this lawsuit. I did not know they was gonna name Pizzagate. That's insane. So anyways, as you can tell, they're not taking these pedo allegations lightly, which they shouldn't. Like, even when I covered Not Like Us, I always claimed it as the pedophile anthem because nothing ever came about it. We're not calling the cops. We're not getting Tony Busby to hop on the case. We're just coming out and plainly saying that you're a pedophile with no proof, right? So, very interesting tactic that ended up working in the grand scheme of things. But of course, in the moral side of things, you know, I was like, dang, like, you really calling this man PDF? Like, that's crazy. Like, didn't he put you on the first world tour? Like, whatever. So anyways, with that being said, pages 11 through 22, because we're going to skip through some of this that just reiterates certain things, because it talks about how Drake this is the interesting part. So pages 15 through 18, right? Talks about, here we go. I'm just gonna have page 15 up. So page 15 through 18 talks about how Not Like Us caused Drake a lot of setbacks in his career, which is interesting because he notes that he had canceled endorsement deals. I wonder who was canceling their endorsement of Drake because of this Not Like Us track. Like, they must have been completely out of the know as far as what happens in hip hop, right? So also they said that he had festivals withdraw their invitations, right? And he lost a lot of streaming support or playlisting from UMG associated platforms. So Drake's team is really highlighting a lot of the ways that Not Like Us ended up setting back his career, which is ultimately leading the people to believe that he lost a rap battle. Drake is literally coming out in this lawsuit and saying that he lost a rap battle. Because if you're saying all of this, canceled endorsement deals, withdrawn festival invitations, loss of streaming support or playlisting from UMG associated platforms, what does that tell you? It's almost like somebody else came out on top post rap beef. So when they're talking about Kendrick in the way that they're talking about it, as far as UMG facilitating the release and widespread distribution of Kendrick Lamar's Not Like Us, the defamatory part is very interesting because you're a hip hop artist that engaged in a rap battle, right? So anyways, Drake also claimed that UMG had editorial control or tacit approval over the marketing and press cycles that repeated and amplified the song's core claims. And that, I ain't gonna lie, I think that holds a lot of weight because, of course, I don't like the defamatory part. But if y'all remember, when Kendrick received his award as having the record of the year, right? Basically, they skipped a lot of the track to end his so basically they skipped a lot of Not Like Us, right? They played a specific portion of the track that literally ended on trying to strike a chord, and it's probably A minor as he was on the stage. I kid you not. The way that the Grammys orchestrated that song to be played in that Academy show, right? While he was walking up to the stage, and then coincidentally playing the portion of the track that would lead up to him being on stage at the same time when A minor is shouted out. It's an evil world we live in. I need to get that as a drop because that comes up time and time again. Future Hendrix gave one of the greatest quotes ever in life when he said, "It's an evil world we live in."
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Okay, so some of the other things is regurgitating things that we already talked about before, talking about damages and things of that nature. Let's go to, like I said, it really gets into the crust of my argument when we get to page 49. So pages, we already went through a lot of the pages as far as 15 through 18. I kind of want to jump around and see because I took notes. So some of the things was just, it really didn't make too much sense to go over because it didn't add to anything. And I'm trying to condense this, right? So pages 23 through 35, right? Talks about UMG's dual role as far as the label helping out Drake, but also helping out Kendrick Lamar. And when and them basically saying that's a conflict of interest, which is insanity to even say that, right? So what are you going to do? Sign to somebody else? To Taylor Swift is under your label. I believe Sexy Red is under UMG. You're going to say them promoting Sexy Red is a conflict of interest. So it's just interesting how he is framing this. So basically he's just talking about how UMG signed him and they are over him but they also are greenlighting and promoting Not Like Us despite its defamatory implications toward him. So that's kind of the same sentiments that we've seen before. So with that being said, let's skip around and let's go to try to see is there any new information, because I've talked about this before. So if you want to see my breakdowns of the past lawsuits, that's why I'm skipping over some of this information, because I've already covered it and it doesn't really add anything. I'm only covering the stuff that adds on to what we've already covered. So type in Drake lawsuit Analytic Dreamz with a Z to see my past coverage of the previous lawsuits. So let's go to page 36 and 48. And okay, yeah, this one's good. Okay. Compare this man to R. Kelly. Hold up. Let me see. R. Kelly. Does Kelly not pop up? All right, here we go. All right, so page 40, right, of 107. They understood the recording to be linking Drake and his alleged criminal behavior. Oh my goodness, who is that? Who is that name they just put right there? They understood the recording to be linking Drake and his alleged criminal behavior to other famous figures who were revealed to the public as sexual predators and later convicted for their crimes such as rapper. Hold up. Ain't no way they just put disrespect on R. Kelly's name. First of all, this man's a singer. And more importantly, he's a R&B artist. The greatest R&B artist that's ever lived, right? Anyways, so for them to say rapper, whoever wrote this, just know you are not allowed in hip hop, my brother. So anyways, such as rapper R. Kelly. They saying Drake being compared to R. Kelly out of all people. That's crazy. So anyways, Usher was also in here, I believe. I think it said Usher. No, it didn't say. No, it said users. My fault. Shout out to Usher. You know, he's not in this fiasco. Harvey Weinstein was also name dropped. Where's Harvey at? Harvey Weinstein. Let me see. Okay, can I see? It's not popping up. Let me see if I type in the last name. Let's say Harvey. Okay, let me just type in. All right, I don't know why I didn't type up Harvey, but Weinstein's right here. Okay, so the public commentary has repeated the false claims that Drake is a pedo and sexual abuser. Man, they really doubling down on that pedophile anthem. And they're comparing it to the level of Weinstein, Diddy, and Epstein. That is the big three of disgusting humans. So they are mad that Drake is being compared to these three gentlemen right here who traffics children and oh no, this is trigger warning. I gotta say that first. I can't just be saying that out of the blue. So let's just say these are very disturbing human beings and they've done horrible acts. Let's just put it like that. As far as in Diddy's case, I believe he hasn't been convicted yet. So you still have to say allegedly. And so when they put this as a factual, as far as putting Diddy in the midst of Weinstein and Epstein, it's very interesting because Weinstein and Epstein are convicted, I believe. But Diddy is going through the court process. So having him in the midst of this, could Diddy sue Drake? So anyways, yeah, they're basically talking about all the horrible human beings that Drake is being compared to. Once again, R. Kelly, Harvey Weinstein, Jeffrey Epstein, and Diddy, right? Even though Diddy's a little unfair because he technically is innocent till proven guilty. And they haven't went through the entire court process yet. And he hasn't been found guilty yet. They're talking about the slurs thrown his way as far as pedo Jew boy. That is pretty offensive. I ain't gonna lie to you. If somebody said that to me, I'm not even either of those. I would be upset. And of course, Drake, you know, I believe he's Jewish, right? So Jew boy has to be some type of like super duper like trigger word for him. That's like saying the hard you are around a black person and expecting nothing to happen, right? If you say that to Drake, like I don't know. So anyways, collateral damage happened a lot as far as Tracy Morgan faced backlash for simply posting a picture of his daughter with Drake, suggesting how deeply the defamatory nature permeated public discourse. Let's see. Oh, they got pictures and everything. What in the world? I got look at Kendrick doing hopscotch. That man was enjoying that track. I ain't gonna lie to you. That man was having a blast. That man was having a blast. Oh, look, the big three. That's tough. So they're basically talking about all the ways of just depicting Drake as a pedophile, right? Yeah, that's a lot. This is definitely a lot. Anyways, let's keep going. We're not done with this one. So the threats of violence we already went over as far as his mansion being shot at. I was really wanting to find a Tracy Morgan. I don't know why this it showcases that it's in here, but it doesn't like show me where it's at. I wish it would highlight it like in other cases. Like it should definitely highlight it. I don't know why it's not. Oh, okay. So this one right here. Okay. So the harassment has not. So this is page 39 of 107. There's a reason why I'm pointing this out because I don't want y'all thinking I'm not showcasing any. I'm not doing any type of fake news. I'm keeping it 8 more than 92. So when I talk about it, I'm trying to show it so you can see it in the lawsuit. So I'm not just making it up. So anyways, the harassment has not been limited to Drake. People with little to no affiliation with Drake have found themselves in the crosshairs. Comedian Tracy Morgan was subjected to awful social media scrutiny after posting an Instagram photo of his adolescent daughter with Drake. User commented, Drake should not be allowed to take pictures with girls. Somebody else commented and said, I think he likes them. What? Nah, that's crazy. And somebody else said he's probably, nah, this is insane. This is insanity. People be wilding in the comments. I bet you nobody ever said this to Drake's face. I ain't gonna lie. If you're a human and you didn't do the actions that they're accusing you of, as far as these specifically, and these type of sentiments are being put on you time and time again, and not only that, but then if somebody said that to you in real life, I ain't gonna lie to you, I may end up in jail that day. That's insane. If somebody said that, that's crazy. But anyways, obviously, Drake did talk about how he likes girls. I heard it on a Button podcast. It got to be true, right? When he was doing digital blackface as Tupac, there was a lot in that. And that line in general may be the worst line in the entire bar. Like if we really break it down, because we always talk about the best lines, right? Like A minor, Day Free, like they was really going back and forth. But anyways, the worst lines in the battle, right? Has to be talk about him liking young girls. I heard it on the Button podcast. It got to be true. First off, shout out to Tupac for listening to Joe Budden podcast. One of the greatest music podcasts ever created. Anyways, back to what I was saying. So when it comes to doing digital blackface, right? As far as rapping as Tupac in the use and via AI, right? Or basically laying down the bars and then using AI to change out your voice with Tupac, right? So it's digital blackface. I know Drake's black, but he's light skinned. He's not black. He's half black, meaning that he's doing digital blackface because he's darkening his skin to embody Tupac. Now, let's get back to this because there is a picture. And I'm not going to touch on that because that's definitely going to take away my OVO card. Do y'all know? Side tangent, my fault. I actually was contacted by Drake's team about a certain picture. I'm not going to say what it is. But let's just say they really despise that picture because it really puts them in a light as a racist, right? Some of y'all probably already know what I'm talking about. The reason why I'm not speaking on it is because I understand where they was coming from. Because you have to think of Drake being the actor and those type of what they call it. I forget what they call it. When you're going in for a role and you're trying to get that role and you don't know what they're gonna do to you. You're just auditioning. That's what it is. Auditioning for a role, right? And you don't know what they're gonna do to you, right? And that's basically one of the things they did. So I've been explained about that situation, and I understand. You know, if they're gonna get mad at that picture, then we need to keep the same energy with Robert Downey Jr. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm not gonna hint anymore. Y'all probably put the puzzle pieces together. But anyways, yeah, with that vague side tangent out of the way, let's get back into this. So people who are not even associated with Drake are going down in flames because they are essentially being said that if you let Drake around your little girl, then the unthinkable is going to happen, right? That's how they're depicting this man. So that's what Drake's camp is talking about. I'm trying to get to it. So they talked about a lot of other platforms, as far as Seth Rogen at a charity event joking about Drake being a pedophile, suggesting they're on to me. That's yeah. Who is Seth Rogen? What does he look like? Seth Rogen. Oh, okay. Yeah, if he ever runs into Drake, they slapping earth, wind, and fire out of him. You know, it's like certain people that you already know that if they say something and you see them in real life, they're probably going to backtrack. Seth Rogen is one of those type of people. Because I ain't going to lie to you. With certain people in life, like Kevin Gates, mind you, he will say something and show up courtside to beg you, to plead, to get on his hands and knees, no Diddy, and let you know, I want you to do something about what I said, or else, it's a PG podcast, but I'm just going to say, or else you are something of soft texture. Let's just put it like that, right? The way that LeBron did not check Kevin Gates when he said the thing about his wife and he showed up courtside, and it was the next day, mind you. And LeBron, a ball went out of bounds near Kevin Gates. LeBron acting like he could. LeBron turned into Stevie Wonder himself. So the reason why I'm saying that is because with Seth Rogen out here talking like this to Drake, I think it's the opposite effect. If Seth Rogen ever saw Drake in real life, he would be doing to LeBron and trying to act like, oh, I don't see him. Where's he at? Somebody, you know, and then Drake would have been trying to press him probably, because this is insane. Like, to even joke like that about something that you don't even know if it's true or false. It's seemingly false, right? Because last side tangent, to go off of the Diddy situation and go off the Shannon Sharp situation, you know how easy it would have been in that time frame for somebody to come out and accuse Drake of that and be believed? Why didn't nobody do it? In the landscape of right now, of people being given certain platforms to accuse celebrities of whatever, right? And then in the case of Cassie, with her having actual credence, in the case of Shannon Sharp, with her having actual evidence, may not be in full context, but she has certain things that put Shannon in a terrible light, right? Why wouldn't somebody else do that same thing with Drake in the landscape of where we're at right now? So anyways, that's just something I've been thinking about. I was like, somebody need to call the police. Like Drake calling Kendrick a woman beater. Kendrick calling Drake a pedophile. Where is the police? Where is Spider-Man and Superman when you need them? Anyways, with that being said, let's continue throughout this lawsuit, because basically they shout out another platform talking about the incident, but really doesn't add anything. So let's continue. So then we have, okay, yeah, so page 49 is why I said I was going to give the page by page breakdown. So essentially 49 is when it starts getting deep into what I always want to talk about as far as the lawsuit, because right here you see they're using all type of pictures, right? Got Kendrick. This is when he's doing a little, hold up. That's when Kendrick doing that's what Kendrick's doing all that, right? He's doing all that in this video, trying to symbolize what Drake was doing with, another girl in the TikTok video, which seems like a harmless dance. But then once Kendrick frames it like that in the midst of a pedophile anthem music video, it makes you kind of look at it different as far as what it makes you perceive it different as far as what you're actually looking at. Because if you're looking at this from a bird's eye view, you would think everything that Kendrick is saying, he's backing it up, right? Because he just did some random hand motion, and then here come the internet. Oh, Drake did this hand motion with a little girl back in the day, knowing that whole TikTok video could have just been something harmless that he was doing for somebody's daughter. But now Kendrick is putting in a way that people think he's trying to pull a Tiger 2.0. Anyways, all right, so page 49, right? And you see him doing hopscotch. This man is just having the time of his life. He in front of crates. And one police officer been called, but he in front of crates making music videos. Anyways, page 49, he's in a pinata, which goes back to the Drake Nokia video. I know a lot of people was like, he wasn't talking about Kendrick at all. At the end of the video, he literally had a bunch of owls outside and open, free, right? What happened at the end of Kendrick Lamar's Not Like Us video? The owl was caged, right? Simple imagery, but a picture is worth 1,000 words. So that is how he was rebutting Kendrick's Not Like Us video, and a lot of the black and white imagery with the choreography and things like that was also going off of Not Like Us. But yeah, so with that being said, let's get into the page by page breakdown. This is gonna be pretty quick as I do have notes specifically for these pages. So page 49, right? Basically, it's talking about social media reactions to Kendrick Lamar, and this is where I have to put on my cape for content creators once again, because I don't think people realize how hard it is with the amount of competition as far as to become an influencer to the masses, right? Everybody can gain a certain audience, but who can gain an audience to where now it subsidizes the right word? Anyways, it pays for your bills and then more, right? Who gets to that point in the midst of all this competition? So anyways, when we keep going, right, social media reactions to Kendrick Lamar's Not Like Us included accusations, speculation, and hate. Of course, we've heard that before. A lot of the sources cited was people on YouTube from the likes of Leonard Washington. I wonder, it should be on here. Let me see, YouTube. Was it not page 49? Let me see. Oh, was it page 50? Did it go on? Who is Leonard? We're about to find Leonard. Let me see. Some users spewing hatred. Social media. Toronto. Okay. Leonard. U.S. comment. Let me see. Okay, I do not see Washington. That's how you spell Washington? It is. Okay. Let's just type in YouTube. Oh my goodness, YouTube's on here way too many times. Okay. Let's type in Jacob. All right. So UMG uses ownership interest to promote the defamatory material. Where is YouTube at? Partnership would give out access to the complex file. Toronto Mansion. I'm trying to find the YouTube part. Let me see. X post billboard. Big week for Team Kendrick. I mean, all of this is like evidence about social media. I was trying to find the YouTubers in general. Feature on the scope. I don't think that's it. Okay, so let me see. Threats against. Oh, it's talking about comments. I'm tripping. Okay, so these are just user comments. I thought it was YouTube channels. Okay, that makes more sense. I'm like, where's the channel? But I think the comments are like in what these are. I think these are the comments or whatever. So let me type this in right quick. Oh, is that the right one? Yeah, I think it's talking about these comments right here. That's interesting. So if you click those, I think it takes you to another site. I was like, I don't see that at all. Okay, so these are just comments from different users. But I thought they were talking about channels. Maybe we're going to get into that in a second. So anyways, page 50, right? Let's go back up to page 50. Man, 107 pages is insanity. I ain't gonna lie to you. This is insanity. They are really trying to end the Not Like Us lifespan. Because if you don't know, if they win this lawsuit, a lot of the royalties and maybe even the masters could go to Drake as far as the damage is done, right? Oh, you was damaged by this song. Not only do they have to pay you a good amount, a certain amount, which, you know, the rumor is they wanting 250 million to settle, right? Not only do they want the Not Like Us to basically get compensation for damages done by Not Like Us, they may end up asking for the royalties and masters, which that would be extreme. But it seems like 250 million is all they want. I don't really think they want the license of Not Like Us, but if it's offered.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
If it's offered, that's a whole nother discussion. So anyways, page 50 just continue with the anti-Semitic threats and stuff we've already went over. Calling Drake a Jewish pedophile, just in case you got it mixed up. And then we get into page 51. Let me see, page 52. Page 52, where it talks about the Google Maps and Apple Maps at Drake's Toronto address were edited with derogatory tags like pedophile lives here. Man, that is insanity. Oh, it really says that Drizzy touches kids. Where'd they get this image from? Where's this from? They said applications like Uber and Lyft users have edited to address read edited the address to read Drizzy touches kids, Drizzy's fun time chamber. Somebody got sick sense of humor. I ain't gonna lie to you. All right, let's go to so it talks about, okay, so page 52, page 53, Drake argues. Okay, so it's still talking about certain things about the vigilante attacks as far as the Pizzagate. We already went over that. We already talked about his comparison to Diddy, stuff like that. Let me see, page 54. Same thing. Okay, let me see it. Let me skip towards concert across Instagram, Facebook, tags, A minor. Okay. UMPG. What is that? What is UMPG? UMPG. What is that? Oh, that's Universal Music. I was like, what? Why they keep using? Why they switch out Universal or UMG to UMPG? Don't nobody know UMG for UMPG, but whatever. All right, so they're just talking about the Pop Out concert. We already went over that. So we're gonna skip that. But yeah, you know, basically they said Universal had a big hand in a Pop Out show, which, you know, of course, this is the biggest artist. Like, it's Kendrick. Come on now. Okay, so Drake alleges the Vivo co-owned by Universal boosted visibility. So it's still talking about bots. So now this is for everybody who's saying that there's no bots in this lawsuit, right? Just understand that if you pull up the full lawsuit, you don't have to sound as ignorant as most of y'all are. Page 47 and 107 talks about how on YouTube, a watermark for Vivo LLC appears in the bottom right of the video. And they talk about just the overall ownership of the video, right? And they say Universal Music uses Vivo to distribute video content to global platforms such as YouTube and major television networks. But then, of course, they preface this by saying UMG promoted this with knowledge of the actual violence and online threats that ensued from its initial publication, as far as, you know, talking about Drake. And then they talk about how when it came to Vivo, the video included a lot of Drake's OVO brand represented by the owl, of course. So let me see. We talk about UMG, Vivo. What else? The Winner Circle playlist. I don't know what that means. Oh, he's talking about how it's included. I think playlists are like, playlist is probably one of the most organic and authentic ways to get engagement for your specific track. So I don't really think that's a big deal. Let me see. UMG allegedly released a live performance for radio airplay. Yeah, that's nothing. Sources. Let me see. Hot 97. Hot 97 was named in this. Hold on. Let me see what they're saying about Ebro. Hot 97. Okay, UMG. Formal ban on whitelisting and never before whitelisted a song on any platform, plaintiff's knowledge. And okay. Oh, is that Mark? Ain't no way. Yo, Mark and Carson in this lawsuit.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Bro, what they do? Yo, that took me so surprised, because I remember when I was looking at this in the beginning, I was like, hold on now. I kept scrolling, but I must have not seen this. What in the world? That's insane. That is insane. He said on May 5th, 2024, Twitch streamer RDC Gaming posted his reaction by depicting the image and using the recording. Oh yeah, Drake definitely don't mess with Mark now. I guess he mad because he, you know, that is tough. That is tough. If you're gonna use my house with the image, I mean, technically, you know, Mark could be like, hey, it was just a cover art for the track, but the cover art is my house with pedo logos all over it, and now you're using it. And wasn't Mark at like one of the Jay-Z brunches or whatever where he ran into Drake? Didn't he have like a picture with Drake or something like that? I don't know. I feel like that's a lot of gray area. Like, you know what that's symbolizing. Could have used anything else. Was that from the actual track or the music video? Cause I guess that could be. Nah, bro. You gotta use a different picture. That's insane. I don't even think I ever used that picture. As far as, I don't know. People call me an OVO stan, so it'd be like that. But as far as Carson, they say Twitch streamer Carson posted a 20-minute video of his reaction to the recording on his YouTube channel, which has 12.5 million subscribers. The video's thumbnail depicts the image as of the day of this filing. The video has over 10 million views. Dang. These content creators could not have legally republished the defamatory material in full or profited from the reactions without UMG first whitelisting the recording. So Drake is not only crashing out on UMG and Kendrick, but he's also crashing out on content creators trying to make a honest living. Like, it could be worse stuff that Carson and Mark could be doing out here in the universe to collect their paycheck, right? But all they doing is just reacting to music. And now, guess what? Now, I mean, Mark's thumbnail, that's a little crazy. I ain't gonna lie. If you've previously met Drake and now you have the house with the pedo logos, it's a little crazy. But as far as in general, you know, making money off of reacting to music, I would be, obviously I'm a little biased, but I just think there's nothing wrong with them doing this. So Drake saying that they could not have done this without UMG whitelisting the recording. Why did you not whitelist the recording? Was that like illegal for you? And you saying that it wasn't illegal for Kendrick? Because if he's saying that, then that's something else. But if he's saying that content creators, which literally says in the lawsuit, content creators were thanking Kendrick Lamar for lifting the copyright restrictions. Well, why didn't you copy the same marketing strategy? It's almost as if Kendrick was implementing a better marketing strategy than you, along with implementing wordplay better than you. It was a lot of things that you know, in the aftermath of the battle, you just come to realize Kendrick was just completely mutilating Drake in every single which way you want to look at it.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
So anyways, that's pretty interesting. I was looking for Hot 97 and I ran into Mark and Carson. So when it comes to Kamala Harris, oh no, everybody getting name dropped in this. I ain't gonna lie to you, it's a lot being said in this. Let me see, Kamala. Did I not spell her name right? Oh, it is. Okay. Where's Kamala at? I don't know why it doesn't take me directly to the word. Let me see. Can I pull this up? I don't think so. Yeah, I can't. Okay, cool. I don't see Kamala anywhere. I know she's on here, or it wouldn't say 1 of 1. So that's why I'm like, I don't know why it's not pulling it up. All right, let me see if it pulls up the last name. Okay, Carson these. Okay, RDC, Carson. I don't see anything with. ZS, No Life Shaq. Oh, he name dropping everybody. That boy snitching. That's crazy. That's actually pretty crazy. Oh. Yeah, I can't find Kamala. It says 1 of 1, so it should be on here, but I don't see it anywhere. But I say, can I read out? Let's see, president. I feel like whenever it brings up these links, I feel like it's in this link, but I just I'm not gonna click on the link, not right now. So they basically said Kamala Harris rally July 20th, 2024 had certified lover boy, certified pedophile sung by the crowd, and it went viral. Is that what was happening at Kamala Harris rally? You know, I voted for Kamala, but all I'm saying is that's kind of insane. Like, you already know how hip hop can get, and you out here playing that track and that specific line at your rally. Was it a strip club or a political rally? I'm confused. Anyways, DNC roll cast call vote played when Governor Gavin Newsom, man, he just name dropping everybody. So I don't think I've ever covered this before. We covering all the name drops right now. All right, so Gavin Newsom also sends me to the link. Reactors like Carson at No Life Shaq. Academics. Ain't no way he got academics in this lawsuit when he's the #1 Drake cheerleader. Having academics in your lawsuit just has to make you look in the mirror and be like, you know what? What am I really doing this for? I'm out here suing Ack out of all people. You should have just took the L, man. You know, hold up. What did my video say? Like, at the end of the day, this is what you should have done.
Protection we needed. You win some, you lose some. But you live. You live to fight another day.
Gotta live to fight another day. And suing academics just showcases how you are officially crashing out as your biggest cheerleader getting implemented into this lawsuit. At some point, you just gotta be like, man, let's just take the L. Forget about it, right? But it is for $250 million. So, you know, a lot of people do a lot of things for $250 million. With that being said, I'm Dante. Oh, I know Dante. Okay, yeah. And then John Denton. I don't know. Denton? John Denton? I don't know what that is. Huh. That's interesting. That's insane. He naming politicians, hip hop influencers, content creators. Like he crashing out. Like I've already covered his crash out, but he is like officially crashing out. This is insanity. Then he goes over the Super Bowl performance. I really want to get to the rally though. Hold up. How can I find it? I'm literally typing in the words and it's not pulling up. Oh, now one's, oh no, that's viral. Virality. Hold up. I hate when like I'm using the search bar and it's pulling up like a page. So I'm assuming it's on this page, but I'm not seeing this anywhere on here. I think it's the link. I know I keep saying that, but I do believe it's the link because I think that's why I think it's probably in whatever this link is. See Glenn's People Standoff, most popular song. Okay. Whatever. But yeah, he was name dropping Kamala Harris and Governor Gavin Newsom. And then okay, so yeah, I think that because they are saying the sources as far as NPR, Variety, and Hot New Hip Hop. So I think the Gavin Newsom and Kamala Harris stuff is in those links. So then we talk about the Grammy Awards. I've already talked about that. That's like my most viral social media clip ever, which, you know, shameless plug. Follow me on my social medias via my link tree in my bio. But anyways, yeah, my most viral clip ever, I think on Instagram, I don't know about TikTok, is me talking about how the only way to win Record of the Year as a hip hop musician is to diss Drake. Because of course we have Childish Gambino with This Is America, which he literally came out and said started as a Drake diss. And then we have Not Like Us, that not only won Record of the Year, but won a plethora of other awards like Record of the Year, Song of the Year, Best Rap Song, Best Music Video, Best Rap Performance. And guess what it was? A complete diss track. It didn't start as a Drake diss. The whole entire inception of the track is dissing Drake. Y'all want to know how long Grammy's been around? Because this is my main point. I was just basically pointing out how Grammys be disrespecting hip hop. The Grammy Awards were created in 1958 with the first ceremony held by May 4th, 1959. This is why people say don't put too much credence into the Grammys because of stuff like this. There's a reason why Jay-Z boycotted the Grammys. There's a reason why DMX got completely snubbed from the Grammys. Grammys have been disrespecting hip hop from its inception. And the only time we can ever get recognized for Record of the Year is when we diss Drake, or if it starts off as a Drake diss track as far as Childish Gambino's This Is America. Very insensitive and just a straight up slap in the face to the genre that is hip hop. So anyways, I just had to reiterate my most viral clip. My fault. I had to do that again for the one time.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
All right, so let's keep going. So basically, I think that's it. Yeah, so we're towards the end. It continues to talk about the aftermath of defamation. Y'all want to know. So as far as 107 pages, I feel like I'm condensing this enough. I know it's a long form review. Not review, it's a breakdown of the lawsuit. But at the end of the day, 107 pages, I ain't gonna lie to you, it took me way longer than an hour to break this down and put all the notes in. So hopefully y'all enjoy it. You know, make sure to, you know, hit the, rate this 5 stars. Share this to somebody who you think would enjoy some Drake lawsuit breakdowns thoroughly, right? And, you know, it definitely helped me out in the algorithm. But yeah, pages. Okay, so now we're around 88 to 90. Still talking about the defamatory nature of it. Talking about how Not Like Us is still dominating on the charts, which it is. It's not number 1 or number 2 or 3 like it used to be, but you know, where is it at right now? Not Like Us is currently the 19th most played track in the world. So, you know, it's pretty pivotal as far as it being a year after, because Drake is only charting with the album that he just put out. There's no other tracks charting. Yeah. So Kendrick's diss track is still living on. Meanwhile, Drake's diss tracks are nowhere to be found. And Family Matters, I think, is one of the better tracks in the rap battle, if not the best. So, getting to the end from 97 to 107, it's just talking about how it, it just hurts his personal and professional life. So we've already went over that. The damages and legal relief, that's more of the legal jargon as far as what they want. And of course, at the very end, oh my goodness, this lawsuit is long. Pause. At the very end, we don't get Drake's signature, I don't believe. The last lawsuit had Drake's signature, but this one doesn't. It has Michael J. Gottlieb. Let me see. So Drake is at the beginning. He's at page 5 of 107. Oh my goodness, this man's name all throughout the lawsuit. Makes sense. This is lawsuit. So yeah, anyways, going back down to the beginning, or to the end. So you can see all these people who's representing Drake. And this is where people who talk about, is the Illuminati real? This is where they don't do their research, right? They really show you plain as day who moves the needle in the industry, right? And they showcase who is ultimately in power when it comes to certain deals being conducted. So when people talk about the Illuminati and then they don't even do their due diligence as far as looking up who's the owner of this company. Okay, who's the owner of that company? Okay, who's the owner of this company? Okay, which company owns majority of the companies in the world? Who owns that? And then you start to figure out who's in the Illuminati. But let me not say too much, because they may, you know what I'm saying? They may be like, hold up, you enlighten them too much, a little too much. You know what I'm saying? I feel like I'm on my soapbox right now. But anyways, so this is the end of the lawsuit. At the end of the day, I just want y'all to know, this entire lawsuit is literally Drake's legal counsel going at UMG to let them know we are still coming for that fettuccine, because we think y'all use bots and payola tactics to unfairly tip the scale to make Not Like Us a smash hit versus Drake's Family Matters track, which inherently hurt his negotiation tactics. But not only that, the other sentiments that I talked about at the beginning of the segment, as far as the violent acts in the real world, violent acts that happen to Drake's bodyguard and things of that nature. So when it comes to the Drake lawsuit centering around UMG promoting Not Like Us, I think that's the main argument that they have that holds some credibility. But when it comes to the defamatory part of the payola, when it comes to the defamatory part of the lawsuit, I think they have completely lost their minds, acting like Drake knowingly being and engaging in a rap battle couldn't in turn end up in him being completely mutilated verbally, right? So a defamation part of the lawsuit I'm completely against, but the payola part, I do believe they have some credence. And like it was back in 2006 where Universal Music Group settled a payola case for $12 million, I believe with Drake's team wanting $250 million, that number is going to come down a little bit. But I do believe there's a strong possibility that Drake's team could come out on top, winning the payola portion and having UMG settle out for the payola portion, just like they did back in 2006. But let me know what y'all think. Click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. How did you enjoy my break? Did you enjoy my breakdown? What did you enjoy the most? What did you not enjoy? Definitely, this is a entire breakdown of the latest lawsuit and the other lawsuits. If you type in Drake lawsuit Analytic Dreamz with a Z, it should pop up as far as my previous coverage of those lawsuits. And with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What is your biggest takeaway from this lawsuit between Drake and UMG? And do you think Drake has a case on the payola side, the defamation side, or do you think he has a case for both? 3 p.m. April 21st, 2025. There was a tweet that was put out and it said, "This song is called Cousin. About my cousin that's locked in jail for life for killing a pregnant lady a few years after I told him we wouldn't look at dirty magazines together anymore." The tweet goes on to say, "Perhaps in my self-centered mess, I felt it was my fault that I showed him those dirty magazines. When he was 6, we acted out what we saw." And then it continues. "My dad had Playboy magazines, but the magazines I found in the top of my mom's closet were different. My name is Jay, and I..."
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
So, ladies and gentlemen, the rest of this tweet is something I cannot say because of this being a PG podcast, but let's just say Kanye West may no longer be from Chicago. He may be from another state that basically those type of situations happen often. Let me just put it like that. As when it comes to the track Cousin, when it comes to Kanye West and him being from Chicago, when it comes to Kanye West's iconic status in the music industry, there's nothing wrong in liking what you like. But of course, when age is at a certain minimal level, as far as being 6, and then Kanye talking about doing it till he was 14, there's a lot of questions in play, and maybe, just maybe, the authorities need to be involved. But of course, the authorities were already involved, as his cousin is in jail serving a life sentence. But as far as Kanye West and what happened, or what he claims happened in that tweet, is very interesting, because I'm not going to lie to you, that is one of the most outlandish things I've ever heard in life. I think Kanye West has been making it a point to tweet some of the craziest things ever and see if he can drum up engagement from it. Because I already told y'all, I'm not covering Kanye West unless there's music involved. Well, guess what? There's all type of music involved, to the point where there's an entire album out from Kanye West, and nobody could care less.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
We're talking about Kanye West, ladies and gentlemen. The same guy who just last year, February 2024, put out an independent album that went number 1. When was the last... Hold up. Because as far as the independent album going number 1, I don't know the last time that happened. One album. Let me see. Number 1 album happened. Because as far as the music market share, right? Like I always say, UMG is the top dog. They currently have 52% of the entire music market share. Sony has 22%. Warner has 17%. And then others, which is smaller labels and independent acts, they have a whopping 9% of the entire 100% of the music market share currently. So when it comes to independent albums, let alone just singles, they don't have a lot of the market share when it comes to the music industry. So going number 1 as an independent is very substantial, to the point where the last independent album to reach number 1 was, actually, I don't know, because it's saying Bad Bunny, but he's under Remus Entertainment. Kanye West is strictly independent, so I don't think that's correct. So let me see. I mean, actual dependent artists. This is why it's good to fact check, because we do not spread fake news around here. But while I'm searching that up, basically, when it comes to albums and singles, Kanye doesn't have any tracks charting in a Billboard 200. He doesn't have any albums charting in a Billboard 50 or top 50. So Kanye's iconic status in the music industry is at an all-time low as far as engagement and the machine supporting the masses being encaptured by what he's putting out, right? So when Kanye West puts out an entire World War III album and nobody could care less, right? That is insanity because of the amount of engagement he drives usually when he puts out albums, which is why I'm bringing up the fact that Vultures 1 was one of the first independent albums ever to go #1 back in February 2024. And there's really no other album I could really look at. I mean, they're talking about Blonde by Frank Ocean being a strong candidate, but that was him fulfilling his Def Jam contract. They're saying Backspacer by Pearl Jam back in 2009. See, we got to go back to 2009 to actually look at something that's distributed independently, as Monkey Wrench Records was behind it, but technically Backspacer owned that label and distribute that through that label. So technically it's not a major label deal, but it's the same as working with a major label because they was distributing it through deals like with Target. It's similar to when Jay-Z put out 444 through, I think it was Verizon. It was some phone company, and that phone company like bought all type of copies for 444 to make that sales look even better. So there's no other example I could use. Kanye West is one of the last premier independent acts to go #1 with an album. Why is that so significant? Because now, because of his absence from the charts, he's putting out tracks to try to drum up the engagement like he had with Vultures 1. We're putting out tracks like Cousin, talking about what he's talking about, putting out tracks on World War III, where he's talking about a lot of different things, especially with his wife currently, who is Bianca, hinting at marriage issues and things of that nature. And there's a lot of disturbing scenes in certain videos that I remember academics premiering as far as after the interview that he had with Kanye West, to the point where you're looking at Kanye and you're realizing this is a man that's desperate for attention. He is seeking attention at any means necessary. So wanting people to listen to your music by saying these type of things to drum up engagement is beyond saddening because of Kanye's iconic stature in the music industry. And the only reason I'm even covering him talking about these things that he did to his cousin, right, is because there's actual music attached to it. So if you look up Kanye West World War III on SoundCloud, Twitter, YouTube, it should pop up. If it hasn't been taken down, somebody else probably re-uploaded it. And then when it comes, because this album, these singles, none of these are on DSP. You have to realize Kanye West is independent, and everybody and their mama hates Kanye West right now, as far as from a conglomerate standpoint, to the point where Shopify ended up ending ties with Kanye West because, let me see, Shopify. So with Shopify and Kanye West, you come to realize that not only is he getting cut off from Adidas, from his, what was it called? The Yeezy brand and things of that nature. And then, of course, when it comes to Shopify and Kanye going the independent route, as far as going to direct to consumer, Shopify shut down Kanye West's Yeezy website back in February 11th, 2025, because of what Kanye West was doing as far as his, let's just say, very racist remarks. Let's just put it like that. As he was showcasing a lot of people's pain on merch, and I don't think that's going to be supported by any e-commerce. But it is interesting how Kanye has been canceled by everybody, especially these e-commerce sites, as when Shopify shut down Kanye West's independent straight to the consumer, and impacted him so much to the point where now he's only promoting Yeezy.com, because guess what? That's all he has left. So that's kind of sad, because he claimed that he earned $40 million the day after the controversy, and baselessly accused Shopify of storing brand data to exclude merchants from profits while expressing disdain for the platform. So there's a lot of things that happen as far as with his partnership with Adidas. They ended his partnership with Gap that ended. All these was back in 2022. Fast forward in 2025 with the last thing that kept him relevant in the industry as far as music. He is nowhere to be found on the charts. So now he's making tracks about doing you know what to his cousin to drum up engagement. Sad day in history. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Kanye West and just all of his business ventures going under? I didn't even talk about how Donda Academy, that lawsuit that nobody's talking about anymore, that the lawsuit as far as wrongful termination and chaotic school leadership, that settled. And you know, when the settlement happens, as we've seen with Shannon Sharp, let me chill. When a settlement happens, that is basically to pay somebody to go away, right? So now the settlement does not claim innocence or guilty, but it is undisclosed, so we would never know. But let's just say that the Donda Academy had a whole lawsuit that was settled, and guess what? The Academy no longer exists. And this was just recently, so I'm surprised nobody's talking about it, but hey, that's what the Notorious Mass Effect is for. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Kanye West's track, Cousin? What do you think about his latest album, World War III? And what do you think about Kanye desperately seeking attention by any means necessary? Now, of course, I did not know that I would have this particular artist on the cover of this episode, but when it comes to impacting the masses, Ken Carson showed up for hip hop in a way that I would hope other up and coming hip hop rappers will be able to.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
As it's going to pain me, because I know the day is probably going to come soon that a hip hop artist or R&B artist does not top the charts to where I probably would have to put the music episode out with it being an artist from another genre.
You guys, see, that's the problem.
So with that being said, obviously I'm talking about how Ken Carson came out with his album More Chaos, as far as it being 22 songs, an hour and 1 minute in length. It coming out April 11th, 2025. And of course it was under Opium / Interscope. Now that being said, this album came out and put up numbers on the charts to the point where it, objectively speaking, went #1 as far as that particular week, selling 59,000 units first week, 11,000 in pure album sales, but more importantly 48,000, almost 49,000 in SEA, which is I think it's streams on demand. So with that being said, 67.3 million on demand official streams, which is, I think, is stream equivalent album units. Okay, that's not, yeah, so SEA is stream equivalent album units. Cause I was trying to figure out, I was like, that's not streams on demand. Basically, he had a lot of people show up to the point where his engagement can no longer be questioned. Because I remember covering this when the album initially came out, right? And I talked about how Navaraj is one of my not favorite artists, but I do like the way that Nav puts out music, and I like the melodies that he uses for certain tracks. Like on his latest album, the track You and I really enjoyed that track just from a melody perspective. And then of course Burbs is like OG Nav as far as him getting on a hard-hitting 808s type of beat and just rapping and flowing over the beat the entire time. So it pains me to come to you and basically say that they was, I'm not going to say they was boosting the numbers, but they was doing a lot of things to the point where they were projected to have 80,000 plus first week sales. Ended up coming out as far as the official sales as far as first week after Billboard looked at it and confirmed that he only sold 11 to 17,000 first week. Now let me pull that up specifically, because Nav is what his first week sales, right, is what I thought was going to happen to Ken Carson. Because On My Way to Rexdale was on pace to sell 70,000 first week, and then it ended up selling 19,000 first week. How in the world do you go from being projected to debut #3 on Billboard 200 with 83,000 units to only selling 19,000 first week? Well, when it comes into play as far as physicals being attached to digital albums, Billboard has doubled down on them being strict to the point where now the hoodie, the shirt, the sock that you sell along with your album doesn't count as an album unit sale if you don't clear it beforehand. So Nav found that out in the worst way possible, as tens of thousands of his sales from his new album was filtered by Billboard. So initially set to sell 82,000, but they're not making the top 10 at all, to the point where now you're selling 19,000 first week. That is why I was looking at the projections as far as Ken Carson with a lot of skepticism, because you come to realize that once Billboard looks at it, the units could go down, right? So when people say, oh, Ken Carson's projected to have the #1 album in the world, and I forget what the number that they were saying, but it was around what he actually sold, right? I was thinking about it. I was like, I don't know. Like, I just saw this happen with Nav. I haven't really heard too much about Ken Carson or Ken Carson fans talking about his album. I have to wait and see Billboard officially certify these units as far as first week, because a lot of artists love to say, oh, first week sales don't matter. That's like players in the NBA being like, don't look at the points on the board, just look at the other intangible things. Like, boy, if you don't get out of here with that. Billboard is an objective litmus scale for how much consumption you could drum up and how much engagement you could build up before your project, track, etc. When you go to negotiation, Luka's not saying, but all them water bottles are passed to my teammates. See, I'm a good teammate. No, he's going in there saying, I average this, this, and this, and this. Pay me the max, right? So that's when artists come out and say, oh, first week sales, I don't even know why y'all cover them. It's probably because that artist is flopping. So that being said, Ken Carson did phenomenal on the charts, putting up 59,000 first week sales, to the point where he had the #1 album on Billboard. Biggest first week debut of his career by far. Because if you look at his past albums, right, he has Project X that came out in 2021. It didn't chart at all. Nobody even reported on it. It was basically SoundCloud driven to show you how long this person has been grinding, right? X that came out 2022. That also was not widely reported, to the point where it was likely under 10,000 units. And to be fair, it was estimated to be around the 100 mark as far as top albums in the world, like 115, something like that, right? But I only covered like top 50 albums, so it wasn't even close to that. So the reason why I'm saying this is to get up to the ultimate point, right? A Great Chaos that came out in 2023, that did better as well, with an increased engagement to the point where it went number 11, selling 48,000 units first week and 1,000 pure sales. But now you come to look at it, he puts out More Chaos in 2025, and it's the #1 album in the world. Granted, some will say he didn't face as much competition, but guess what? A #1 album and at any point in the world is a phenomenal accomplishment. And for him to have 59,000 units first week, to put him on that metric, selling around 11,000 as far as in pure sales, that's a testament to how he was grinding time and time again to put up these numbers, and showcasing how his label, as far as Interscope, as far as I think it was Opium, as far as that, I think that's Playboy Cardi's label, but More Chaos, as far as Opium / Interscope, you come to realize that those specific major machines backed him to the point where now his already organic buzz is growing even larger. Now I know some people may point out how his last album did 48,000. He did estimate of 59,000 units, right? And he had 11,000 in pure sales. Some people are probably saying he basically sold around the same amount that he did in 2023, but his major label they pushed the button, let's just put it like that, to have 11,000 pure sales to make it seem like he did better than he did when he put out A Great Chaos. To that, I would say, to build up the equity to have your major label do that, not saying that he did or he didn't, but if that did happen, there was equity that needed to be built up to the point where they felt it was safe enough to invest in him like that, to make his album sales larger than it was back in 2023. So anyways, regardless, this man went #1 in the world with his latest album that came out this year titled More Chaos, which is a phenomenal W, especially for hip hop, because I don't know if y'all notice. Y'all look at the top 5, top 10, you would be hard pressed to find any hip hop and R&B musicians. Now, of course, I'm not talking about the top dogs, because Kendrick and SZA currently have the most played track in the world with Luther that's been on the charts for 22 weeks. I'm talking about in totality. If you look at Kendrick, if you look at Drake, if you look at Big X The Plug, shout out to him with his track All the Way. That's the 11th track in the world right now. Been on the charts for about 3 weeks. Doechii. So those are the only hip hop artists in the top 15, right? And I say only, that is a good amount, but really, and more importantly, what I'm pointing out is just the longevity of the projects, right? You look at SZA, Kendrick, Drake, those are the only hip hop and R&B musicians named. Well, I guess there's Playboi Carti and Doechii. That's in the top 15, right? You have a lot of, like, if I was to name the other musicians and other genres, I could go on for days, as far as Tate McRae, Ariana Grande, Taylor Swift, Lady Gaga, Morgan Wallen, like stuff, it's very interesting how the up and coming hip hop musicians seemingly is not topping the charts like we used to see back in the 2016 or 2017. I think it takes a lot more legwork. And of course, artists like Doechii, artists like Ken Carson, artists like Playboi Carti, which, fun fact, I was going to make Doechii the cover of the last episode, but then Playboi Carti came out of nowhere and had the most popular album in the world. And not only had one of the most popular albums, but had one of the best first week numbers in a while, as far as in the past 2 to 3 years. So I would definitely say the top up and coming musicians for the year of 2025 is Playboi Carti, Doechii, and Ken Carson currently. Now, I know as far as currently, he does not have the sales that he did when he first went number 1, because he is now at 33, I believe. Let me see. Yeah, he has the 33rd most played album in the world currently, when last week it was number 1. But, of course, it's going to slide a little bit. I ain't gonna lie, 1 to 33 is a lot of sliding, but in general, it's still a significant accomplishment for Ken Carson. So that is why I bring up these analytics and statistics to just showcase how, when people talk about first week sales, we're basically showcasing who can drum up the most engagement, which plays a pivotal factor into what you can negotiate as far as what you're going to get on tour, what you're going to get on your next album. Maybe you're about to re-up on an advance from your label. All of these metrics are being used by the artists and their team to showcase their respective clients' value, right? So when they say first week sales don't matter, maybe in the grand scheme of things, it's not as important, but it definitely matters now as far as to pinpointing who really has the audience when it comes to Gen Z, because that brings up another point. When it comes to Ken Carson, he makes quote unquote rage rap. This is what they called it themselves. It's not me being funny, right? He puts out so-called rage rap to the point where now, if you look at Ken Carson, if you look at Destroy Lonely, they're all coming from the Playboi Carti, Trippie Redd, XXXTentacion type of branch. How intricate as far as the music is on the experimental side. Because if you can experiment and still have that intricate connection to your fans, then you come to realize you have, I'm not going to say created a whole new genre, but created a whole new subgenre, similar to how when Chief Keef did drill started popping up in all different regions, but it basically came from one area, right? So Ken Carson came from that. So now his rage rap, which has resonated for Gen Z for quite some time, has boosted his visibility. And now, with him already completing his 80-day Chaos World Tour back in 2024, where he is now putting out more chaos and seeing the fruits of his label come to fruition as far as having the number 1 album in the world, you come to realize there's a lot of legwork put in, even though you are one of the new artists when it comes to this subgenre. Like, you are one of the newer musicians who is in this rage rap that really captivates a certain audience from the younger demographic. So his rise to fame, being in a niche subgenre that is rage rap, is something I wanted to highlight because that is a huge accomplishment. And at the end of the day, it's going to showcase what type of movement we're going in as far as the future. Because if Playboi Carti, if King Carson are the only hip hop artists as far as outside of our already established artists, right? Like last year, Sexy Red and Glorilla was going crazy. This year, 4 to 5 months in, Playboi Carti and King Carson seemingly have taken over the masses when it comes to rage music. So that is why I wanted to cover King Carson in the way I covered him and let you know the landscape of music, because it's definitely shifting. But I don't know if it'll fully shift because the longevity is still a question mark, especially like I was saying with Playboi Carti's album. With that, the only track still on the charts from that music album is the one featuring The Weeknd. As far as let's see if I can find that one. So Timeless, that came out way before music came out, right? But that's still the 32nd most played album in the world. Been on the charts for about 30 weeks. The only track that's still on the charts from Playboi Carti's music album that came out, March 14th, and it's not like a long time after that release date, right? The only song left from that album still on the charts is Rather Lie, and guess who it also has on it? The Weeknd. So it seems as if the longevity is still a question mark, but as far as drumming up the masses to put up official and legit first week numbers, Rage Rap seems like it's gonna be here to stay. So that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about King Carson and his overall dominance as far as putting out More Chaos and going #1 with 59,000 first week sales? And what do you think the future of rage rap is? Official statement from Rockstar Games. Grand Theft Auto 6 is now coming May 26th of the year 2026. Grand Theft Auto 6 is now set to release on May 26, 2026. We are very sorry that this is later than you expected. The interest and excitement surrounding the new Grand Theft Auto has been truly humbling for our entire team. We want to thank you for your support and patience as we work to finish this game. With every game we have released, the goal has always been to try and exceed your expectations. And Grand Theft Auto 6 is no exception. We hope you understand that we need this extra time to deliver at the level of quality you expect and deserve. We look forward to sharing more information with you soon. Sincerely, Rockstar Games. Now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, let me just tell you, I was the first one to come out to let y'all know that if we did not receive a certain date for GTA 6, it was going to get delayed.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Fast forward to May 4th, which, in all intents and purposes, May the 4th be with you. Because, of course, a lot of fans of the Grand Theft Auto series is under a lot of turmoil right now for the simple fact that their favorite game and what they already championed to be game of the year has been postponed. So with that being said, the original GTA 5 came out in 2013. Ladies and gentlemen, GTA 6 has not seen the light of day for 12 years, and now it's going to be 13, as 2026 is when GTA 6 is set to come out. And granted, now we do have an actual date as far as when this game is going to come out, but I just want to let y'all know, as far as the gaming industry, a lot of publishers and high ranking conglomerates have came out and said we are waiting for Rockstar to set the actual day for when GTA 6 is going to be released. Because guess what? A lot of games would have been pushed back. It's the same effect Elden Ring, the DLC, had as far as Shadow of the Erdtree when it initially came out. A lot of games started to postpone marketing rollouts and maneuver around the release date of Shadow of the Erdtree for Elden Ring. Another game I want to compare this postponement to is, of course, Cyberpunk 2077, because in my mind, the only way GTA 6 can fail, even if it's a carbon copy of GTA 5, the only way it could fail is that if it's unplayable, right? And comparing it to Cyberpunk 2077 is why I say that, because no matter how fantastic or amazing your game is, whether it's graphically, whether it's intuitive as far as gameplay mechanics, the only thing that could set Rockstar back is having a game that's literally unplayable. I think that's the only way people would turn on Rockstar as far as this GTA 6 release. If it's a carbon copy of GTA 5, I mean, even if it's worse than GTA 5, people are still going to champion this as game of the year. That's the type of anticipation that's been built up. I mean, do y'all not realize GTA 5 came out in 2013, and 2026 is still the 9th most played game on Xbox, right? And then you come to a lot of other platforms as far as it usually being in the top 10 of PlayStation. It's not right now. Shout out to Oblivion and Expedition 33. But usually it's in the top 10 for that. And then when you come to PC, I want to say it's the 10th. I don't really count Wallpaper Engine. So it's the 10th most played game on the Steam platform. So why do I say this? It's the 9th most played game on Xbox, 10th most played game on Steam. Currently it's not in the top 10 of PlayStation, but we could assume it's higher on that list, right? The reason why I'm letting you know that is for the simple fact that GTA 5 is setting a precedent for GTA 6 to blow the sales through the roof, which is why any and everybody is going to make excuses for whether this game, if this game comes out and it's worse than GTA 5, you won't even be able to think of the amount of excuses they will give Rockstar. The only way people will turn on this game is if it's objectively unplayable. I'm talking about crashes, I'm talking about glitches, poor performance, which is why I compare it to Cyberpunk 2077, because in its current state, I think Cyberpunk 2077 is one of the greatest games ever made. I compare it to Mass Effect, and y'all already know how I feel about Mass Effect. The only thing with the Mass Effect comparison is that the side characters are definitely not as great as Mass Effect. Mass Effect is still greater than Cyberpunk, but the side characters in Cyberpunk didn't get to the level of intrigue of Mass Effect level until the DLC, in my opinion, as far as what was the Cyberpunk 20 Phantom Liberty. Though the Phantom Liberty side characters is on the level of Mass Effect side characters, in my opinion. But as far as in totality, Cyberpunk is one of the greatest games I've ever played in life. Now, of course, when it initially came out, granted it didn't have the DLC, but it did have the base game as far as the engaging gameplay loop, right? And the main thing that was its downfall was the amount of bugs and glitches, to the point where PlayStation at one point literally pulled the game from PlayStation Store. I can't remember the last time a game was just straight up pulled from the PlayStation Store. And to make it even more cement as far as my point, they offered refunds on the PlayStation Store. Now, usually you play a game for over 2 hours, you're not getting a refund, buddy. I'm sorry, but you gave us your hard-earned cash, and guess what? We're just going to take it and tell you better luck next time. PlayStation actually offered refunds in one of the rarest moves we've ever seen from a digital storefront as far as a PlayStation or Xbox storefront, right? So that was one of the craziest things. And then even to the point where CD Projekt Red faced lawsuits and backlash because of the game being so broken and a lot of people spending their hard-earned money on it. Now, am I saying that GTA 6 was going to come out this year and be a complete buggy mess? Of course not. I'm just saying that That's the only thing, in my opinion, that could stop people from saying this is a game of the year definitively. Like, I'm not going to say, they're not going to come out and say, oh, it's a contender, oh, it's one of the top 5. They're going to come out as soon as it drops and say it's the best game they've ever played. I'm telling you this before it comes out, because I also told you that this game was going to get delayed if it didn't get a definitive date as far as release. Because being in the music industry, as far as covering it, you come to realize the reason why they give certain windows as far as when something is to release is because that's what they hope is the date that they're completed or they're complete with their bugs and their overall coding tests and things of that nature. They're trying to complete that by that certain date. It's a window that they give you so that hopefully they finish all the testing they need to do before that initial window comes so they can give you a definitive date. We're getting to the point where the fall 2025 window obviously wasn't going to be met. A lot of people was estimating that was going to come out in December or early 2025. Oh no, early 2026, which to be fair, I did say this had a possibility of getting delayed, but I also said I believed it would have came out early 2026. Now, technically, May of 2026 is not the earliest, right? I was thinking more of a January, February launch, more of a month or two into the next year, because I felt like all the signs was pointing towards Rockstar delaying this game. But now it seems like they want to give you an entire year of more of a marketing rollout, because we haven't received another trailer. Y'all want to know this same trailer I've been playing for all my GTA 6 coverage. Like, I'm tired of being tired of playing this video, right? This video came out 1 year ago. I need the specifics. Okay, December 4th, 2023 is when this official trailer came out. It is May 4th, 2025, and I'm still playing this trailer when I'm covering new news as far as GTA 6. I think that is beyond blasphemous, especially the size and how big the game of GTA 6 is going to be. There's just so many ways you can have a dev diary not expose the entire game. Like, you can go into certain regions and explain certain things about that specific region, and then let that be a dev diary rolling out into GTA 6. Now, a lot of people will say that costs money as far as a marketing budget, and you would be correct. It's almost like GTA 5 sold over 2 million copies, right? It's almost like Rockstar generated over $8 billion. Yes, I'm sorry if, as gamers who supported that game, we want to see a luxurious rollout for maybe the most anticipated game in the past 10 years. So when they talk about marketing budget and how they don't have to market for this game, on one hand, I do understand why they have that perspective, but on the other hand, we've supported GTA 5 so much to the point where it's even popular 12 years after its initial release, and it's still one of the top 10 games on every platform. So with that being said, I do believe we deserve a luxurious rollout. It's not even entitlement. It's developers being appreciative of how much support you've given them, to the point where they come out with different ways of showcasing their game without, of course, spoiling certain plot points or online points as far as what they have cooking up that they want to surprise us with. I'm pretty sure GTA 6 is big enough to have a dev diary without exposing too much, right? So if you didn't know, GTA 6 is going to be the latest installment in GTA in over a decade. If you're wondering why the gap is so large as far as GTA 5 and GTA 6, it's simply because, like I just read off with the sales and statistics, people are still playing the game. So why would Rockstar make another game? That's exactly why we haven't received another GTA 6. It's that simple. People keep playing GTA 5, and not even keep playing it like it's in the top 15, top 20. I just went over the analytics for the top games, and they're still in the top 10. Original game came out in 2013. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 2025, and y'all wonder why they haven't given us GTA 6. So anyways, I'm not going to get into GTA 6 as far as where it's going to be set. Everybody knows that's in Vice City and things of that nature. I just want to let y'all know that they're postponing the game. It's going to come out May 26, 2026. I do believe it's going to actually come out on that date, because now they've given us a definitive date. Because I always say, if they give you a window like spring 2025, fall 2025, just think that that's a hope. That is a goal and a destination that they want to be finished with testing the game by, right? So unless they give you a definitive date, I wouldn't trust a publisher to put out a game on that or around that time. Usually they give that as a litmus scale for their workers and employees to be like, hey, you better have this game finished by this time or else. That's usually, if you ever see fall 2025 or spring 2025, just think of the employers. They are given an actual date, and it's probably way earlier than that as far as when they need to be completed with tests and coding and things of that nature. So y'all have Borderlands 4 to look forward to. Hold on. Where's my music? Hold on. No, go back to, let me see. Go back to my, hold on. Let me play this again. This is crazy. Hold up. Okay, I messed up. All right, here we go. For all my Borderlands fans out there, I'm sorry they gave you a terrible movie. I'm sorry that they had Kevin Hart in your movie, even though I like Kevin Hart, but somehow, some way, if Kevin Hart's attached to it, people find a way to hate. So with that being said, this music is for all my gamer fans out there, because instead of GTA 6 coming out this year to look forward to, yeah, Borderlands 4. So, do with that information what you will. I think at the end of the day, this is a huge development in the gaming industry for the year of 2025, because I would assume a lot more game publishers would come out and have definitive release dates now that they know when exactly GTA 6 is going to come out. So that's a huge deal for the gaming industry, because if GTA 6 would have kept their delay, or kept the delay under wraps until like a month out, I think that would have hurt 2025 as a whole. I mean, honestly, 2025 is shaping up to be one of the greater years in gaming history. I mean, you have Expedition 33. You have the Oblivion remake. You have Split Fiction out of all games. That game is going crazy right now. Marvel Rivals is still in its prime. What else? There's so many other games. There's another game I totally missed. Oh, South of Midnight, right? Which is what this whole episode, as far as it being the face of spearheading that movement of 2025, may go down as one of the greater years in gaming history. I mean, you have Assassin's Creed Shadows, and we aren't even talking about the big dogs like Mario, Zelda. Like, we're getting completely new ideas, when in the shape of South of Midnight, in the shape of Expedition 33. Like, we're getting completely new ideas and IPs in the shape of Split Fiction. That's just blowing up right now as far as just people acknowledging its high quality. So GTA 6 being delayed, it's not the end of the world. Personally, I play too many games to even be affected by one postponement. So obviously I will be on GTA 6 day one, but that day one is going to have to wait for quite some time, as GTA 6 has officially been delayed to May 26, 2026. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about GTA 6 being delayed to May 26, 2026? And ultimately, what do you think is the main reason GTA 6 was delayed? You know, this trailer that I've been playing throughout my coverage of GTA 6 gave me an epiphany. December 4th, 2023, this trailer was launched, right? And for the time being, that's what I've been using to cover the news leading up to this game. This trailer has 247 million views. Now, why am I saying that? December 4th, 2023 is when this trailer came out. What if GTA 6 comes out December 4th, 2025? Now, I've been thinking about this for quite some time. And I'm not going to say it just came out of nowhere, but December 4th, it's a very interesting date for this trailer to come out on. Because if you look at it on the calendar for 2025, that's a Thursday. Now, of course, everybody knows that any and everyone is going to call out and let their boss know that, hey, I'm playing GTA 6. Ain't no I'm sick. There's no my dog ate my homework. I got to catch a flight for an event, for a funeral, right? It's none of that. Everybody's going to walk into work and say, hey, GTA 6 is coming out. I'm not coming to work. And if you have a problem with that, fire me. Now, of course, they won't do it that direct because most people aren't that blunt. But as far as GTA 6 release date, I do believe that it could come out December 4th of 2025. Because if you think about it, 2 years after, a lot of Rockstar titles come out 2 years after the initial release date. There's been rumors that it will be pushed back to 2026, but if it is to come out in this year, it was already reported to come out between September and December. I'm taking an educated guess to pinpoint the launch date for GTA 6 to be December 4th, 2025, and I'm willing to put money on it. How much? About like 50 cents, but I'm willing to put money on it. So that being said, the main thing we're getting into today is basically the CEO and managing directors coming out time and time again to let us know that, hey, your pockets, you're going to have to run that when we put out this game. Because Michael Patcher, the managing director at Weedbush Securities, predicted that GTA 6 could be priced at $100 or more. We're not talking about the special edition. We're not talking about the exclusive GameStop edition. We're not talking about the premium edition with the 19-inch statue that they're going to put out of the main character, right? Shout out to Insomniac. But the main thing I'm talking about is the standard edition. He said it could be priced at $100 or more. Now, at first glance, I was like, that makes no sense. Why label the standard edition $100 when you can make that money from the special edition and the extra special edition, right? You can make those titles that come with more, the whatever price you want to make it. But as far as standard edition, not everybody got it like that. Now, I'm trying to speak up for the average consumer out there. Do y'all know the PS4, hold up, PlayStation 4 came out November 15th, 2023. Y'all want to know what the player base is for the PlayStation 4? PlayStation 4 player base currently. This is all indicative of what I'm about to get into. So PlayStation 4 came out November 15, 2013, right? It's 2025, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if y'all know anything like that, but just letting y'all know. As of March 31st, right? PlayStation 4 has about 49 million players on the system. PS4 and PS5 together have 129 million players together. All right, so let's do the math, right? Let's just do, because I'm no mathematician, so let me bring out my handy dandy calculator. 129 million, right? And then we divide, well, no, not divide, what in the world? We subtract that by 49 million. Okay, here we go. We're almost there. Yep. All right, so that means there's 80 million people in, approximately on PS5 as far as players using that console. And half of that, well, I mean, even more than half of that is on PS4. What I'm trying to tell y'all is people broke out here, right? People ain't got it like that. People don't have the exposable income to keep upgrading year after year. But the thing is, 2013 to 2025, there's nobody on this God's green earth that can tell me that they couldn't save up in that amount of time for a PS5. So the reason why I'm saying that is because currently GTA 5 is the 13th. No, it's the 12th. It's the 12th most played game on Steam. 73,000 people currently playing that game. 114,000 people are currently playing as far as the 24-hour peak for this game is 114,000, right? If we go over to Xbox, GTA 5 is the 9th most played game on that platform. Red Dead Redemption 2 is the 10th, right? As far as PlayStation, interestingly enough, GTA is not on here at all. So I guess shout out to PlayStation or whatever. So the reason why I'm not talking about Xbox Series X and S, because nobody's buying that, opposed to the PS5. So that's why we're focused on the player base across consoles. But when we're getting into the player base in general, I use the PS4 and PS5 metrics. Anyways, all right, so with that being said, I just want y'all to know GTA came out September 17th, 2023. September 17th, 2013. Are y'all seeing the pattern here? People do not want to spend money at all. Video games is a privilege, and especially when it comes to entertainment. So it's not as indicative of your daily life routine. You do not have to play video games. So that is probably one of the counter arguments they will come with. I don't want to play video games because I'm a grown man or I'm a grown woman, right? But they're ignorant to the fact that the average gamer is around 30 plus. So people who are making up this financial pot as far as video games and consoles, majority of them are 30 plus. So saying that is basically letting y'all know that people are being stingy out here with their dollars, and GTA developers has had enough of it. Rockstar's came out, Michael Patrick came out, the managing director at Webush Securities, and basically said that GTA 6 will cost $100 or more. And I don't think he's talking about the deluxe edition. So all of this time between 2013 and 2025, I think they realized that y'all supported this game to the moon and back. But at the end of the day, a lot of y'all do not want to leave your retro consoles, which makes developing games harder, because now you got to account for the 50 million people who still on retro consoles such as the PS4 and Xbox One. And then you got to account for the people on the current gen consoles such as the PS5 and the Xbox Series S and X. So now, if you're looking at $100 price tag, you're more inclined to pay that, because guess what? They're letting you stay on your console because they're putting this out. Well, actually, I take that back. They're not putting this out on retro consoles because GTA 6 is not going to be able to run on PS4 and Xbox One. They're looking at the overall price tag when it comes to the minimal player base that is a PlayStation 5 and that is an Xbox Series X and S. And they're like, we're going to up the price because there's not as many of y'all, because a lot of the player base is still on retro consoles. So the ones that we do have on these next gen consoles that is exclusively coming out on, we're gonna have to charge y'all a pretty penny to make up for the people on retro consoles. Y'all see how overall it hurts the consumer when you don't upgrade. I'm not saying you gotta upgrade every year. Like, you ain't gotta go from the PS5 to PS Pro to the PS6, right? Just save up to get the console that's been out for, when did PS5 come out? So PS5 came out November 12th of 2020. Oh, wow. The PS5 came out in COVID? Is that PS4? That's definitely PS4. What was the PS5 release date? Let's see. When did PS5 come out? All right, so the PS5 came out November 12th, 2020. Oh, it did come out in 2020. In peak COVID, that's crazy. So, anyways, that's more of a pass. But 2021 to 2025, I ain't gonna lie to you, you have about 4 years to get your financial status together. If you're a gamer. If you're not a gamer, obviously, if it don't apply, let it fly. But if you're a gamer that has the means, you have to upgrade, because this is the type of things we're going to start seeing more and more, because these studios are not the fondest of us saving our money when it comes to these consoles that they put out to make it easier on the developer to develop the games. Because now looking at the player base, they're not seeing the full pool because people are still on retro consoles. So now they want to charge us more. And you may say, oh, it sounds like you're blaming people who play PS4 and Xbox One. That's exactly what I'm doing. I don't think y'all understand that people on retro consoles claiming that it's still current gen is hurting the overall direction of the gaming industry. So at some point, we have to have a cutoff. I think 6 years and then cut off new games to only current gen. A lot of games are already doing that, but still, some games are still being able to be played on both, right? That is why I believe these price tags are set the way they are, especially for Rockstar, who could really ask that type of price and won't be looked at too crazy, because they did make one of the more quality-driven games in quite some time as far as GTA 5. But anyways, there's a $100 price tag. They don't know if GTA Online will be a standout or integrated into GTA 6. I think it's going to be separate. There's no way that Rockstar is going to let his story mode get overshadowed it's going to get overlooked just for people to go to online, right? I believe that story mode is not as important versus the online mode when it comes to the players. But for the developers, they put a lot of time and effort into these cutscenes. So guess what? They're going to make you play the story. I think the original game will come out. And then a year or two after that, oh, not a year or two, that's too crazy. A month or two after, they're going to put out the online mode and let people enjoy playing with their friends, right? But I think they don't want to get the overall main story overshadowed. So as far as as far as microtransactions, shameless plug, you could go to my latest coverage of GTA 6 that I did back in August 21st, 2024, basically breaking this entire thing down as far as the GTA 6 publisher Take-Two expressing concern to investors over review bombings, because it was a real thing that they was like, hey, if they review bomb us, that's gonna hurt our financial revenue, meaning we're gonna have to charge y'all even more. So they keep letting y'all know time and time again. They keep poking and prodding y'all like, hey, you mind if we charge you more? Hey, you mind if we charge you more? Like, they really gonna try to test y'all in ways that they're kind of letting you know how they're going to do it with the $100 standard edition price tag. But, you know, with that being said, I mean, XQC defended the potential $100 price, basically saying gamers already spend hundreds on early access games and microtransactions. You know, whenever a rich person comes out and tells other humans, as far as who's not as rich, that you already spend that money, so why not spend more? That makes no sense. Like, you know, they are specifically playing games that they enjoy and they spend money on those games. It doesn't mean they want to spend that amount of money on every single game. So as far as $100 price tag, I would say the deluxe edition or the super deluxe edition should have an exorbitant price tag. But as far as the standard edition, we have to make the barrier of entry at a point to where the common gamer could afford it, right? Because as we've seen throughout the segment, it's not as many people playing on current gen consoles that we think. So with that being said, that's basically all I want to get into. I just wanted to break this down a little bit. It's not too much that I could deep dive into GTA 6. But as far as the release date being December 4th of this year, I do stand on that a little bit as far as the trailer coming out and the way that December 4th lines up in 2025. So if I end up being right, y'all can call me a prophet. But if I end up being wrong, let's just forget this ever happened. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about GTA 6 being expected to have a $100 price tag for the standard edition? And how does that make you feel if you have to pay $100 for the standard edition of GTA 6? Now, here at the Notorious Mass Effect, we love to get into the music and gaming industry. With that being said, there's things that happen outside of our realm as far as what I cover and what this podcast is about that affect what we do for enjoyment. Now, with that being said, of course, we have to get into the inevitable, which is tariffs affecting your wallet. As you already know, when talking about the gaming and music industry, I'm going to talk about the effects that the tariffs have on that specifically. But for you who's watching right now, Analytic Dreamz on video on Spotify to see the video with along with the audio. But essentially, tariffs affect your wallet in the sense of raising prices on imported goods such as phones, clothes, and food. So when it comes to that, a lot of people are ignorant to the point where they do not want to address the fact that tariffs will ultimately have an effect on how you spend your money, right? It's going to affect the economy, but more specifically, what this podcast is about is going to affect that as well. So that's why I wanted to dive into entirely. So that's what this segment is about. Because when it comes to the tariff situation, as far as US, Canada, Mexico, China, and how consumers are facing the brunt of this tariff war as far as higher prices for groceries, electronics, and cars due to the tariffs, of course, and the tariffs on imports from these countries, more specifically when it comes to Canada's energy and Mexico's auto sectors being hit hard with China's exports like electronics also being increased as far as the cost value, you come to realize that now it has affected the gaming and music industry. So now let's get into that entirely. Starting with the gaming industry, you already know that when it comes to the manufacturing elements, a lot of video game hardware and consoles have been affected because of the tariffs. Now, what specifically? Well, I'm glad you asked. Because of the tariffs, up to 104% as far as tariffs on China specifically, 24% on Japan, 46% on Vietnam, and 10% in other countries. Now, what console falls in that region? Well, I'll save you the suspense, right? The Nintendo Switch 2, unfortunately, fell subject to this tariffs war, as the original price was $449, but the projected price is set to increase to make it $500 to $600 as far as what the estimates are. So when the tariffs war happened, or the tariffs war going on right now, that is what the projected price is going to be because of what the US is doing as far as implementing these tariffs. Now, also combining that with the supply chain, as Chinese chips are utilized heavily in the US, right? Also, when it comes to Japanese assembly, when it comes to the Vietnamese manufacturing system, there's a lot of tariffs that's going to be stacked upon each other, to the point where now we're coming out of more money in the sense of helping the US people, right? We're coming out of more money and they're telling us, oh, we're helping you. Doesn't really correlate as far as if you're a US citizen. That's why we get into this type of thing, because now when it affects the gaming and music industry, which is more lighthearted as far as other avenues where it's affecting people, I cover it in the way that I cover it because I cover gaming and music. So that's why I'm letting you know how it's going to affect what you do as far as in the gaming sector. And of course, I'm going to get to the music sector in just a second. So that being said, physical video games, they're also subjected to these tariffs, as when it comes to 25% tariffs on physical game discs because of Mexico production, right? When it comes to Mario Kart World on the Switch 2 set at $80, people are assuming that that's also because of tariffs. And then when it comes to shifting to digital, which you think would be cheaper for the consumer, right? Well, of course you're wrong, as shifting to digital only raised the production costs and accelerated to move away from physical discs. Because now people are looking at these tariffs, they're trying to get away from it as far as the physical aspect of as far as the digital aspect, and they're still getting tariffs put on top of that because of how the tariffs is being implemented. So when it comes to, well, shifting to tabletop gaming, right? Tariffs spike from 54% to 104% in China, to the point where now I don't even know how to pronounce this. It's Cephalofair Games, in parentheses, is Gloomhaven. So if you know about that, I have no idea what that is. I'm just reporting on it, right? So they faced $873,000 in new taxes on 1.2 million of goods. And with that being said, now the generic example that's been given because of these tariffs, the way that's going to affect retail prices is that things that are usually, let's say, $25 are now going to be priced at $40, right? That's what the assumption is in the estimate of the overall effect of these tariffs. So it's going to affect everything. That is why I'm getting into gaming and music specifically, because this is not a political podcast. I'm not letting you know who to vote for. I'm just letting you know what the landscape is because of these tariffs. So that being said, getting back into the industry side of things, Gamma has came out and said that tariffs could bankrupt many publishers. Now I'm gonna look at what Gamma is. I don't know, what is Gamma. I know it's an abbreviation for something, but I need to know what it is, right? So Gamma is the Game Manufacturers Association. Okay, it's like the NBA for gaming. you gotta love that, right? A nonprofit trade organization based in Columbus, Ohio, dedicated to advancing the non-electronic social gaming industry, including tabletop games, miniatures, card games, role-playing games, etc. Right? So they basically came out and said tariffs could bankrupt many publishers. And a lot of people are sharing the same sentiments across the board. It's not even just gaming and music. We're specifically getting into that because, once again, I cover gaming and music. So I don't want you to think, oh, this is becoming a political podcast. I'm just talking about things that affect what I cover daily and what you come for as far as the news and information, as far as the music and gaming industry. These things affect that industry, so that's why I'm covering it. So that being said, getting back into the economic and consumer side of things, right? 191 million weekly gamers are in the US. So with these high prices due to tariffs, it could shrink participation, and a lot more people are going to start playing the free-to-play games rather than hopping on the latest AAA studio game because it's $70 to $80, such as Mario Kart World, right? I mean, you look at the charts right now, and majority of them are free to play. If you look at the charts, you see a lot of, let me see. Okay, yeah, you see Fortnite. Call of Duty is not exactly free. You see a lot of different sports games that's going on sale. And then, of course, you see older. That's basically what I'm trying to say. You will see older games percolating in the top 10 more often because of these tariffs, because people already weren't playing new games. Like, there's like a stat out on how people prefer 3 to 4 year old games compared to games that just came out. I don't know what the science is behind that, but I would assume it's saving money, right? And now with the tariffs being implemented, they're going to have even tighter margin as far as exposable, or as far as what they choose to use their exposable income on. So with that being said, it's a huge deal. Especially, I'm not even going to get into the job aspect of things because that's really getting into the political side of things. I really just wanted to talk about the overall effect they had on the gaming industry. And of course, when it comes to the global trade war happening currently, China has retaliated, basically having their own tariffs at 34%, plus potential EU digital restrictions that threatens U.S. exports. So this is getting pretty serious, and that is why I wanted to cover it on the aspect and on the spectrum that I'm covering right now as far as gaming and music. So with the gaming part set to the side, now let's shift focus to the music industry. What could be affected by tariffs? You could probably already assume certain things would be affected, and you probably would be correct. As the most obvious, as far as physical media, when it comes to vinyls and CDs, the tariffs that specifically has been implemented on Canadian imports as far as 10%, right? Then you have up to 104% on Chinese materials. And then you have the consequence of vinyl prices going from whatever the price was before tariffs to increasing by 20 to 30%. It's a very huge deal. So I don't want to beat a dead horse. I'm just letting you know specifically how this is going to affect your pockets, right? Independent labels are going to start having they're going to have an even harder time trying to put forth the money for these vinyl costs, right? If an independent artist is only selling a certain amount and they ask their major label for a certain amount of vinyls for their fans. Now, even though if you may have the fans, your label may not want to front you the money because the prices are exorbitant right now, which hurts the independent artists to the point where the overall percentage of the music industry usually is pretty minuscule as far as compared to a UMG, Sony, or Warner. But currently the market landscape as far as the market share, right? UMG has 51% of the entire music market share. Sony has 23%. Warner has 19%. And then others, which is basically smaller labels and individual independent acts, they have a whopping 7%. So when I'm talking about this, it's not like, oh, this may happen. Oh, this is what I think is going to happen. This is happening. These tariffs have been implemented and things are rising at a expeditious pace, to copy my man T.I., right? Well, pause.
You guys.
But that being said, let's get back into the musical instruments, right? Because that's also gonna be an effect of what these tariffs are targeting, as 104% on tariffs as far as Chinese made guitars. That's a huge increase in price. Then you have microphones. Ladies and gentlemen, we have finally put tariffs on microphones.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
I know what you're thinking. Isn't that hypocritical because of what you do? You know how many people are in my comment section daily telling me, oh, I can't wait till they put tariffs on podcasting equipment. I'm just looking at my current setup and I'm like, how's that going to affect me? You know what I'm saying? That's going to affect the up and coming people trying to get into the space. But, you know, people are beyond ignorant at this point. So it's nothing surprises me as far as what hops into my comment section. But that being said, so the putting tariffs on guitars, microphones, of course, mixers, and the increased prices are estimated to be up to 50%. Obviously, this changes for every manufacturer, every company, but average wise is the estimates that I'm giving you right now. So there's going to be higher, well, in consequence of that, the effect of the tariffs in musical instruments and equipment is going to result in higher recording costs, especially for independent acts. I really feel for the independent acts because you're coming out of your pocket. It's like a teacher at a middle school or junior high. Like, you're coming out of your own pocket already for certain things to uplift your career and the people you affect. Now, it's going to be even harder as an independent because these artists that are already successful in getting certain advances from the music label, even though it may be lower than it used to be, independent acts are going to have to come out of the pocket even more, because guess what? There's no major label that's going to pick up a emerging artist just to gamble in this economy, you know? So it's going to hurt independent studios and emerging artists the hardest, which is usually the case. And if COVID didn't show you one thing, is that the mom and pop stores can't really handle the brunt of the absence of consumers or even the absence of opportunity. So now tariffs is taking away a lot of different opportunities, because now major labels are looking at their budget and they're going to put way more gamble into artists that have already had a track record, that are already successful, right, than they are on an emerging artist. So that's why I say independent studios and emerging artists are going to be hit the hardest. So then, of this, okay, we continue with the music industry, right? Music tourism and live events are going to see a huge, it's going to be a huge effect on this, just the downfall of ticket sales, to the point where estimates came out, right? In Canada, the overall tourism dropped by 10%. Now, a lot of people could attribute that to a lot of different things, but in the musical landscape and tourism, a lot of people like music in Canada. I mean, just to point it out, The Weeknd and Drake had some of the more phenomenal, impactful albums of 2025. An artist from Canada in prison, mind you, just ended up doing what? It was 30+ thousand. Let me see. I think so. Tory Lanez from prison put up 24,000 first week. Ladies and gentlemen, that's an artist from Canada. So not only do we have some of the biggest musicians in general from Canada, not only do we have an artist from prison putting up 24,000 units first week, but sometimes you just realize that people go to Canada to try to fill out the culture of what cultivated these artists that they've grown to love, as far as the Drake, as far as the Weeknd. So when they tour Canada, that's one of the main things they want to see, is just music, live events, right? So overall tourism in Canada dropped 10%. Not saying that's the only reason. I'm just saying one of the main reasons people go to Canada. And then also Nashville, who's definitely known for music, which I actually been to. You know, that's one of the more highlights of just adventures in my life, because just seeing certain things from different aspects and different perspectives is one of the things I think elevates you in life. That's why I think traveling is one of the main things you could do to get more of a understanding of just humans, right? And off of that point, Nashville has had a lot of cancellations. So when it comes to what's their there's like a slogan they had. Nashville music. Because I know they're known for country, right? And Morgan Wallen goes there all the time, and Post Malone went there when he was rolling out his album, so it's really impactful for culture. But it's known as Music City. Because I remember seeing the sign, even at the place we was at, there was like this huge sign in the place. I was like, what is that? Music City? That's kind of arrogant. And then you get to actual, what they call it? I think it was Broadway. And then you realize why they call themselves that. I mean, it was just clubs with live music on top of, and it was like in the same building, they would have 3 different levels, all had live performers on each one of those levels. Like, it was just different. So anyways, people going to Nashville to experience that. Now, due to tariffs, right, it has lessened to the point where Flair Airlines came out and said they had 18,000 seats canceled. Once again, you can always attribute that to other things going on in the economy, but I want to keep this lighthearted, so I'm not going to get into that. All I'm going to say is that's one of the factors people go to Tennessee. Well, that's one of the factors that plays a part into why people go to Tennessee as far as to get that musical atmosphere and understand what's happening in that landscape. And then, of course, in Buffalo, I'm not going to lie to you. I don't know why people going to Buffalo. Maybe I'm tripping. I don't know why people going to Buffalo. They want to see football in the snow. Anyways, that received a 14% drop as far as people going to Buffalo. I don't even know why that's on there. It says in Canadian visitors, but why are Canadians going to Buffalo? Like, what's the... Hold on, let me think. I really don't care. This is one of the more ignorant parts of this segment. I do not care why there was a 14% drop of people going to Buffalo, because why was you going there in the first place? I ain't gonna lie to you. So let's just move on from that. Digital music and retaliatory risk happened as far as smartphones and TV prices could receive certain increase because of tariffs, right? And when it comes to that, EU and China, going back to the retaliatory part, is considering targeting U.S. digital services. So like I said, people are trying to transition from physical to digital. Why? Because the tariffs are running rampant and increasing the costs across the board. So they try to go to digital, but now the way the tariffs are set up, not even digital products are set up to be safe. As I remember responding to a comment on one of my, I think it was on a YouTube platform, which, shameless plug, click my link tree in my bio to follow me on my social medias. I post daily about the gaming and music industry. But somebody commented on how I was asking, why are people pirating Nintendo games? I already knew the answer, but I just wanted to start conversation. So a lot of people were just saying, F Nintendo, oh, Nintendo's screwing over the consumers, all that crazy stuff. But then one person was basically breaking it down and saying how there was uplifting or increasing the cost of digital products because of the tariffs. And then somebody responded saying, why would digital products be increased because of tariffs? And I remember, let me see if I can find that. I remember giving an answer because I always do research when I respond to people. I don't like to just give fake news, right? So I remember, let me see if I can find it. Nintendo is here somewhere. Let me see. Why do people pirate Nintendo games? Yes, this one. And then let me go to the comment section. Okay, so Film Vincible, which is a phenomenal name, said is let me just put it on the screen. I should be able to see right now. Let me take myself away so y'all can see that. Okay, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. But anyways, so essentially, Film Vincible said, well, you see the conversation right here, right? And I already recapped it, so I'm not going to go over it. So Film Vincible said, how is a digital purchase affected by the tariffs? I basically responded saying digital purchases face tariffs if classified as imports. Once again, going back to the legal and political jargon that they be throwing around. So that increases cost. Rules vary by country, often targeting services or goods from foreign providers. And then, of course, Finvincible responded to my comment saying, well, it's a PG podcast, so let's just say, she said, man, the tariffs are insane. So, we try to give educational content over here at the Notorious Mass Effect without sounding preachy because, of course, this is not a political platform. But the main thing I do want you to know is to not be ignorant when it comes to the effects of the tariffs, because maybe I could help you know beforehand that you should probably start saving because of the effects that it's really going to have when we really get into the cusp of the tariffs process. Because right now we're at the beginning, so a lot of things are reacting and retaliating and stuff like that, like I just went over. But now it's good to save up because you don't know what type of long-term effects these tariffs are going to have, right? So that's basically it as far as me getting into the effects on the music and gaming side. And of course, when it just comes to the U.S. overall plans, this is going to be my only political take. We do not have the manufacturing capacity to substitute cutting off Canada, specifically Canada, but especially these other countries who they help us out. They help us out a lot when it comes to manufacturing. I don't think people realize the wage that people make some of our products on, right? If you were approached to do certain things with that type of wage that they're doing overseas, you would call the police. And I'm gonna leave it at that. So that being said, I don't think we have the manufacturing capacity. That's my only political take. That's it. So I don't agree with the tariffs. I'm just letting y'all know how it's affected the gaming industry, how it's affected the music industry. And overall, I just want to let you know that you should probably start saving, not to like spook you out or anything, because, you know, just like COVID, you know, we find ways to get over certain things and we adapt and evolve. Well, I would hope you adapt and evolve. That's one of the best ways to continue in life as far as the success route, right? These tariffs are going to be around for quite some time. So I wanted to give you the overview of how it affected the music and gaming industry while also letting you know beforehand. So maybe, just maybe, you could have the knowledge beforehand to start saving now. So that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about the tariffs impact on the gaming and music industry? And if you are in any of those particular industries or even both, what have you seen in your personal life that's been affected the most because of these tariffs? Now, of course, I've talked about this, and now it has finally happened. As back on December 11th, 2024, I'll let y'all know how the Goldman family, the founders of Ubisoft, along with Tencent, a significant shareholder, were contemplating a move to take Ubisoft private, right? A very extreme course of action that they were willing to implement because of Assassin's Creed Shadows being postponed, right? Because that led to Ubisoft shares falling 17%. Then you have the quote-unquote Call of Duty Killer X Defiant getting shut down by Ubisoft, basically showcasing how time and time again Ubisoft is coming out and flopping with their games. I didn't even mention having the first ever open world Star Wars game. Think about that. The first ever Star Wars game that's set in the open world. I know some people may say Jedi Survivor, as far as Cal Kestis' storyline, that's semi-open world. I mean, like completely open world to the point where they had a whole GTA level system as far as the police involved and things of that nature. And it ended up flopping. Have you ever heard anybody talk about Star Wars Outlaws? And it came out last year. So when it comes to Outlaws, when it comes to X Defiant, when it comes to them postponing Assassin's Creed Shadows, but to be fair, it didn't end up being a very successful launch, so the postponement seemingly worked, as it became Ubisoft's second highest selling launch day title ever, right? Only behind Valhalla, which is very unfair because of Valhalla coming in the midst of COVID to the point where everybody was at home. Ubisoft already had a full game to put out to the masses before we all went to shutdown. So when they put it out, the sales were through the roof. Not saying it was not saying it wasn't a phenomenal game, just saying in its circumstances, COVID helped out that game a lot. Now, when it comes to Star Wars Outlaws, like I already said, it was a huge flop, and seemingly what was a surefire hit as far as the first ever open world Star Wars game ended up being a flop to the point where Tencent and the Goldman family stepped in and they was like, hey, we're going to take this private because Bloomberg reported that the potential privatization of this company will make the stocks soar to by over 31%. This was the estimates, right? The investors came out in confidence basically saying that the stability basically was heavily emphasized as far as being a part of the privatization, right? Stability was going to be brought after they privatized their stock because it already plummeted to the point where it was the lowest since 2013. Now, I'm not going to go over that specific segment in totality, just letting you know the overview so you know where I'm coming from. And, you know, I've already covered this. So if you want to type in Ubisoft Analytic Dreamz with a Z, it should pop up whatever platform you listen to podcasts on. With that being said, now let's get into what I literally hinted at back in December of last year. Tencent has, even though Assassin's Creed Shadows, to be fair, came out and was the second highest selling launch day title, Tencent still went with another route as far as taking over a little more as far as the Ubisoft brand, as they had a 1.1 billion with a B investment in Ubisoft's new subsidiary. So this deal was announced March 27th and the investment was 1.1 billion, right? And this gave Tencent a 25% minority stake, but the subsidiary valuation was at 4 billion. So it was a huge deal. And basically the specifics of this deal is that Ubisoft retains 100% ownership and majority voting control for at least 2 years, right? Then Tencent is locked in for 5 years. But the scope of it is that Tencent gets the exclusive access to titles like Assassin's Creed, Far Cry, and Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six franchises. A huge deal, which is why it costs 1.1 billion, especially from Tencent. So this subsidiary, right, has the headquarters now located in France, and the studios involved with this deal is Montreal, Quebec, Sherbrooke, Saguenay. I don't even know how to say that. I ain't gonna lie to you. Saguenay, I think that's how you say it. Barcelona and Sofia. Or Sophie. I think it's Sophia. It's an I and a A. So, anyways, when it goes back to the license, right? Ubisoft grants a worldwide exclusive, irrevocable, perpetual license. You gotta love that perpetuity word in contracts, don't you? Ubisoft retains IP ownership. Subsidiary operates, though, independently. So even though this is a huge deal and took 1.1 billion to get accomplished, Ubisoft still holds a lot of the cards as far as the ownership and things of that nature. So when it comes to the main objective, you're wondering, why did Tencent pay $1 billion if Ubisoft still owns a lot of the ownership with the IP? Well, basically, it strengthens Ubisoft because it reduces their debt, because Tencent is like, hey, we'll take on more of that debt for these specific franchises. Let's just pay you this amount to become a 25% minority holder of this subsidiary, right? So now you look at it from a funding perspective, right? And you come to realize that now Tencent, because of what they're known for, I would assume they're going to implement a lot of free-to-play and social features that help out in the overall run of the subsidiary. Because if you think about it, the CEO, as far as it's YVES, I don't know how to pronounce it. Is it Ves Gulmont came out and said that this deal is to move toward an agile and ambitious operating model to drive sustained long-term growth. So Tencent already had 10% in the overall Ubisoft brand. Now, with them getting into this subsidiary and them also dabbling into a lot of other ventures as far as the gaming industry, which just showcases how much money Tencent has. They're really a big dog when it comes to this music industry, and they throw their money around a lot. So anyways, Tencent also holds over 40% of Epic Games. You probably know the game that they develop as far as Fortnite. and Tencent has full ownership of Riot Games, which has League of Legends and Valorant. So safe to say that when we're looking at this particular company, they are unequivocally the big dogs in the music industry or in the gaming industry. So now their focus is to branch out and start to get more of a Western presence, especially when it comes to gaming. And what does that consist of? Taking over certain IPs, expanding global gaming portfolio, and of course, aligning with Ubisoft and these type of deals as far as a subsidiary is mentioned, as far as being over to specifically focus on Assassin's Creed, Far Cry, and Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six franchises. Because if you're invested in something, you probably want that company to do well, right? So now they're probably taking these things into consideration, putting more of a emphasis on these specific franchises that they believe can help give them more money in the long run as far as what they already have invested stock-wise. So this makes all the sense in the world as far as the expansion, because now you look at it and Tencent has acquired and garnered 28,000 internship positions over, they're going to, because of the subsidiary, create jobs in the sense of 28,000 internship positions over the next 3 years. Then you have 10,000 new jobs in 2025 as far as 60% tech focus. And then you have, as of March 2025, they said that they have 55,000 full-time employees, 73% in tech roles, 27% in R&D. Is that like risk and development? I'm pretty sure that's, let me make sure, because I don't want to get that abbreviation wrong. So I think, what is R and D? This is how you know I haven't had a corporate job in a while. So yeah, it's research and development. Okay. What did I say? Risk and, I don't know. It's research and development. That's the official title, because I was pretty sure I was on the nose with that. But anyways, so it comes back to Ubisoft. They're going to be okay, right? They're still making a lot of money from the Assassin's Creed Shadows game that I'm currently playing. You know, shameless plug, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. If you just type in Assassin's Creed Analytic Dreamz gameplay, it should pop up as far as my video gameplay walkthrough of that game. And let me just say I'm enjoying that game thoroughly, to the point where it's probably one of my favorite games of this year. And I played a lot of other games. Split Fiction is still my favorite by far. But Assassin's Creed Shadows, the more you get into it, the more you understand this is a phenomenal game. So anyways, Ubisoft is making a lot of money off of that game, and they are in general on the rise as far as posts putting out Assassin's Creed Shadows. And with it having over 3 million players at launch, second highest day one sales in franchise history, it kind of slows down the downfall of stocks, because you still have to keep in mind Skull and Bones. I didn't even say Skull and Bones, but Skull and Bones, the failure that was, I wonder if I ever cover Skull and Bones. It was a really bad cycle as far as marketing for that game, because a lot of people were just trashing it over and over, and I don't think I ever covered that. Yeah, I never covered Skull and Bones. But as far as Skull and Bones, X-Defiant, Star Wars Outlaws underperforming, this offsets that a little bit as far as it being financially successful, but then you have to compare it to the other games just being horrendous as far as it underperforming financially. So Ubisoft should be okay because of this new move with Tencent. When it comes to the esports side of things, they're still trying to grow in that, as Rainbow Six Siege was added to the 2025 Esports World Cup in Saudi Arabia, so that's a huge deal. Siege tournament prize pool is estimated to be about 2 million, and then new tournaments are expected to have an even larger prize pool. So to throw around money like that, safe to say that whole entire event is generating way more than that. So when it comes to what I think they're going to market, I think Tencent, them taking over in this new subsidiary, like I said earlier in the segment, I think they're going to take over more of a free-to-play model, right, to offset some of these costs. And then when it comes to the tariffs, because if you don't know, the U.S. put up to 104% on Chinese imports. So that's going to hurt a lot when it comes to what Tencent's trying to do, right? But the free-to-play model should offset costs. And, of course, they may end up, well, not may, they probably 90%, they're going to start increasing the overall physical media costs, which is going to hurt the average consumer. But hey, the tariffs are here to stay, so that's just what we're going to have to deal with. And then, of course, when you come to the overview of Ubisoft's financial health, it's still in limbo, as just last year, the Gulmont family and Tencent was approaching Ubisoft, basically contemplating taking the company private. Because you're probably thinking, if you're the founders of Ubisoft, as far as Gulmont, and then you have Tencent, a significant shareholder, couldn't you just overrule anything that happens? But there's still a system that they have to go by as far as a voting system, and they still have a board. So Gulmont family and Tencent can't just come in and be like, hey, we're going to do this just because I said so. It doesn't work like that. So they're going the correct route instead of, threatening to do a hostile takeover, because it was getting to a weird place as far as these particular sides of Ubisoft approaching. And basically, it was showcasing a lot of different strategic venues that they could have went strategic options that they was going to implement. But with the success of Assassin's Creed Shadows, I think we got the watered down version of that as far as the Tencent 1.1 billion investment in the strategic lifeline for Ubisoft, because they were talking about privatizing the stock. I think this is a much better options to coexist and hopefully increase the overall quality level of these future Ubisoft games, but more importantly, trying to keep it afloat as far as their financial status. So that's the biggest thing I wanted to go over. It's a huge deal, 1.1 billion. You don't see that every day being thrown around. As far as Tencent investing that into Ubisoft, some will say that Assassin's Creed Shadows helped out Ubisoft fall into that line of investment than the other one as far as privatizing their stock. So that was a huge deal. And shout out to Assassin's Creed Shadows once again for being a phenomenal game. And I would definitely check that out, and also check out my gameplay of Assassin's Creed Shadows by just typing in Assassin's Creed Shadows gameplay Analytic Dreamz with a Z, and it should pop up. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Tencent investing 1.1 billion into Ubisoft's new subsidiary, and what do you think that means for the overall longevity of Ubisoft? When it comes to a movement, usually things happen because of that movement, and sometimes it doesn't pan out as far as the people who started the movement. Now, why am I speaking in general? That's because, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting into Nintendo. So you already know where I'm going with those preceding sentiments. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the drop the price movement was one of the worst movements ever in gaming history, as fans protested, right? The prices for the Nintendo Switch 2 games like Mario Kart World, especially the price when it comes to $80, a lot of people kept commenting on the following Nintendo live streams as far as drop the price, all throughout the comment section of the live stream, right? So you would think that this movement, as far as the drop the price movement, them being upset over high costs, especially amid the tariff war between China and US, right? And despite all of that, when the Nintendo Switch 2 launched, it seen strong sales to the point where US pre-orders sold out quickly all over retailers like Walmart, Best Buy, Target. And with those retailers being sold out entirely, estimates came out to about 4.3 million units as far as sold in the US.
But then, you know what I'm saying, I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
Sometimes I think about it and I say to myself, what is the state of gaming if we can't band together to change certain things that's in favor of the consumers? Because if you think about it, we have all the marketing power in the world to band together and make Nintendo drop their prices. Because at the end of the day, if they have their reasons for setting a price point, the consumers have all say as far as whether they increase it or decrease it. You know how you do that? By banding together, which was literally to drop the price movement and letting Nintendo know we're not purchasing the console because we don't want to give you any indication that the price tag for these upcoming games on that platform is justifiable. And guess what? They failed horrendously.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
So that being said, global projections as far as the Nintendo Switch 2 ranges from 13 to 15 million units in 2025, potentially making it the fastest selling console ever. Which is why I say drop the price movement is one of the worst movements in gaming history. Games like Donkey Kong, what in the world? Bonanza? What is it? So it's Bonanza. Ah, there we go. Donkey Kong Bonanza is driving sales, of course. And then the one and only, the savior of gaming, as far as Mario, in his particular game, the Mario Kart World Bundle is also doing phenomenal as far as that price point being at $500, right? And of course, that price point is along with the game and the console. So it's not like the game by itself. That would be insane. I still think the drop the price movement wouldn't work, even if it was priced at, right? I mean, at this point, I have no faith in consumers banding together for decrease in prices. But that's besides the point. So that's why I wanted to start off with, because of course we're getting into the Nintendo Direct. As you already know, the Nintendo Switch 2 was revealed. There was a lot of notable announcements such as Metroid Prime 4. And when it comes to release dates, there wasn't any specific release dates, but they gave like an overall year as far as when you could anticipate these games coming out. So Metroid Prime 4 Beyond is set for 2025. Pokemon Legends ZA, or Z through A, depending, like Z-A, is set to come out late 2025. And Rhythm Heaven Groove is set to come out 2026. Virtual Game Cards is set to come out April 2025. And then Nintendo Today app is set to come out this year for news, videos, and content about Nintendo games, which goes back to my point. When it comes to emulation, when it comes to having Nintendo Direct, as far as me talking about when it comes to emulation, I'm talking about Nintendo's stance on emulation as far as the piracy and things of that nature, which I covered in depth as far as on my podcast. It's one of my latest segments as far as the way that Nintendo really goes at people who pirate their games, because it's pretty aggressive, if I do say so myself. So all the way back in April 22nd, which is not that long ago, but like I said, it was one of my latest segments. Nintendo piracy crackdown continues with latest win against D-Storage SAS. And I covered that entirely. That segment is actually doing phenomenal at this point in time. So I appreciate everybody who enjoys my breakdown of Nintendo, because guess what? I try to come with facts. I don't do fake news over here. So when it comes to that, I covered that back in April 22nd, 2025. If you just type in Nintendo Analytic Dreamz with a Z, my latest coverage of that should pop up. So anyways, getting back into Nintendo Direct. So when it comes to third-party titles, they also highlighted a few, such as Tamagotchi Plaza, such as Marvel Cosmic Invasion and Story of Seasons Grand Bazaar and Saga Frontier 2 Remastered, among others, right? Now getting back into tariffs, because it's not a political platform, but of course, if it impacts the gaming or music industry, I have to speak on it, right? I got to inform y'all on what's going on in the world, because it affects our leisure as far as our vice, as far as entertainment, whether it's music or gaming. So the increasing tariffs as far as 46% on Vietnam goods, as far as 25% on Mexican disc, are pushing physical game prices like Metroid Prime 4 and Pokemon Legends Z-A up to $80. So when it comes to that, you already know the drop the price movement was bound to fail, but it couldn't have if people would have banded together. It's crazy how us not banding together is going to cost us bans in the long run, because guess what? Now Nintendo has even more incentive to not only keep the price, but maybe they'll even raise the price, because guess what? What are you going to do about it?
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
So that being said, I really like getting into these type of marketing strategies because I just love how the power of the consumer is just always underestimated by the masses. You know, if you band together for any movement and you show actual camaraderie and stick to the movement, it will have actual change, and you will see actual change, especially what the movement is based on, if you stay together. Because we have all the marketing power in the world. If you don't purchase a console or a game, guess what? It's going to tell the company, we're not making any money. Let's do some alternative routes to increase the overall financial status that we're going through because of them not purchasing our game, which probably would have led to them dropping the price. But, you know, that's beside the point. You know, let me get off my soapbox because y'all not going to do it anyway, right? You know what I mean? I wouldn't be surprised if Nintendo says, you know what, just because of the drop the price movement, we're going to make Mario a DLC character. Not just playing. They ain't going to do all that. But anyways, all right, getting back into the Nintendo Switch 2 Direct, you already know as far as the hardware, it's $449 as far as the Switch 2 and $499 for the Mario Kart World bundle. And with that being said, the launch date is June 5th, 2025. So it's pretty close, but it's not close enough for this to be selling out the way it is. That's why, you know, I'm not going to keep harping on the drop the price movement, but they folded so quick. It was just, they folded with the quickness. Anyways, the new features of the Nintendo Switch 2 is the Joy-Con 2 mouse controls, of course, with detachable controllers with mouse functionality, which is new as far as compared to the original Switch, right? Game Share, that's also a new feature as far as the local wireless game sharing. And then the Micro SD Express, which is a 1 terabyte Lexar support for faster gaming loading as far as 900 I think it's megabytes per second. I don't know why I'm switching up on MB. I'm pretty sure it's megabytes. Let me make sure. Because in general, I see that all the time. I don't know why I'm blanking on that. It's just sometimes you just cover stuff and you just blank on the most obvious things. All right, let's see. What does MB stand for? Pretty sure it's megabytes. Yeah, it's megabyte. Okay, I was like, hold up, why am I blanking on that? All right, so yeah, so 900 megabytes per second. And then, of course, you have the game chat, which is a huge feature that Nintendo tries to distance themselves from because of the toxic nature of gamers in general. And they don't want to put their Nintendo gamers through that scrutiny, right? And I think that's commendable. I think if you was ever raising a little human, right? I think Nintendo games and Nintendo platform is the first thing you should introduce your offspring to, because of the nature of Nintendo games being kid friendly and the platform also being kid friendly, which is why they were so hesitant to implement this feature for quite some time. But now they have game chat with built-in mic for voice and video chat, but it does require a Switch online membership. So you're probably wondering to yourself, why did it take them so long to get to this point as far as having game chat into the games? Well, like I said, Nintendo is known as family friendly, and it's only so much family friendly activities you can have going on until somebody starts acting a fool, as we've seen with a lot of people as far as the Minecraft servers is considered, as far as Roblox servers. Like, it could really get to a scary territory, which is why you should always monitor who your kids are talking to and what type of games they're playing, right? Not to get on my unk tip, but I'm just letting y'all know. Nintendo is one of the better platforms to start your offspring with if they're interested in gaming. So with that being said, the launch titles, like I said, is Mario Kart World, set to be $79. Donkey Kong Bonanza, set to be, actually, I don't know how much that's going to be. It's a 3D I think I just went over that not too long ago. I was just talking about the drive and sales. Okay, so we don't know the cost, but of course, you know, with the console, they're saying that the Donkey Kong game sparked a lot of interest along with Mario, right? So we don't know how much that is, but it's set to come out July 17, 2025. Kirby, what was that at? Oh yeah, Kirby Air Riders is set for a late 2025 release, and then you have third-party supporters such as Hades 2, Elden Ring. imagine playing Elden Ring on a Nintendo Switch 2. Like, I know reports have came out and they're basically saying, oh, it's estimated to be as powerful as the PS4, which is like a retro console at this point. So I don't know why that's a selling point, but you know, people still have PS4s, and if you can't afford to upgrade, I definitely understand. But those who are spending what could be upgraded material or upgraded system on like shoes or like lavish vacations, if you consider yourself a gamer, asking why we aren't getting evolutions in technology in the gaming industry, it's because of you. It's because you won't upgrade, right? I'm not talking about the people who can't afford it. I'm talking about the people who can afford it and choose not to, and then complain why they don't see huge involvements in the gaming industry. So anyways, with that being said, that's a huge deal as far as third-party support, because of course that means they're branching out, trying to get more intense games, hardware intensive games on their console, right? So due to tariffs, I already talked about that. Getting into the Mario Kart World Direct specifically, I'm probably gonna break that game down at a later point because it's not out yet. As far as Mario Kart World, I do believe that specific game is going to feed families, as far as Mario just consistently being the driver in the market, the mascot for Nintendo. I mean, if you really look at Nintendo as far as the charts, consistently you see Mario up there, as far as whether it's Super Mario Party Jamboree, that's currently the second most played game on the Nintendo platform, or Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, which is the fifth most played game on the platform. You come to realize Mario is consistently the dominant figurehead of Nintendo, right? I mean, of course, you have your Zeldas and things of that nature, but Mario is always towards the top, and it's always like multiple games. So, that being said, that's basically all I wanted to get into as far as the Nintendo Direct. I think ultimately consumers underestimate the amount of money and power that they hold over these corporations. So once they realize that we could band together and cause actual change to the point where it helps out the consumer and especially our wallets, I think even though a lot of these costs are tariff driven, they will still ultimately be into the consumer if nobody or majority of the people are not purchasing in hopes of a decrease or, you know, more notably, a drop in price. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know one of my social medias. What do you think about the reactions of the Nintendo Direct? What do you think of the sales that I went over as far as the Nintendo Switch 2 being on pace to be one of the fastest selling consoles ever? And ultimately, what is your biggest takeaway from all of the Nintendo Switch 2 launch day titles being announced? When talking about the Jay-Z simulator, I mean, the 50 Cent, wait, hold up. The Notorious B.I.G. simulator, hold up, I keep messing up the name. I'm not gonna lie to you. As far as all those gentlemen that I just named, let's just say allegedly, they may relate to this game. Now, what game am I specifically talking about here at the Notorious Mass Effect? Well, of course, Schedule 1, that has been taking the gaming community by storm. I know every AAA developer is looking at this game completely irate for the simple fact that it's an indie game, right? And it's garnered so much engagement to the point where it had 5.2 million sales in weeks. Now, of course, more specifically, this game is only out on Steam. So if you try to go to your console and download this game, you won't be able to. But it's very interesting because the graphical intensity of this game is not there, right? So I believe it could be even on the Switch if the developers were to put it on those platforms. But of course, it's an indie studio, so you have to give them time. Now, speaking of time, when it comes to the 24-hour peak of Schedule 1, it is at 99,000 currently, with the concurrent players at 50,000, with the all-time peak as far as the past 25 days, it's accumulated 459,000 players. So safe to say that when it comes to an indie sensation in the gaming community for the year of 2025, Schedule 1 is one of the best indie games when it comes to engaging and affecting the masses. So with that being said, if you don't know about Schedule 1, it's a first-person management sim focused on building a drug empire.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Now, of course, I'm not going to get into who would find this particularly enjoyable. All I'm going to say is the police is watching, and they're trying to see who is out here dealing drugs with their efficiency, because they're probably going to think to themselves, I wonder where you learned those tips and tricks from. Now, all jokes aside, this is a harmless game based on building a drug empire, and we already know with one of the most popular games in history as far as GTA 5, and it's still being the 9th most played game on Xbox. And then, of course, when you come to PlayStation, well, usually it's in the top 10, but right now it's not. But usually it's in the top 10 on both consoles. Right now it's only on Xbox as far as it being the 9th most played game on that platform. But that besides the point. Basically what I'm trying to say is a lot of people love building empires based on illegal activities because of it being a video game format, right? Because all the arguments as far as, oh, video games incite violence, video game does this, video games does that, when people don't realize movies is doing the same thing, TV shows are doing the same thing. You think somebody watches John Wick and they move across overseas to take out a bunch of people? Well, of course not. Nobody's ever putting those two and two together as far as the movies and TV shows and what they perpetuate and what people take from that, right? So why do they put it on video games? The world may never know. So besides that fact, this game is developed by TVGS. Now, of course, that is an abbreviation. So Tyler's Video Game Studio is what that abbreviation stands for. And just in case you didn't know, it's a 3-person indie team led by Tyler. So when I talk about this being an indie game, and then I also talk about the analytics as far as it being a successful game on the market as far as Steam, you come to realize that if you have a 3-person indie team, which is really 4, including the owner, Tyler, right? And they're based out of Sydney, Australia. This game was built using Unity. It's only on PC. How in the world is it garnering so much attention? Well, I'm glad you asked. As far as the gameplay and mechanics, it seems to be very engaging to the point where, yes, you're building a drug empire, but it's the attention to detail that keeps people on this game. Where whether it's cultivating, manufacturing, packaging, there's a lot that goes into the overall process of building a drug empire. It's a lot to be discovered, and it's deeper than what people may think going into it, being like, oh, we're just going to sell drugs, right? There's immersive mini games for planting, mixing, and packaging. There's aesthetic as far as exaggerated character designs and funny drug names. So not only does it have the humor on point, not only does it make the process of creating the drug enjoyable, but also it has a cooperative multiplayer mode, so you can enjoy this with your friends as well. And with the adaptive difficulty scaling, if it gets a little too easy, because you may or may not have actual real life experience, you get to turn it up a little bit, right? So that being said, with the progression system, right, it unlocks a lot of abilities, recipes, and areas, so you would never feel like it's a mundane process, as you're always building and elevating and running into different recipes and things of that nature, as far as making the game fresh once more, as far as diving into it. Now, you're probably thinking, what is the price point of this game? Well, I'm glad you asked. It's $19.99, but there's a free demo. Now, I don't know if the free demo is separate from the game, but when I looked it up on Steam, there was the free trial and then there was the actual game. So you may be able to play the free trial and then get into the full game, but I'm not 100% sure if it's separate. All I'm gonna say is its price point is officially $19.99, but there is a free trial / demo. So I would assume that that's separate. So if you wanted to try it out for free, that's an option. If you wanted to play the game, it's only $19.99. But I have to be fair, right? Because it is $19.99, which is a great price point, especially for what you're getting. But when it comes to the main story only, it's 20 hours, right? You unlock 3 base drug types plus optimized businesses. So with that being said, the side missions included makes it 40 hours. So when you're paying $20, I would think that you're getting your money's worth if you explore the entire game. But if you just try to, I'm just going to run through the game, you'll probably only get 20 hours out of it as far as only doing main story plot points. And you're probably wondering, what is the plot of this game?
But then, you know what I'm saying, I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
Y'all know what the plot of this game is. So with that being said, when it comes to the narration and things of that nature and them holding your hand, there's really not a lot of that. There's a lot that you figure out on the fly. Not saying that they don't pinpoint certain directions you should go in, but it's not like a whole narrative process like usual single player games where it's like, oh, this is a setting, okay, here's the plot points all over the map. Usually you'll be able to figure it out. It's not rocket science. It's pretty easy as far as to pick up this game and learn what the mechanics are. And when it comes to the map, it's not humongous to the point where the map, which is Highland Point, has a lot of unlockable regions, which means that you're always exploring and you're always running into new areas. But more importantly, it's never a mundane process. That's the main thing I wanted to get at, because of course there was another game that came out of the woodworks, like Nintendo themselves, like Aubrey Graham themselves, and hold up, sometimes they be like, you are stealing. Like, hold up, player, you're stealing our IP.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
So who am I talking about? Of course I'm talking about the Drug Dealer Simulator, developed by Byte Runners and published by Movie Games. It's a 2020 single player simulation game, right? And this game built a drug empire starting small in a gritty hideout, and then of course you elevate and build up while evading the police. What does that sound like? Now, I'm not saying that Schedule 1 stole from this 2020 game, right? Because I don't think any idea is 100% original. It's all about elevating and evolving the wheel. You don't need to invent the wheel. As long as you're adding something unique and different, I think people are okay with that and won't call it stealing. But of course, for Byte Runners and Movie Games, they was thinking a little different, right? As they came out and said they've launched an official investigation, like Aubrey Graham himself, into Schedule 1 petition to seek out potential intellectual property infringement.
But then, you know what I'm saying, I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
Now, if Nintendo, Drake, and Byte Runners walk into a bar, no, I'm just kidding, my fault. I ain't gonna give that joke. But anyways, with that being said, y'all gotta watch out for these people who see that you're successful and they find any way possible to deter you from your ultimate route, your ultimate destination, right? Because if you're getting into a destination and it's seeming as if you're using an idea that they may have started, but you evolved it to the point where now it's your own, right? You added so much uniqueness to it that now it's your own baby, for lack of a better term. And they are mad that you have cultivated this audience based off their original idea, and stuff like this can happen time and time again. That's why I always say, look out for the ones who's plotting on your downfall. So that being said, I already went over the sales and things of that nature, but when it comes to the analytics, because you know over here at Notorious Mass Effect, we love to dive into the dreamlike analytics. And for this game, it's no different, as it went #1 globally on Steam charts within 1 week, over 90,000 reviews on Steam with overwhelmingly positive rating. And then of course, it never dropped below 100,000 concurrent players post-launch, but currently it has dropped below 100. But technically it's 99,000. So I mean, you know what I mean? I'm not trying to be, well, actually, I'm just letting you know it did drop a little bit below it. And as far as people concurrently playing the game, it's around 50,000. But when it comes to the average play time, I already talked about that. When it comes to the top markets, who would have thunk that the US would have been the majority players as far as this particular game? Now, I'm not saying anything, right? Because, you know, that would be blasphemous. But the people that I named at the beginning of the segment, let's just say that they influenced a lot of people who wanted to be just like them. Now, that being said, let's keep going. So when it comes to the reviews, IGN gave this a huge credit as far as its engaging factor, and especially the cozy quote unquote gameplay and humor. As far as PC game, none of these came with scores because I believe it's still in early access if I'm not mistaken. But it's out, but it's not. It's still in early access. It's similar to Repo and on Steam. Ever since I started gaming on Steam, I started to realize how cheap the video games are if you find them on certain sales, right? People always talk about the price point of building a gaming PC, but they don't talk about how a lot of games on Steam goes on sale frequently, way more frequently than on console as far as digitally, and especially Nintendo, that's just non-existent. They like drop the price for what? Nintendo don't drop the prices. But as far as consoles, they drop their prices every now and then, and as far as Steam, they frequently drop the prices to the point where if you invest in a PC, a gaming PC, you really save money over the long haul as far as all these different Steam sales and get these games for $5, $10, and on a whim that you never would have even seen that price point on console. That's basically what I'm saying as far as PC. So, with that being said, PC Gamer gave this a great, well, none of them gave it a score because it's early access, but they basically highlighted the indie charm over the AAA polish, and then overall, the critics loved its humor and cozy vibe, but noted the thin late game content, which, like I said, it's a 20-hour game if you run through the main story. It's a 40+ hour game if you do all the side content, and especially if you're playing with your friends and little Timmy's not, or big Timmy's not paying attention, it's gonna be even longer. So I wouldn't be mad at the length. Pause.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Because usually when you think about the price point, you have to compare it to the runtime. 40+ hours, I don't care if it is including side content. For $20, it's always a great bang for your buck, right? So with that being said, I do believe that when it comes to this video game, the longevity is seeking out people who enjoy these type of just cozy drug simulator type games. Cause a lot of people play GTA, so you already know they're gearing up the role play for this video game. So if you wanted some expert tips, let's just say that a lot of people in the community has said that when it comes to pro tips, right now we turn into pro gamers, always counter the offer in the video game $20 to $30 higher than the default price, right? Another pro tip: under deliver, right? Give slightly less product to stretch supplies without major penalty. And of course, the last pro tip, because for the rest of them, you may have to, let me chill. For the last tip, you basically have to cut out the dealers early. So you save 20% commission loss by selling yourself until you expand. So that being said, those are the pro tips. Those are the overview. That's the overview of Schedule 1. Hopefully you enjoyed the game. If you like fun, don't take it too serious type of drug simulators, right? It's not really trying to turn you into Sean Carter himself. But, at the end of the day, it's definitely an interesting game that, of course, is going to drum up a lot of conversation based on the premise of what you're going through, right? So that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Schedule 1, the video game? And at the end of the day, are you excited to turn into 50 Cent, Jay-Z, and Notorious B.I.G. in Schedule 1? Now, before we get into this third-person action adventure video game, we have to pause for a moment to highlight the fact that Sinners is out now in movie theaters. Now, why in the midst of a video game review would I shout out another movie when the two seemingly have no comparisons to be made? Well, of course, that is because when it comes to Sinners, when it comes to South of Midnight, Sinners and South of Midnight are both set in the South, with Sinners being in the Jim Crow era South, and of course, South of Midnight being in post-Hurricane Gothic South. And the supernatural elements as far as vampires on the Sinner side and then the Haints on the South of Midnight side leads me to put these two creative projects together, because of course Sinners is a masterpiece and South of Midnight is its own masterpiece. And what the masses have said about each is that the narrative has been exceptionally delivered and executed to the point where I felt the need to shout out Sinners in the midst of my South of Midnight review. Now, that being said, Of course, the blues and Southern mythos is all throughout both of these creative projects. But getting back into South of Midnight solely, let's talk about how this is developed by Compulsion Games, set out in Canada. And I have to do it as Xbox has finally got themselves a quality exclusive.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Now, with that being said, you have to look at the state of Xbox as far as in totality and how they are really putting the Game Pass on, but putting the Game Pass front and center, letting the people know that this game being out on Game Pass day one, especially with other games being on Game Pass day one, is letting you know the value of Game Pass, especially if you pay a subscription. You're probably wondering, why would I pay $100+ subscription when I could just buy a game for $70? And in the Game Pass argument, you play 3, 4, or 5 different games off of Game Pass. It already paid for itself. So with that being said, I feel like having South of Midnight not only being a Game Pass game, but just being a phenomenal game in itself, especially when it's only out on Xbox Series X and S, but it technically is out on Steam. But more specifically, when it comes to consoles, it's only on Xbox. So with that being said, I think the main thing you need to know with this game is that it's more of a platformer type game, has a lot of combat, but also has a lot of puzzle solving throughout the game, because when it comes to platforming, obviously your double jump, air dash, glide, things of that nature is in the game. But of course, when it comes to combat, there's hooks, which is a 5-hit combo. There's freeze stun, enemy pull, telekinesis throw, ground pound. And then when it comes to the visual element that only elevates the overall narrative being driven, you have stop motion aesthetic that is toggleable. That is a tongue twister for me. I ain't gonna lie to you. So you can toggle it off or on as far as the stop motion aesthetic. And when you think of that, it's more of like the Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, just to give a popular example or what you can compare the stop motion to. But then the unique elements, because you really don't get games like this too often. Like, you know, as far as a black man in America, you got to realize that representation is not on the priority list when it comes to projects. So whenever you see a project that's putting certain representation on Front Street and its actual quality, because just because you have representation doesn't mean you need to come out and say, oh, this is a great game, right? If South of Midnight wasn't a good game, guess what? We would have just acted like it never came out. I ain't gonna lie to you. I wouldn't have covered it. I wouldn't have put on the cover of my episode. We would have just been like, you know what? They tried to represent us, but it's not that good, right? If Sinners wasn't a masterpiece, we would have came out and be like, you know what? Ryan Coogler tried. I'm glad he gave us representation in the era that we usually don't get it in, but you know, it just wasn't that good. But this is far from the case. Both of these particular creative projects representing us is high quality as far as a narrative. And of course, when it comes to the video game aspect with South of Midnight, they do a lot of things gameplay wise to captivate you into the overall story. Because when it comes to platforming, that is one of my favorite things in video games. Because I believe last year, I think the Jedi Survivor come out last year, was it 2023? Let me see. Jedi Survivor release date. So Jedi Survivor came out 2023. What did I play last year? That was, Astrobot. I'm tripping. So Astrobot last year. I don't know how I forgot about Astrobot. I literally played that this year. That's how much I still enjoy the game. Yeah. So Astrobot came out September 6, 2024, and April 28, 2023. That's when Jedi Survivor came out. Those two had platforming in the midst of it. Astrobot is really an entire platforming type game. Jedi Survivor, not so much, but it has a lot of platforming elements in it. That's what I would compare South of Midnight to, especially the narrative and the way it's been explained, and just the masses have came together to talk about how that's one of the more engaging features as far as when you're playing. Because it's one thing to have a great story, right? The runtime for this video game is 12 hours. So the main story is 12 hours, but especially when you add on the side content, is 15 to 20 hours. And of course, for 100% completion, it's about 35 hours. So I would compare it to more of a Spider-Man PS5 when it comes to runtime in general. But when it comes to the gameplay elements and how engaging it is, I think platforming elements help out a lot. especially when it comes to the enjoyment factor on enjoying the story. Because at some point in a video game, it has to have great combat. I don't care what game you're playing. If it has a phenomenal story, but the gameplay is lackluster, you might as well just watch the TV show or a movie, because guess what? We played a video game for the gameplay mechanics. So with that being said, South of Midnight seems to be doing great in that aspect. And then when it comes to the analytics, right, it is currently one of the top most played games on Xbox, as it's the sixth most played game on Xbox. And then when it comes to Steam, you know, it's more of an Xbox Game Pass exclusive, so that's why you would see it so high on Xbox as far as it being the sixth most played game, which granted, people could have still not played this game and not paid it any attention. So it's still a phenomenal feat to be one of the top 6 games on Xbox. But when it comes to Steam, the numbers shows that the all-time peak as far as the past 18 days was at 1,400, right? In the past 24 hours, 346 people have played the game, and then 127 people are playing right now. So this game being a single player game, I would say these numbers are not blowing anything out of the water, but it's still a phenomenal accomplishment on the Xbox side of things to have the 6th most played game on that platform. When it comes to Steam, I think people maybe are deterred because of the playstyle, or not the playstyle, because of the runtime and the price, or maybe other things that's more of a deeper conversation. But I think for the most part, Xbox is where it shines as far as analytically and it affecting the masses. So with that being said, the game has the main protagonist's name is Hazel Flood, voiced by Adrienne Ray. And then you have the mother, Lacey Flood, voiced by Cynthia K. McWilliams. And then, of course, when it comes to the overall enemy, there's a lot of hints in the game, like I was saying earlier. And the major bosses like Two-Toed Tom and Ruggaroo. Hopefully I said that right. There's 14 regions in this specific game, inspired by the Deep South locations as far as swamps and abandoned towns. And I'm not going to spoil the game, but just let you know what you're getting yourself into. Because a lot of people are probably wondering, well, what am I getting into as far as this game? Well, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, because I do have some gameplay up for South of Midnight as I'm breaking it down. But when it comes to the launch performance, I think that's the biggest not plot twist, but that was the biggest moment for this game. That was basically like, are people going to accept this as a quality game or not? Because the marketing for this game, I think, was pretty solid. And in general, a lot of people had great things to say about this particular game, as Game Hub gave this a 5 out of 5, which is phenomenal praise, right? Saying that South of Midnight is a masterclass in picking a theme and sticking to it, right? Gaming Trend gave this a 95 out of 100, once more calling it a masterclass for its use of music as a narrative enhancer. I wonder what came out earlier that I just compared it to that also had that same compliment. It's almost like we are eating, as far as the Black community, as far as top tier video games and top tier movies, as far as what we have to choose from for our leisure as far as entertainment. Anyways, so let's keep going. IGN gave this an 8 out of 10, basically calling it a straightforward but well executed action adventure. That's more lackluster, so we're just gonna move on from that. GameSpot also gave it an 8 out of 10, saying fantastic story, well researched setting, and catchy soundtrack that elevates the orthodox gameplay, as far as the review emphasizing memorable characters and cultural authenticity. So it's more of a, as we get into the review roundup, you automatically notice a couple things coming up time and time again, as far as the narrative being authentic and it being one of the more exceptional features of this game. So if you get into it for the story, just know you're in for a phenomenal treat, as Windows Central also gave this an 8 out of 10, saying it's a love letter to Southern Gothic with a compelling story and gorgeous world, and combat's limited enemy variety is a drawback, but the narrative shines. So when it comes to this game, obviously the story is what you should come for, but when it comes to gameplay mechanics, they said it's engaging when it comes to the overall litmus scale, but is it the thing that's going to blow you out of the water? Of course not. So that is pretty positive around across the board as far as the review roundup. I got into the sales roundup as far as when it came out on Xbox and then Steam. With, you know, to remind you, it's the 6th most played game currently on Xbox. But then you have the top day one Xbox Pass titles that I wanted to compare it to, as when Avowed came out back in February, it was it performed to a certain point, but these were more of the notable Xbox day one this was more of the notable day one Xbox Game Pass titles. That's what I'm trying to let you know as far as the Game Pass paying for itself. So you have Avowed that came out in February, Adamfall that came out in March, Sniper Elite Resistance that came out in when was that, January? I don't remember when that came out. Sniper Elite Resistance. I don't even remember that game. I'm not gonna lie to you. And then Ninja Gaiden 2 Black was out on a Game Pass, and of course South of Midnight. So as far as the top performers on the Xbox Game Pass day one, that's the list I wanted to give you just to showcase how South of Midnight is just one of the more exceptional performers on this platform, to the point where I would assume it would get a sequel. Obviously, I don't know how the story goes. I don't know how it ends, but from what people are saying, they love the story. So why not add a sequel or a prequel to enhance the Game Pass even more? Because Lord knows that Xbox could use more W's that's exclusively on the Game Pass. So when it comes to that, I do believe when I'm talking about these great achievements analytically, when it comes to the sales review roundup, and then of course when I come to the actual game review roundups, you come to realize it's already a phenomenal game. When it comes to the discourse from other people who played the game and wanted to give their sentiments, they basically started to debate over the handling of slavery and segregation in this game, right? Because they had subtle references versus creative cowardice type of debate. Because when it comes to these games, I think Sinners did a great job on having it on Front Street how black people were treated back in that day. Now, when it comes to this game, from the people who played it, they were coming out saying it's more of a subtle reference, which is not the worst thing creatively, because sometimes when you're creative, you don't want to hold your audience hand and act like they're stupid, you know, for lack of a better term. You know, you don't want to act like they don't have the sharpest knife in the tool in the toolbox, right? Or the sharpest whatever in the toolbox, or they're missing a couple screws, right? You don't want to act like they're just completely illiterate. So showcasing certain things while also not blatantly telling you like, hey, this is racism, is a pathway you could take without people coming out and saying that it's creative cowardice, right? Which has been the discourse around people who play the game. So a lot of other people have been talking about the repetitive combat and the arena setups and things of that nature. Like we've already discussed, it's mainly the story that's captivating for this game. And whereas it is a video game, so the gameplay mechanics matter, it's solid. It's just not going to blow you away. So when it comes to the price debate, a lot of people is talking about how it's on Game Pass, but the people who are upset as far as it being $40, right? Because they don't have Game Pass, mind you. Because you can have Xbox and not have Game Pass. I believe that's like a separate, well, that is a separate subscription. So for people who question the $40 price tag, just know it's free on Game Pass, along with other high quality games that you could just basically, it just basically pays for itself if you actually play video games. So overall, this is a phenomenal game. When it comes to compulsion developing this game, just know they're known for other games such as Contrast that came out in 2013, such as We Happy Few that came out in 2018, and similar to Hazelight Studios, they are known for their atmosphere and their ability to phenomenally execute storytelling. So when it comes to compulsion games, just know that they're going to compulse you to be engaged into the storyline, because they are always executing on a masterclass type level, which is what you like to see from people who target these type of locations to make a story about. Because we don't want representation. Once again, we don't want representation if it's going to be straight trash, right? We don't want representation for the sake of it. We want people who's actually from the culture to make things that represent our culture on a high quality level. Because a lot of things that comes out that people are like, oh, but, you know, so-and-so made it, so we should just support it. Like, you know, there's a certain quality level that we need. Granted, we should have certain understanding on what they're working with as far as budget and things of that nature, and the lack of support when it comes to trying to get those ideas across. But at the end of the day, if it's not quality, I don't think we should just support it just because it's representing us. So when it comes to South of Midnight, when it comes to Sinners, it's out in theaters right now. These two creative projects phenomenally deliver a masterclass story while also representing the Black community. And of course, more specifically with South of Midnight, the way it just really integrated into the Black and Southern traditions and had you understand more and more of what that's about. I think that's the ultimate accomplishment, especially from Compulsion Games, definitely delivering engaging story. So when it comes to that, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think of South of Midnight? And do you think it's the greatest Xbox Game Pass video game of all time? Now, Expedition 33 may be titled Expedition, but they are treating this like the finals, as they may end up being awarded Game of the Year, because ladies and gentlemen, the scores for this particular game is through the roof. And even that may be an understatement, as when we get into the review roundup of this game, you will find out that it's either 9 at the very least or 10s across the board. But of course, starting with Expedition 33, as far as letting the people who are new to this game know that this is a game developed by Sandfall Interactive that has 30 core devs that are out of France, and of course is published by Kepler Interactive. Now, if you was wanting to know what this game is about, it's a turn-based RPG with real-time mechanics, and the setting is Belle Epoque. What in the world? Hold up, Belle Epoque. I definitely mispronounced that, but I tried my best, right? It's inspired dark fantasy in France. The overall plot is to stop the Pantress before she erases all 33-year-olds within a year.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Talk about age shaming. Now, that's besides the point. As when it comes to this game, it's been highlighted to be one of the greatest games in the past 3 to 5 years. As when it comes to the reviews, obviously when we get to that, you're going to see how it's just tens across the board. When it comes to the gameplay mechanics, it's been highlighted for its hybrid, turn-based, and real-time actions as far as dodging, parrying, and jumping, which you usually don't get as far as a turn-based game having real-time action so intricate like they have in Expedition 33. Because of course, with the emphasis on timed inputs, you also have the need for reactive gameplay likened to a Persona plus a Souls-like. So when you get into this game, that's basically what the overview gameplay mechanics are. And of course, customization is rampant in this turn-based game. As when it comes to the Pictos system, hopefully I'm saying it right, equipable perk/stat boost that you get to learn after 4 encounters. And of course, the Lumina pool that shared perks across party members. With this particular game, developed by Sandfall, published by Kepler, you come to realize that the visuals is based on them building this game on the Unreal Engine 5, and then grayscale moments being implemented during high tension. So, of course, when it comes to a turn-based system, a lot of the elements as far as narratives is exacerbated, especially when it comes to the themes of life, death, and moral dilemma, as Pantress is trying to erase all 33-year-olds. I mean, that's ageist, ain't it? Ain't that the word for what she's trying to do? Hold up, ageist. Let me make sure I'm using this right. So ageist is characterized by or showing prejudice or discrimination on the grounds of a person's age. Ladies and gentlemen, Pantress is an ageist.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
So that being said, of course, getting back into the game, the overall runtime, because in the year of 2025, I'm not gonna lie, we got Doom coming up, potentially GTA is coming out. We already have a phenomenal hit as far as split fiction. The Oblivion remastered is going crazy. Of course, you have South of Midnight that I just covered recently. And then you have a lot of these different games. It's just showcasing how 2025 is shaping up to be one of the more high quality years in gaming. I didn't even mention Kazan, right? I don't think I've even reviewed Kazan, but just so you know, that's also implemented into the high quality list of games that's been released in 2025. So that being said, getting back into it, when it comes to high quality games all coming out in the year of 2025, you're probably thinking about runtime and completion. As when it comes to Expedition 33, it takes about 30 hours to beat the main story, but when you include the side content, it's about 60 hours. So overall, I would think you're getting a great bang for your buck as far as when you're getting into the actual turn-based system, as far as what you're paying for it, right? As I believe, I'm trying to see how much does this game cost. I believe it's $50, but I don't want to misspeak. So on Steam, it's showing $44.99, but I don't know if that's the actual price. Edition 33. So Expedition 33, even though it has 10s across the board, the overall price point is, okay, so it is $49. It's $49, and then of course, it varies by retailer. So when you want to get the game, just know, generally speaking, it's going to be priced at $49.99. And then there's a flowers collection and custom outfits, and that's typically higher, around $59 to $69. So the base game is $49. But of course, getting back into the runtime, with it being 30 hours for the main story only, plus side content that you're going to get at least 60 hours out of, I think that's fair as far as the price point. Now, of course, one of the things that took me by storm is realizing who in the world is that who plays Gustav. Hopefully I'm saying his name right. And I looked at the voice actor, because I'm thinking to myself, you know, the reason why, because I don't even watch video games from a movie or a TV standpoint. It's really gameplay mechanics that captivate me, right? So when I recognized the voice actor, I was thinking to myself, where have I heard that voice before? And then the superhero nerd jumped out of me. Pause.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
So for the main part, Charlie Cox plays Gustav. Well, not the main part, the entire part of Gustav. Charlie Cox plays that. If you don't know him, he plays Daredevil in the MCU. The MCU. So that was definitely a voice crack. And I'm keeping that in there. Just so you know, this is actually one take. So when that being said, Charlie Cox, who plays Gustav, and him being Daredevil is throwing me for a loop, because I was thinking to myself, when's the last time I seen an MCU actor voice act in a video game and it be well regarded like this? Like usually sometimes you may give like a voice line or two to like a mobile game and things of that nature. Like, I mean, we couldn't even get Robert Downey Jr. for Marvel Rivals. Like, imagine if we had Robert Downey Jr. voicing Iron Man in Marvel Rivals, which is a phenomenal game right now, still one of the top play games on Steam and just in the world, right? So you have Marvel Rivals, that's the, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. It's the 14th most popular game on Steam currently. And then when it comes to PlayStation, I don't think it's not charting anymore on PlayStation or Xbox, I believe. But when it comes to this game, of course, it is currently charting on PlayStation as it's the 7th most played game on PlayStation. On Xbox, I don't see it at all. But when it comes to Steam, the analytics for this game showcases that it's a phenomenal hit and it's definitely affecting the masses, as it has a 24-hour peak of 91,000, right? And then the all-time peak 4 days ago is 121,000, right? And then the players currently playing the game, like this is concurrent, it's 83,000. Now this is a single-player game the last time I checked. So people still playing this game in the 80s of thousands is insanely great as far as from an analytical perspective, and just showcases how Sandfall and Kepler have a hit on their hands with this game Expedition. Now, it's giving me Baldur's Gate vibes, Baldur's Gate 3 vibes, especially when I saw the turn-based. But then you look at the actual gameplay compared to Baldur's Gate 3, and there's a distinct difference to the point where that's why I highlighted the overall real-time actions as far as dodging, parrying, things of that nature, right? And then, of course, you get to the story, and not to say Baldur's Gate 3's story is like inferior, because that would be blasphemous, right? To quote my man Stephen A. Smith. I think it's immaculate the way that both of these games is telling the story, but it's similar, and I would say it's captivating just like a Baldur's Gate 3. But me being a Mass Effect nerd, right, which is an understatement, but in Mass Effect, there's branching timelines and not timelines. It's not multiverse. It's branching storylines as far as where you can go based on your decisions. Now, is that as present in Expedition 33 like it is in Baldur's Gate 3? I think not. So that is where I still would give Baldur's Gate 3 the upper hand as far as an overall package of content. Now, anyways, getting back into the overall character, right? You have Gustav, played by Charlie Cox. You have Melee. I don't know if I'm male. I don't know how to pronounce that. I ain't gonna lie to you. That's voice acted by Jennifer English. Loon is acted by Kirsty Ryder. Skyle. I think it's Skyle. That's voiced by Shala Nix. Monaco is voiced by Rich Keeb. And of course you have, popular voice actors doing the NPC route as far as Esque? I don't know, what is that? Voice act by Maxence Carzola. And then Verso's voice acted by Ben Starr. It's Ben Starr. Hold up. See my super. Hold on. I didn't recognize this one. Ben Starr. Oh, no, I'm thinking of Anthony Starr. I was like, hold up now. Don't tell me they got Homelander in this game. Anyways, Ben Starr is voice acting Verso, and then Renor is voice acted by Andy Serkis. If you are a particular, or if you're particularly interested in who's voice acting who. So, when it comes to the launch performance, it did phenomenal, as I already went over the analytics when it comes to the specific consoles and Steam. But overall, it sold 500,000 copies shortly after its launch, had 1 million units sold within 3 days, excluding Game Pass downloads. Because, of course, another W for Xbox, especially showcasing how, when it comes to this game, Xbox is showcasing why the Game Pass is so valuable in today's age, especially with the way the economy is going. To pay one subscription and get the access to Expedition 33 and South to Midnight, just in 1 month, you already paid for it, right? So now you're looking at it in totality and you're thinking to yourself, why would anybody not get an Xbox as far as the ecosystem that the Game Pass has provided, right? And then my superhero nerd brain jumps out again and tells me, well, when Spider-Man PS6 comes out, guess what? I'm not going to be able to play on the Xbox. When Wolverine comes out, I'm not going to be, I go to the reason why I get certain consoles, and the only reason I have PlayStation, I'm not saying PlayStation is, I'm not saying the PS5 is better than the Xbox Series X. It's just because Spider-Man is exclusively on that platform. If it was on Xbox, guess what? I would have an Xbox. If it was on Nintendo, I would have a Nintendo. I'm still upset that I couldn't play Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3, right? Because I'm not getting a Switch just for one game. But with that being said, getting back into the performance of the game, it had 70,000 concurrent players on Steam initially. As I went over, currently it has increased from that number, having 83,000 players currently playing that game. And then it had 120,000 concurrent players peak, which is around the numbers that I've reported as far as it being 121 in the past 4 days. So people are still playing this game. They're still captivated by the story, and that's a great accomplishment, especially by the developing studios. As when it comes to the Steam reviews, it's 92% positive, and now I'm pretty sure it's time to jump into the straight masterclass of a game that's been put forth, as a lot of publications came out and had high praise, as Dual Shockers gave it a 10 out of 10, talking about the bold mechanics, the emotionally grounded story, and unforgettable experience. And when it comes to Xbox Era, it gave it a 9.5 out of 10, praising the captivating story, deep combat, and artistic direction, calling it a rare gem despite explorative flaws. So that's the first negative I've heard from like a gaming publication. CG Magazine gave it a 10 out of 10, saying it's a freshman accomplishment, emphasizing the passionate debut from Sandfall Interactive with stellar combat and story. And then, of course, they ended off as far as the review roundup. IGN gave it a 9 out of 10, commending the brilliant combat system and gripping, harrowing story, placing it among great RPGs despite minor narrative messiness. So when it comes to this game, as you can tell, across the board, people are giving it at least a 9, which is a huge accomplishment and just showcases the overall respect that a lot of these gaming publications have for this particular game. Now, of course, when it comes to the development studio, get more deep into what they do. Sandfall is from Montpellier, France, right? Founded by ex-Ubisoft devs. I mean, Ubisoft just taking L's left and right. All right, my fault. Led by Ghoul Lamay Brochet. Hopefully I said his name right. Then you come to the blend of French cultural aesthetics plus JRPG inspirations, especially the people who made Final Fantasy, Persona, Lost Odyssey, things of that nature. That's what the inspirations is based on. And then to round off the deliverance of this product, it's on the PS5, Xbox Series X and S, and of course, PC. Don't know when it's coming to Nintendo, but let's just say it's probably not based on the graphics and things of that nature. So, no multiplayer. It's single player only. So people who wanted to play this with their friends, just know that's not happening. It's only single player, and there's no developments as far as adding a multiplayer. So it's probably gonna be single player for the lifespan of this video game. And then, of course, when it comes to the overall message that I want you to get out of this segment is that Expedition 33 is, I'm not going to say it's running away with it, because I still think Split Fiction is the greatest game that I've seen in quite some time. But Expedition 33 is a strong contender for Game of the Year, which goes back to my original point. Expedition 33, even though the name is Expedition, they're treating this like the finals, as they are indeed one of the premier candidates to win Game of the Year. So that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Expedition 33 being a strong contender for Game of the Year? What do you think about it performing phenomenally on the charts as far as console, as far as Steam? And will you be giving this turn-based RPG with real-time mechanics a try? Now, when it comes to putting respect on the mobile gaming community, we have to recognize how Squad Busters, which is currently the 8th most played mobile game in the world, and is a part of the mobile gaming community that, if you didn't know, being in the gaming industry, this specific sector of gaming drives 49% of the global gaming revenue. Now, of course, that was a statistic from 2024 as far as 49% of the 187 billion. Well, 107.7. You can't forget the 0.7 when you're talking about billions. Of the global gaming revenue, mobile gaming drives 49% of that, generating $92 billion. Now, you're probably wondering to yourself, I wonder what makes mobile gaming so captivating to drive that amount of revenue in the gaming industry. Well, of course, everybody loves free things. And of course, when it comes to mobile gaming, that's no different, as the free-to-play model with in-app purchases and, of course, diverse genres such as RPGs, strategy games, things of that nature. But more specifically, the free-to-play model, the accessibility, the low barrier to entry, of course, the 5G enabling high-quality experiences, because, of course, nowadays, your mobile device is way more capable of having more graphically intensive games than it used to in the past. So that means when it comes to the driving factor of monetary income, mobile gaming drives a lot of that for the entire gaming industry. Now, with that history lesson out of the way, let's get into Squad Busters. As with this game and the release date for this game coming out May 29th, 2024, and especially coming off the heels of it being attached to one of the biggest companies in the world, like in general, but especially in the gaming industry, when referring to Tencent, which, if you didn't know, owns the developers for this particular game, as Supercell developed this game Squad Busters, right? And that is owned by Tencent. So I put on my journalistic hat and went into egregious levels of pocket watching. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Tencent had to be pocket watched, because how much revenue do they have to keep being in the midst of every single popular gaming IP?
I know that ain't who I think it is.
So Tencent keeps showing his head time and time again, to the point where I had to figure out why in the world are they being able to basically invest in so many different popular IPs. So if you didn't know, Tencent is estimated to be around $560 billion as far as its overall net value. And of course, if you didn't know, it's a Chinese tech giant that leads in gaming, social media, and fintech. And some of the things that makes it very lucrative as far as a company, they have WeChat, which is a super app with 1.3 billion users for key payments and services. Of course, getting back into Squad Busters, they own a lot of the gaming division as far as Riot Games with League of Legends, 84% of Supercell that owns Clash of Clans, and of course this game, which is currently the 8th most popular game in the world as far as Squad Busters, and they own 40% stake in Epic Games, who we all know has the immensely popular game as far as Fortnite that's always towards the top of most played games on consoles, which is currently the most played game on PlayStation, and then it's actually not in the top 10 on Xbox, which is very interesting, but it's probably because of South of Midnight and Oblivion going crazy currently, and of course Devil May Cry, the collection, is currently doing well on the Xbox platform. But usually Fortnite is on both of those top 10 lists as far as Xbox and PlayStation. But when it comes to owning 40% of Epic Games, that's what Tencent has. That's a huge accomplishment, along with owning 30% of Larian Studios and then 15% of Remedy Entertainment. Along with this investments of 17% in Snap, 6.7, y'all get the point, right? They own a lot of the huge conglomerates that puts out popular IPs that captivates the masses. So this is no different as with Squad Busters, getting into the analytical data as far as how it's affected the masses. When it first came out, it went crazy on the charts, as not only is it part of the Supercell brand that's known for games like Clash of Clans and things of that nature, but the Supercell brand, I think, helped it out to the point where when it was launched globally, May 29th, it ended up driving 50 million in revenue by July. And overall, having a strong, unique gameplay centric on just the collecting aspect of the video game, and then more specifically is more of a MOBA, well, in general, is more of a MOBA / action strategy with RPG elements. So when it comes to the gameplay mechanics of Squad Busters, it was captivating to the point that it generated 50 million in revenue by July. Of course, there was a lot of advertisement along with that. Supercell has money for days, especially being under Tencent, as they invested heavily into marketing, 23,000 ads across 50 regions, peaking at estimated to be around 7,000 ads on July 3rd, 2024, using video-heavy in-feed ads for engagement. So all that marketing set to the side, I just wanted to let you know that this is one of the more premier games on the mobile market currently. And if you didn't know, it's on iOS, Android, and Harmony OS, right? So having the crossover element as far as featuring characters from Clash of Clans, Clash Royale, Brawl Stars, Heyday, and Boom Beach helps out a lot as far as its overall nostalgia-like appeal to gamers being able to familiarize themselves with certain characters in the game, which is similar to how Marvel Rivals blew up so quickly on just every platform. As when it comes to the familiarity of characters in a video game, it helps out a lot, because you would be lying to yourself if you would have thought Marvel Rivals would have been as popular without using Marvel characters, right? Obviously, it would have been titled something different, same premise, same type of gameplay loop, right? But without the Marvel characters, it would not be as popular as it is today. And I think nostalgia plays a huge factor into that. So with Squad Buster having Clash of Clans, Clash Royale, Brawl Stars, Heyday, and Boom Beast, you kind of realize what they're going for as far as the mashup of these popular mobile games in itself. So if you want to know about the game, just know that as far as its format, it's a 10-player match with 4 minutes each. 10-player matches and 4 minutes each as far as each particular match. And the goal is to collect the most gems to win. So it's really no going against one another as far as trying to eliminate the player. It's really who can collect the most gems. In all honesty, it's a bag chasing simulator. You got to get to the bag to come out on top, as when it comes to the controls, it's pretty simple. Single stick movement, auto attack on near enemies, and it's more of a PvP, right? But actually it's PvPvE, which that means it's a mix of player combat and environmental challenges. So as far as the progress being and captivating to the masses, when you get into the character evolving from baby to base to ultra using coins/gems, you come to realize that you are rewarded for the time you put into the game, and that is what a lot of people enjoy about it. As the strategy, as far as the squad strategy, has over 30 characters with specific roles: attack, heal, and gather. So when it comes to that, you come to realize why a lot of people love the game, as you're already familiar with certain characters in the game, and now you're getting into a mechanic of collecting gems and upgrading your characters, which you've done that a lot, especially more specifically Clash of Clans is always one of the more premier games on the market. So getting back into the eighth most played mobile game in the world, when it comes to story, it's not really a story. It's just get to the bag. That's the story. Get to the bag, chase the bag more than your opposition, and you'll end up winning the match. So free to play elements, about 100 to 200 hours you could put into this game as far as unlocking content and evolving to the point where you could see significantly shorter progression if you pay, which is always a downside to certain mobile games, but it's there if you was wanting not to put as much hours into the game. So if you want to pay to fast track certain progression, the option is there for you. But also when it comes to the roster, I already talked about, Clash of Clans and, the different characters from popular mobile games that they have in the midst of this Squad Busters game. But also when it comes to the worlds, there's the green world, there's the desert world, royale world, tropical world, and each with unique characters / mods. And then the crossover editions as far as Alita and Optimus Prime added via the Transformers event. So having mass appeal leads to these cross collaborative efforts, because now you get to use your independent audiences, put them together, and now it's a win-win for both brands. So obviously, like I said, when I talked about it generating over 50 million in revenue as far as when it launched in May 29th, 2024, it was a huge hit. We're going to have to see as far as longevity wise if it will stay on the charts, because some of the mobile games that I've gotten to in the past, as far as the review roundup, as far as the sales roundup, sometimes you realize that, I'm not going to say it doesn't pan out in the long run, but sometimes you have to keep in captivating your audience, or because fans are fickle, or they will just abandon you and go to another mobile game. So currently, Squad Busters is doing phenomenal, even exceeded Clash Royale's launch. And when it comes to that, you come to realize that the top markets being in the US, Japan, and South Korea, there's a lot of things that you have to do to keep them captivated on your game, or they will end up leaving. So like I said, the controversies earlier in the game is definitely the pay to win aspect, as if you pay 500 star tokens for a star chest, it could give you a major advantage. So a lot of people is pointing that out as far as having a critique about the game, right? And then that evolved into a lot of people getting upset over the pay to win mechanics. But at the end of the day, if it's a mobile game that's free, I'm not mad at I'm mad at like pay to win type mechanics. But as far as payment being an option to fast track certain progression that doesn't affect the overall outcome of the game, I'm not mad at that, as far as cosmetics and things of that nature, as far as in your own story mode. But when it comes to this game, it's one of the first ever Supercell crossovers as far as having all 5 franchises in the midst of the game. It's the fastest Supercell game to hit 5 million downloads. And of course, the ad campaign featured Chris Hemsworth, Will Arnett, and Christina Ricci. So when it comes to that, just showcases the bag that they have, for lack of a better term, and the budget that Tencent was giving them. As I already talked about, pocket watching Tencent, to the point where I had to realize they're probably one of the more huge conglomerates in the gaming industry because of their hands being in a lot of different pots. I mean, one of the main things you could have as far as having a financial incentive is definitely investing in great companies. And I would say Tencent is one of those companies. It's not financial advice, but in general, investing is a great deal to help your money over time, especially with recessions and inflations and things of that nature. Like a lot of things that comes into play that makes overall investing a great option, especially if you want to increase your money in the long run. So with that being said, that's basically all I already had for this game. There's a lot of things about this game being particularly well reviewed, and it's one of the greater games that Supercell has put out because of just the fact that it's one of the first ever Supercell game to have all 5 franchises. So that's a huge accomplishment in itself. The strong IP as far as Supercell is definitely prevalent as far as why it shot up so fast as far as it releasing last year. Because I was thinking to myself, maybe it came out like 3, 4, 5 years ago. But no, it was only last year when it came out, May 29, 2024. So that's a huge accomplishment, especially generating over $50 million in that short time span. So if you didn't know, Squad Busters is a mobile/action strategy with RPG elements developed by Supercell, came out May 29, 2024. It's on iOS, Android, and Harmony OS. And at the end of the day, it's the first Supercell game ever to have all 5 franchises in one game. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about this popular Squad Busters mobile game that just popped up on the charts as far as when they initially released? And will you be giving it a try? And if you're already playing the game, what is your favorite thing about Squad Busters? Now you're probably looking at your screen like, what in the world are you doing right now? Ladies and gentlemen, I will answer that. I am reviewing the sales and reviews of Bongo Cat.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Because when you're over here at Notorious Mass Effect and diving into the gaming and music industry, you have to talk about any and everything that affects the masses. Because, of course, by the numbers, somebody is intrigued by this free-to-play idle clicker. Now, with that being said, of course, currently, the 4th most played game on Steam is Bongo Cat, with 175,000 players concurrently playing this game, with a 24-hour peak of 179,000. And of course, the all-time peak was 181,000, which is currently going up. So it's breaking its peak as we speak. And with that being said, somebody has to explain what is the intriguing factor of a free-to-play idle clicker. Well, I'm glad you asked. As Bongo Cat, the overall appeal is based on the 2018 Bongo Cat meme, right? Because of the cuteness of the Bongo Cat and the nostalgic factor when it comes to the cat tapping to user inputs, hooks, and players. Well, it hooks players in emotionally because when it comes to the low effort, high reward type of system and gameplay mechanic loop that it has you and captivated in, basically rewards clicks during work or gaming with rare hats, fueling a collect and trade loop. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that's exactly why people are captivated for this game.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Like, when it comes to low effort activities having high rewards, I think this is probably one of the more creative projects that has elevated that sense of low effort, high reward. Because I'm not gonna lie to you, having a free to play idle clicker being the 4th most played game on Steam, I'm not trying to throw any shade, but there's games like Counter-Strike. Well, Counter-Strike is above it, so we're just gonna talk about the games below it. There's games like Expedition 33 that's out, and Monster Hunter Wilds, Rust, Marvel Rivals. I mean, there's a lot of games out here that gives a lot of value for your dollar. But of course, when it comes to the dollar amount, this game is not particularly expensive, as this is a game that's selling for, I actually don't know, how much is this game? Is this it's free to play. I just said that. I literally just said that. So overall, a free to play game. And you're probably thinking to yourself, well, why would I want to just click on a game and that would bring me enjoyment? Well, that's because items drop every 30 minutes when you're in passive mode, right? And a lot of these rares can reach $10 to $46 because I don't know if the NFT is like a effect when it comes to this, but a lot of these rare items can be overall sold on whatever. I don't know what actually it could be sold on, because it says most sold for pennies as far as the items dropped in this game. So I'm thinking it's playing off of NFT. Overall, when I'm looking at the marketplace incentive, they say that selling hats for profit creates a money glitch vibe, drawing players seeking small financial gains. So that is what I compare it to. I think it's more of the NFT type of atmosphere, because when you come to collecting cosmetics, and then when you come to being able to sell those cosmetics, that's probably why people would say, oh, that's why I'm playing the game, because technically I'm getting to the bag, right? I mean, it may just be pennies every 30 minutes, but at some point I may get something that's $10 to $46 worth as far as an item, and I could sell it on the marketplace. So I guess that's why that is a huge intriguing factor for this game, because the marketplace being a revenue for people who's on Steam is also one of the driving factors of the sales. And then a lot of people just say it's a cute and harmless game, right? So there was another game that's still perpetuating on the Steam charts. That's, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm not going to count Wallpaper Engine. So it's the 5th most played game on Steam currently with 100. The Banana game. That's what I'm referring to, as far as another game being just super brainless and mindless, but it's just engaging, right? So this game, it has 103,000 people currently playing it, a 24-hour peak of 111,000. And when it comes to the overall peak of Banana, it ended up going to 917,000 as far as its all-time peak in the span of the last year. So I'm looking at this. I'm looking at the way they just transitioned a meme to an overall video game, capitalizing off of a viral 2018 meme as far as the bongo cat. And it just showcases to me that a lot of things in life, it's not that complicated. Like sometimes if you put your heart and soul into something, even though it may seem brainless and mindless as far as engaging in it, somewhere in this or on this earth, people could be captivated by something so minuscule. But of course, they would cherish it and be mad at anybody that calls it minuscule and brainless and mindless. I just gotta let y'all know that I just have no idea why people would just take the micro financial incentives and be like, oh, I'm gonna play this game forever, right? But that's where we're at. Well, do you know the 4th most played game on Steam is Bongo Cat? And this is what it consists of, ladies and gentlemen. Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, because you're seeing literal gameplay from Bongo Cat. I've never thought in my days I would be covering a game like this, because I don't play these type of games. So I'm not trying to downplay anybody who plays these type of games, because obviously I'm diving into it for a reason, just to let you know the appeal of it. But for me personally, I'm not playing no low effort, high reward type game like this. But, you know, credit to all who do. I'll just let y'all know that this is one of those type of games that's really shooting up on the charts. It's inspired by the banana game, where like there's like this gold banana that you can sell for like $1,300, right? That's a lot of money to some people. So with that being said, I get why people are playing this game. I wanted to showcase the review and analytic roundup as far as sales, because there's a reason why things affect the masses. And that's why I love to dive into certain creative projects, just to see what isn't captivating people so much about this particular creative project. And this is what I came up with. So that's basically all I really have for this game. I mean, if you want to get into the concurrent player count, we already talked about that. As far as overall review, right, the review roundup, on Steam, it has a 97% positive rating with over 14,000 reviews, and a lot of people are wish listing this game, because of course I think the future installment comes out March 5th 2025. What you're seeing right now is from the official YouTube, so when I'm playing, it's like from the official YouTube. I would assume that the game would be similar to this. And if you didn't know, if you try to get it on PlayStation and Xbox, you would be sadly mistaken, because you can't get it on there. It's a Steam exclusive and Windows PC only, so it's only for PC players. So when it comes to that, I would advise you to not look for this game on console, because it's not there. So shout out to Marcel Zurarka, hopefully I said his name right. Basically the developing studio, which is it says in parentheses Iron Games, so I guess they're out of Germany, And with that overall system that they have for this game, shout out to them for captivating the masses, because they always say, no matter what you do, as long as it's not illegal, I ain't mad at it. Get your bread how you want to get it, because at the end of the day, you was able to generate revenue from a free-to-play idle clicker that a lot of people are incentivized to play for monetary gains, even though if it's minuscule. They may end up, because it is inspired by Banana, the price of these, what I'm calling like little NFT items, popping up in your game could come to the point where it ends up being around $1,300, just like the golden banana was sold for on the banana game. That's also the 5th most played game in the world. So there's a marketplace for these type of games. That is why people are captivated by it. There's minuscule financial incentives, but in the case of the golden banana on the video game Banana, that sold for $1,300. Obviously, that's a very 0.0001% type of chance and probability of that happening, but it could happen, and you could be that lucky player if you come across that item. So hopefully I was able to cover why this game was appealing to the masses. If you don't know anything about Markel Zuraka, that's the developers for this game, just know they're solely known for Bongo Cat. So if you didn't know it, I mean, going off the inspiration for the 2018 Bongo Cat meme, they just was able to capitalize in a way that it is very coveted, and is currently breaking all type of records as far as sales. Like I said, 181,000 players concurrently, and it keeps going up to the point where that is the only confusing part for me, because it says it comes out March 5th, and I'm looking at the Steam, like, is this like pre-orders, or is just because it shows 24-hour on Steam charts, and so I think ultimately we're just gonna have to let this game come out March 5th, or whatever the ultimate finalization of the product is that comes out March 5th, and just judge it from there, because at this point in time it's going crazy on the charts. And I would just, after seeing Banana and saying I'm not covering that game at all, and then seeing another game that's inspired by that, I was like, and then seeing it being the 4th most played game on Steam, I had to say, you know what, we're gonna cover this in its entirety. I'm gonna let the masses know why people are notoriously affected by Bongo Cat. So that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Bongo Cat being a free-to-play idle clicker, being the 4th most played game on Steam? And will you end up trying to increase your dollar, increase your revenue by playing Bongo Cat? Now, when talking about Elder Scrolls, we already know the ultimate iconic status that it has in the gaming industry. But as far as the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion Remastered, we have to talk about the original Oblivion, as that came out in 2006, of course, developed by Bethesda. And the main thing that intrigued gamers about this game was the crazy open world element, and of course the combination with freedom of choice. Now, as a Mass Effect fan, whenever I hear freedom of choice, my ears always perk up, because that means there's a lot of different branching pathways you could go down dependent on what you choose to do in certain scenarios. So as far as this being very captivating on the dynamic NPC interactions, of course the AI, and this is 2006, mind you. So this is why it captivated the masses back then, because of it being pivotal as far as the improvement on that immersive world and the freedom of choice, and of course the deep quests that set the benchmark and basically set the bar for the overall genre when it comes to single player open world RPGs. Now, of course, getting into the remaster, we're going to get into reviews and the sales roundup. But one of the main things I want to just put a lot of emphasis on how the 2006 impacted gamers. So now, when the remaster comes out in 2025, right? The original came out in 2006. The remaster came out in 2025, and people are still enamored by this single player open world RPG to the point where it crossed over 4 million players across all platforms. But specifically getting into the sales, right? PlayStation, it is currently the second most played game on PlayStation. When it comes to Xbox, I couldn't find it in the top 10 list. So I don't know if it's 11, 12, 13, but it's not in the top 10 list currently. But on Steam, you can see that Oblivion is also now in the top 15 list on Steam. So do of that what you will. It's still doing phenomenal, as when it comes to this player count, it has a 122,000 24-hour peak on Steam specifically. 64,000 people playing right now on Steam, and then the all-time peak as far as 4 days ago was 216,000 when it comes to the all-time peak. Now, that's a big deal because, of course, that means it's still going crazy as far as its all-time peak, surpassing it and raising the bar as far as the amount of people that's actively playing the game at the same time. So let's get into the overall mechanics. As I already told you, this is a single-player RPG. Just know that you're going to be coming out of $49, which is basically $59 because it's $49.99. So it's $59 across platforms like the PS5, Xbox Series X and S, and the PC. But if you was wanting the deluxe edition, which the deluxe edition basically includes all of the standard edition, of course, but it has exclusive Akatosh, I don't know what that is. It has Maroons, Dagon armors, weapons, horse armor sets, and new quests. That is currently $59.99, which is basically $60. But it is discounted $49.79 on Fanatical. So when it comes to the Xbox Game Pass, it shines once again, as Oblivion being on the Game Pass should really skyrocket it as far as it being in the top 10 games played on Xbox, but I currently don't see it. So I think that's probably, I don't know what that is. Like maybe they're just enamored with South of Midnight because that's also in the Game Pass. So that's also for free. But it just showcases how Game Pass really gives you a lot of value for the dollar amount that you give them, as people are saying, oh, the Game Pass costs too much at the beginning, right? Because you're subscribing. You don't even know if you like the games. But guess what? If you do like a game, you subscribe for 1 month and you play 2 games, you got your money's worth. Now, you may not own the game, but you definitely own the experience that you enjoyed throughout that time span that you would have had to come off probably $40 to $50 more if you ended up playing like 2 to 3 games on it, right? So with that being said, I think the biggest thing when showcasing the customization in this game is talking about the characters. So if you didn't know, there's 10 playable races in this game. There's 21 skills, 7 attributes. And when it comes to the combat, there's melee, magic, archery, stealth. There's a lot of ways you could go as far as this particular game. And I think as a Mass Effect fan, I love the variety of choice because that just enhances the replayability. Because if you play a game once as a certain class, but then let's say you want to get on your Clint Barton tip and turn into Hawkeye himself, where they have a whole archery class that you could go into. And of course, there's other other classes that you could explore, to the point where now the replayability is at a certain level that I don't think a lot of other games give you as far as the overall package of a game, right? Because this game is at least 80 to 120 hours if you was wanting to explore, which you probably do want to explore. And that's probably on the lighter side as far as 80 to 120. It's probably even more than that. As far as the main story, though, people are saying it's 25 to 30 hours, but that's the main story. And usually that's not how people like to play single player RPGs. If you're diving into a single player RPG, you probably want to get captivated into the world to the point where it's like watching a motion picture, but you're playing as the main character. So I would say it's at least 80 to 120 hours if you was wanting to dive into this game, which I think makes the price point fair as far as coming off of $50 for this particular game. And of course, when it comes to this review roundup of this particular game, there's 9s across the board, as Xbox Era gave this a 9 out of 10, praising the graphical remake, smart gameplay tweaks, and inclusion of all DLC, retaining Oblivion's cool charm despite, the jankiness of it originally being out in 2006. GameBrant gave it a 9 out of 10, highlighting the near remake level improvements, enhanced combat, and memorable quests, making it a treat for veterans and newcomers. And of course, IGN gave this a 9 out of 10, describing it as a fantastic modernization of an iconic RPG recapturing its magic despite performance issues and jank. So when it comes to the review roundup, you obviously see the recurring sentiments on how the gameplay is captivating, the world is immersive, and there's a lot to get into, especially with this being an open world and having your freedom of choice. So you really get to do whatever you want, which is what a lot of gamers enjoy from the video games, and which is why Mass Effect will forever be my favorite game of all time, because the overall freedom of choice and the captivating story is why I enjoy RPGs so much. I think it takes a different level of attention to detail to make branching storylines all high quality as far as engaging to the masses. Because what if you go down a certain pathway, right? Just because you did a certain decision and now the rest of the storyline is just complete garbage. That's why I believe attention to detail when it comes to having freedom of choice is so important, because you have to make each branching choice and pathway engaging and exciting for the gamer. So anyways, when it comes to quests, you already know with this being an 80 to 120 hour plus game, there's 200 plus quests, over 1,000 NPCs. So you're going to have a lot to do. Let's just say if you're diving into this game and you enjoy it, you're going to be able to enjoy it for the foreseeable future for an indefinite amount of time, because there's just a lot to do in this particular game. And of course, the mods, if you play on PC, came through with the quickness. As when it comes to mod support, there's been a bunch of mods which you can look up on the internet as far as the best mods on Oblivion, and essentially makes the game even more enjoyable, to the point where this is a completely different game, but it's still pertaining to my point. As PC gamers have mods at their disposal, I want to go back through Cyberpunk 2077 and see what mods I could put into the game to enhance the experience, because when you play certain games and the storyline isn't captivating, you don't mind playing it again, because of course you could go down different branching pathways. So I would say, I don't know if the same would be for Mass Effect, because for me, I do like my playthrough of Mass Effect. I feel like I played everything in the game that you could imagine. So as far as the mods, I don't know what it could add in that aspect, but I'll have to look at because there's whole videos that people put out about best mods in this game, You definitely will be able to find best mods for Oblivion. Just make sure it's not from 2006. So with that being said, it was the top seller when it first came out in the week of 2025. Of course, when it comes to free games being included, it's still ranked number one above Counter-Strike 2, and it outsold new releases such as Expedition 33 as far as the charts being considered. Game Pass, it went to number one, and when it comes to it being included in the Game Pass, that's already a W for Xbox, right? But it's upon the players to decide if they was going to play the game or not, and they was definitely playing Oblivion on the Game Pass day one. So there's a lot of positive reviews, as I've already went over the review roundup. I've talked about certain things as far as the original Oblivion that came out 2006 and why it captivated people so much. And the main thing I got from people playing this game is that the storytelling is really what drives you throughout the whole game. It makes you so enamored to see what's going to happen next. And I think that's one of the main things a classic RPG needs, is that story that's entertaining at every which way you turn, depending on what decision you make. So shout out to Elder Scrolls Oblivion Remastered for nailing the original 2006 version of their game. And just know, the first Oblivion re-release in 19 years, they are not doing The Last of Us, right? They're giving you some time to enjoy the original before they put out remasters and re-releases, to the point where now the Ultimate Remaster is almost like a new game, because it looks completely different because of the evolution and advancement of technology that we have now. So another thing I wanted to say is that when it did initially release, it did end up going to the top 6 on Steam's most played chart, and it was only below the multiplayer giants like Dota, Counter-Strike 2, the ones that just stay at the top. Like Counter-Strike 2 and Dota, they just stay at the top. I mean, Counter-Strike 2 currently has 1 million people playing the game. There's no other game that comes close to that. The highest is Dota 2 with 428,000. So when you're battling it out statistics-wise on Steam, like that, as far as against multiplayer giants, you just come to realize that Oblivion is long awaited re-release that people gravitated towards as soon as it came out, and that's all you could want from your particular fan base when it comes to Bethesda and Virtuos, the developers of this video game. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion Remastered? If you played it, what is your favorite thing about Oblivion Remastered? And if you haven't played it, what's keeping you from playing one of the greatest RPG video games of all time? Now, when talking about video games and the effect they have on the masses, specifically on the Nintendo platform, who would have thunk that a visual novel would top the charts? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Over Requiems is what we're getting in today, because it's a visual novel for the Nintendo Switch that initially came out April 17th of this year. But not only that, it debuted at #1 on Japan's Famitsu retail charts, basically showcasing how it has captivated the masses out the gate, which is a phenomenal accomplishment because it outperformed titles like Super Mario Party Jamboree and Minecraft, who those particular IPs usually dominate the charts when it comes to Nintendo, which technically Mario still has 2 games in the top 6 as far as Super Mario Party Jamboree being #2 and Mario Kart 8 Deluxe being the 6th most played game on the Nintendo platform. But when it comes to Over Requiems being a visual novel and topping the charts out the gates is a humongous accomplishment, especially for Idea Factory's Automate and Kogado Studio, who were the makers of this dark fantasy visual novel. Now, of course, you're probably wondering, well, what's the game sense as far as a visual novel? Well, I'm glad you asked. Basically, it has a lot of visual, it has a lot of murder mystery elements. So the main gameplay mechanic that you're going to be thrown into is the dialogue choices, right? I would think in lines of a Telltale game, but without all of the combat mechanics, right? You're basically doing a lot of dialogue choices, and depending on those choices, it impacts relationships, it impacts story progression, and of course it has multiple endings, so your choices do impact the end. So with that being said, there's a lot of different pathways you could go down that ultimately elevates the level of replayability that you have for this particular game, as there's also a lot of puzzle solving elements in this game as far as light puzzles and evidence examination. That's why I compared it to Telltale, because of course with the Batman version that Telltale put out, there was a lot of light puzzle solving elements in that game as well. So this is also the case with this particular visual novel, as is light puzzles and evidence examination enhanced by touchscreen controls and handheld mode. Also, when it comes to the multiplayer element, it is actually implemented into this game, as this game does support voice chat via the Nintendo Switch Online app for discussions, right? But the extent of the multiplayer is very limited, but just know it is actually available for people who's wanting to hop into the multiplayer aspect of this game. Now, of course, the Notorious Mass Effect, we get into the gaming and music industry, and of course we focus on things that impact the masses notoriously, pun intended, as when it comes to Over Requiems topping the charts, right? It's not only that, but when it comes to the Nintendo Switch being one of the more popular and profitable consoles for Nintendo in quite some time, having a game like this topping the charts is only reflecting its strong debut, and of course the community enthusiasm that it comes with having a visual novel topping the video game charts out of all charts. It's very much a humongous accomplishment, especially for that specific fan base, to the point where the makers are having planned DLCs like Forgotten Memories that's set to come out August 2025, and of course that's to sustain interest in this particular game. Now, do I predict that this will stay at the top of the charts for Nintendo? Of course not, because the Nintendo Switch 2 is coming out. Mario and Donkey Kong is already the flagship games that they're promoting for that platform, but I'm not saying that people will stop playing this game. I'm just basically highlighting how it topping the charts is really an anomaly. It's really showcasing how whatever you're interested in, whatever your passion is, you never know when people are going to gravitate to your creative project. And that is why you should always put your best foot forward, because they could either go back. Like, imagine if this game was released last year and didn't receive any light on the Nintendo Switch platform, right? It's always a case in, there's always a time for everything. And I think now is the time for Over Requiem's to shine the most and shine bright, because of course the Nintendo Switch 2 is around the corner. So that being said, there's a lot of unique features about this particular game. And of course it comes in the sense of the setting, as when you come into the Wizard of Oz type of setting, into it's more of a transformation from the Wizard of Oz into a gothic murder-filled narrative. And you already know, I mean, especially for what I do, I always recognize the field and true crimes and those type of platforms and podcasts always perform well, because people are enamored by, let's just say, crimes, right? I was going to get more cynical with it, but it's a very interesting, as far as psychologically, it's very interesting how true crimes is one of the most consumed formats for podcasting and just in general when it comes to entertainment. And for me, you know, I love superheroes. That's my main thing. I'm a huge nerd when it comes to heroism. Right, that's what I was trying to say. My fault. So when it comes to superhero land, I'm not gonna say it's like a lot of roses and daisies, but you know, we're not really getting to the cusp of true crime. I guess technically it is a crime happening in every superhero, but you know, it's not as real life. Like a lot of these true crimes is like, what, oh, we're gonna go over something that happened last year in your city, right? Like, I'm not trying to get into that. I'm trying to get into fictional land as far as the crime aspect. But a lot of people like the true crime aspect. But here is Over Requiem's another fictional take on true crime and things of that nature, as people really like the overall decision making, how they can be captivated into the story. And not only that, but they can choose what happens in the story, to the point where now you've been putting hours into the game, which the main story for this game is approximately 10 to 15 hours, but the full completion, as far as doing all the explorative routes and endings, can extend the playtime to 25 to 40 hours. So you're going to get a good amount of playtime out of this particular game. Now, as far as how much it costs, I really don't know how much it costs. Let me see how. Okay, so for Over Requiem's, I'm trying to get this in USD, because I believe it says like 7,000 yen or 7,800 yen. I'm trying to see what that is in USD. So it's $51 in USD. And then of course the special edition priced at 10,000. Hopefully I'm saying that right. Am I saying their currency right? I think it's yen. Let me see. Yen currency. Let's just type in the symbol, because it's just showing the symbol, but I'm pretty sure that's yen. Yeah, that is yen. Okay. I had to make sure, you know, I didn't want people calling me ignorant. Be like, hey, that is not our currency. So anyways, yeah. So the special edition has 10,000 yen. That, of course, when you convert it to USD, comes to about $70. So that being said, it's around $51 for the base edition, $70 for the special edition. You're getting 10 to 15 hours for the main story. You're getting 25 to 40 hours as far as if you want to explore everything. So I would say, as far as a graphic visual novel video game, that you're doing a lot of puzzles and having a lot of say in where the story goes based on your decision, I think that's a great value as far as the dollars that you're putting forth. And then when it comes to companions, you have a group of convicted murderers. Oh my goodness, what in the world? Likely 4 to 6 romanceable characters. So that's definitely in the Mass Effect realm as far as having romance being involved throughout the companions, right? You a lot of options, let's just say that. And then, you know, as a Mass Effect fan, I could understand how that can intrigue people, right? Also, when you have the supporting cast, includes the King of Oz, 4 witches, and other NPCs, with additional characters introduced via DLC. Like I said, that's set to come out August 24, 2025, based on the performance of this particular game. Because, you know, one thing that I noticed with the downfall of Hogwarts Legacy DLC is that if you support a game to a certain extent, that makes it a chart topper, not even 2, 3, 4. It makes it the top. Like Hogwarts Legacy was the top selling game for when it came out. I think it was 2023. Let's see, Hogwarts Legacy release date. I think it came out in 2023. Yeah, so February 10th, 2023, Hogwarts Legacy came out. It was the best-selling game of 2023. Did DLC come out? Of course not. Did they want to reward? Did the developers for this particular game, as far as Avalanche Software, did they want to reward the people for playing this game? Well, of course not. It's crazy how you can have such a successful video game and not reward the people who put it at the top of the charts, right? It's kind of crazy, and it just incentivizes people to not play your next installment in that scenario, because who would want to play a game supported so much to where it tops the charts, and then you don't even give DLC for the players? Like, I mean, as far as Avalanche, as far as the publisher, as far as Portkey Games, like, I really want to know the thought process in cutting DLC for something that top the charts in that particular year. So as far as this game, Over Requiem's, and everybody supporting it to the point where the owners and creators of this basically said came out and said that they're gonna get DLC content for August 2025. I think that's a huge deal, and just showcasing how they're really taking care of their fan base. And of course, they also said that free updates are planned to add costumes and improve usability based on feedback. And I think that's a huge accomplishment for these particular creators of this game, as when it comes to Idea Factory's Automate and Kogado Studio, the makers of this dark fantasy visual novel Over Requiem's, it just showcases how they're really taking care of their fan base. And that's all you want to see from a great debut like Over Requiem's. It was, and still is, as far as still being at the top of the Nintendo charts over titles like Super Mario Party Jamboree, Minecraft, Animal Crossing. I mean, it's topped some IP dominant, some dominant IPs on the Nintendo platforms, and it's topping those. So, it's great to see them rewarding that fan base, because the Hogwarts Legacy DLC being cut was just beyond blasphemous. I ain't gonna lie to you, and it was just egregious to the fan base that made it number one. So shout out to Idea Factory's Automate. Shout out to Kogado Studio. And with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Over Requiem's topping the charts on the Nintendo platform? And will you get into the visual novel video game, and will you dive into the gothic world and the decaying version of Oz, as Over Requiem's is out now on a Nintendo Switch? Will you be giving it a try? Now, of course, early in this episode, I talked about the effects that the tariffs would have on the gaming industry, and I broke it down from a totality standpoint, right? We went over hardware and consoles. We went over physical video games and media, even tabletop gaming. And I even got, this is not even a political podcast, and I got into the economic and consumer effects as a whole. As if you don't know, with this global trade war, China has a 34% retaliatory tariff. Potentially EU digital restrictions threatens U.S. exports. So with that being said, there's a lot of things that could shrink the participation of gamers in the gaming industry. Let's just say raising the prices is one of them. As I think when it comes to the PlayStation 4 fan base, it is larger than any other console. Let me see. PlayStation 4 base to other bases. Because I believe when it comes to PlayStation 4 and the people who still play that game, mind you, let's see when the PlayStation 4 came out, release date. PlayStation 4 came out November 15, 2013. The same day, well, not same day, but the same year, GTA 5 came out. What a coinkydink, right? It's almost like, let me chill. So anyways, PlayStation 4, right? They currently have sold over 117 million units worldwide as of, and that was back in December 2022. So it's definitely larger now, but it made it one of the best selling consoles ever. And as of April 2024, there's 49 million active PS4 consoles, accounting for 50% of PlayStation's total monthly active consoles, 98 million across PS4 and PS5. All right, let's just do some math right quick. You know what I'm saying? I'm no mathematician, but I do have a calculator. So we're just going to type in 98 subtracted by 49, right? So that probably means 49 people. So it's half and half as far as PS4 and PS5 player base. That is no brainer when it comes to the overall advancement of gaming as far as graphically and as far as gameplay mechanics, because they're always thinking in the back of their mind, well, if we downgrade the graphics a little bit, now we open up our content to a whole nother player base, because now we get to put it on PS4. So that is why people say to upgrade. If you have the means to save, please do, because that helps the gaming industry if you keep playing on your PS4, because people are saying, oh, why get a PS5 when Fortnite runs well on my PS4, when Call of Duty runs well on my PS4? Those be the same, well, not all of them. I don't want to, it's not a monolith, but majority of them are the same people who come out and say, well, guess what? When it comes to advancement, if somebody's developing a game and they have the option to have it look phenomenal as far as graphic wise, or they have the option to have more of a player base and downgrade the graphics a little bit, which one do you think they're going to go with? They're probably going to downgrade the graphics because now they have more exposure, which in turn leads to more of a monetary gain in the long haul. So anyways, the reason for the segment, after me going over the tariffs earlier in this episode, which definitely click my link tree in my bio to follow me on my social medias as far as me posting different clips of this episode. But the main thing about the tariffs episode was me just going over the gaming and music industry and the effects that the tariffs would have on it. This segment is specifically getting into how Microsoft did the unthinkable. Not only is PS5 outselling the Xbox Series X 4-1, meaning for every Xbox Series X or S console sold, there's at least 4 PS5 consoles that are being sold as well. So the PS5 is just completely running away with the console war, which I don't really get into. I feel like as a consumer, I do believe it's in the consumer's best interest for Xbox to compete, and let's just say they're not right now. So if you're not competing on that front, right, and majority of the console player base is on PS5, why in the world would you come out and say effective May 1st, 2025, we are raising console prices, we are raising controller prices, we are raising first party game prices? It's getting to the point where if you're blaming these on the president and the trade war and the global tariffs, how come you're doing this before PlayStation does it? It's almost as if you're tone deaf. You don't know exactly where you lie in the console war. So let me just remind you, PlayStation 5 has a 4-1 lead on the Xbox Series X. That means they're not catching up anytime soon. That's basically what that means. When people think about, oh, what is the biggest console base we could go to maximize the probability of bringing in revenue, putting it on PS5 is a 4 times better bet than putting it on an Xbox Series X or S. Now, I know people are going to argue the Game Pass, but then comes in the PC players as far as those games also being available on Steam. So why not just become a PC player? It's getting to the point where there's an option around Xbox every which way you turn. So increasing the prices, having these price hikes is just going to hurt your overall player base even more. It may get to the point where it's now a 7-1 ratio as far as PlayStation 5 compared to Xbox Series X and S. Because where's PlayStation's announcement? You already know it's coming. It's just a slap in the face to gamers that Xbox was the first, well, not first, because technically Nintendo was the first to come out and say that, well, no, because the consoles, as far as the Nintendo Switch 2, that price wasn't out of this world. It was basically the first party titles such as the Donkey Kong game and the Mario Kart World game that was throwing people off as far as the price point. But as far as the hardware, people were saying that was a fair price point. So it's interesting how Xbox was the first company to come out and raise prices across the board. Nintendo just did it for a couple first party games. Xbox came out and said, we're raising the prices for hardware as far as Xbox Series 5 going from $350 to $430. Instead of going over all these price increases, let's just say everything has increased by at least 20%. So whatever you're going to get, whether it's the Xbox Series S, whether it's the Xbox Series X, whether it's a base wireless controller, whether it's a special edition controller, everything has raised and increased as far as the base price. And that is very concerning as far as the overall landscape for gaming. Because like I just said, a lot of people on PS4 to the point where it's split 50-50 as far as PlayStation 5 players and PS4 players. So now you're making it even harder from a monetary standpoint to purchase any other option, right? Let's say they didn't want to go with the PS5. They wanted to go with the Xbox Series X and S because of Game Pass. Well, now they really can't because of the increase in price, because people are already spending more on other things outside of gaming. Keep in mind, we're talking about the gaming and music industry. This is a leisure. This is a luxury. It's not a necessity. Food, shelter, water, that's a necessity. Increasing prices in the gaming industry is going to lead people to make a hard decision. And I would assume that 8 times out of 10, people are going to choose the necessities over a luxury item, right? And I would hope. So when it comes to the Xbox sales context, I mean, overall, all the prices are increased, and of course they are blaming the tariff. A lot of companies are going to come out, and it is a fair excuse as far as why they're raising the prices. It's just Xbox being the first one to come out, even before PlayStation, even before Steam. I'm going to keep reiterating, diving into PC gaming made me realize how often games go on sale on the Steam platform. It's really insane as far as the package you get in PC gaming. I mean, of course, I think it has the highest upfront cost as far as building a gaming PC. But after that, the games on Steam go on discount or discounted way more often than Xbox game desktop, well, not desktop, the game marketplace and the PlayStation marketplace. Like, as far as discounts, Steam has it way more often, to the point where now you can get it at an even lower price than you would if you would buy the same game on Xbox or PlayStation. So them raising the prices even before Steam, before PC, is very concerning. So when it comes to that fact, now we have to bring up the other elephant in the room. What does that mean for GTA 6? They've already seen Mario Kart World being priced at $80. Now people are looking at GTA 6 and saying, oh, it's definitely going to be $100 at launch. And we're talking about the base edition. Now, hopefully it doesn't happen. But, you know, when the Take-Two CEO comes out time and time again to throw out these theories like, oh, what if we had a subscription model? Oh, what if we had it was something else. It was a subscription model. And then he said, oh, what if we had a pay by the hour model? And I was like, what in the world is he trying to do? It's almost like he's trying to get y'all ready for a certain announcement as far as the price point. So it's entering a scary era in gaming, because ever since the 1990s, gaming has skyrocketed as far as in cost. So now, when you're looking at certain games going on a discount, it's not going to be as frequent, because now they're going to say, due to the tariffs, due to the rising development costs, due to the industry shifts, we're going to have to raise our prices expeditiously to counteract the market currently. And I think this is just only going to have people go more towards digital products and subscription-based models, which is going back to the Game Pass, but now everything on the Xbox side is increased as far as the console, as far as the games, right? So I would say more people will go towards the Game Pass route, because, you know, it's unfair, but a lot of people are saying, oh, Game Pass is just welfare for gamers. I'm like, hold on now. Aren't we in an interesting economy right now? I think everything you should be doing is maximizing your dollar. So if you want to play the Game Pass, South to Midnight is available on that Game Pass. Oblivion is available on the Game Pass. And guess what? Those two games pay for itself as far as if you go on month to month. So I think in general, the digital subscription-based model pathway is going to be a viable option for a lot of gamers out there. But for the majority of times, I think gamers are going to find the hard pathway as far as if they're going to go with the necessities or the leisure/luxurious items that gaming is. Like at the end of the day, gaming and music is not that serious to be spending your hard-earned money over necessities, right? If you can only afford necessity or leisure/luxury, hopefully you choose necessities 10 times out of 10. And that's what I could say, because for the majority of times, I think people don't understand the power of the consumer. If you band it together and then buy these things, right, which, you know, technically Xbox is already facing that. I mean, people are paying for the PS5 over the Xbox Series X and S. So I don't know why they were the first company to come out and increase prices across the board, like people were jumping on their platform, or like their platform was selling like hotcakes, because that's far from the truth. So that's the main thing I wanted to get into. Obviously, if you want to go check out my gaming tariffs, just my tariffs segment on gaming and music industry as a whole, I would definitely type in tariffs Analytic Dreamz with a Z and it should pop up. But in general, it's something to keep note of, because we are, and not to be like cynical or pessimistic, but we are definitely entering times where, let's just say, stretching your dollar and saving is a high priority. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Microsoft just coming out and increasing prices across the board as far as console, as far as controller, as far as first party games? And at the end of the day, what do you think is going to be a result as far as Xbox increasing these prices? And do you think PlayStation will follow suit, or will they stay strong and keep their prices the same? Now, of course, this is a difficult subject matter to cover, because, of course, one of the main things as far as inspiration when it comes to creativity, personally, is Stan Lee in the way he was able to uplift the Marvel brand. I think Stan Lee is one of the most, if not the most, creative mind that's ever been on planet Earth. Now, know what you're probably saying. Superhero content is not the same as inventing planes or electricity or things of that nature, but escapism is a real thing, and there's a reason why the whole entertainment industry is lucrative. It's because a lot of people really engage in certain content to escape from the real world. And I think Stan Lee gave one of the greatest escapism content we've ever received in life. So that being said, I hold Stan Lee to a high regard, and he's very top tier when it comes to creative minds, if not number one. Why do I say that? Because of this subject matter covering certain things that's very interesting as far as the alleged elder abuse by John Bolerjack, but also there's a flip side to it, as people are accusing John Bolerjack, the director of this documentary that we're going to get into in a second, they're accusing him of exploitation. So on one hand, John Bolerjack could be exploiting Stan Lee even after death. Rest in peace to Stan Lee, who passed away in 2018. But then, of course, you have the overall nature of the documentary having certain things as far as exploiting Stan Lee that I also want to cover. So on one hand, there's a documentary covering the exploitation of Stan Lee that I think is something that needs to be highlighted, but also on the other hand, it could be exploitation and John Bolerjack just wanting monetary gain. So I'm just going to cover this and let you do the information, let you handle this information, do of it as you will, because at this point in time, I don't know who to believe, right? But I do really hold Stan Lee's creative accomplishments to a certain point to where I feel like I need to cover this. So with that being said, what I'm talking about is the final chapter. That's what the documentary is titled. I don't know if it's still going into production as when it came to the Kickstarter, right? Because whenever I'm talking about a problem, I usually try to give certain solutions and actionable solutions so that you could take action if you see fit. There was a Kickstarter campaign for this documentary, right? But it was canceled April 8th, 2025 after raising over $84,000, and the termination stemmed from, like I said earlier, the intense public and industry backlash as people thought he was exploiting Stan Lee, right? Because some of the things that you got for donating to the Kickstarter was a lot of signed comics and memorabilia. And a lot of people saying, hold up, isn't that tasteless? Because basically the whole the whole principle of the documentary was saying that Stan Lee was being exploited. So now the documentary focusing on Stan Lee being exploited, but you're saying donate to this Kickstarter to get this documentary going, and you may get signed comics and memorabilia. Seems very contradictory, if I might say so, if I do say so myself. So when getting into this, and especially when you're talking about the ethical concerns of Bowler Jack being around Stan Lee for quite some time, as far as in 2014 to 2018, where this film was taking place, Stan Lee was still around. So when it comes to Stan Lee passing away in 2018, you was around him for 4 years and never said anything. But now he passed away, and now in 2024 or 2025, you're trying to kickstart this campaign to fund, and the goal was 300,000. So it wasn't like pocket change. It wasn't like, oh, I'll put this money up, so I need this amount. It was like 300,000. So we're like, hold on now, are you just doing this to exploit him even more? So a lot of media coverage happened for this particular campaign. More notably, the Hollywood Reporter, US Today, a lot of conglomerates that was credible was covering this, to the point where, like, I didn't know who to believe, because the conglomerates was covering this in a way of, oh, Stan Lee was really exploited. And we really start to dive deep into it. Maybe the exploitation was continuing with John Bolajak having this direction of this document, or having the credit as director for this documentary and wanting monetary gain. It's like, hold up now, I don't know who to believe. So that's why I just wanted to cover this in totality and let you do with the information as you will. So that being said, the Stan Lee, the final chapter documentary, was basically having elder abuse being alleged to Stan Lee, as it said he was overworked in his failing health as far as at age 95, often making it hard for him at conventions because he had to sign memorabilia and things of that nature. A specific example was 2018 Silicon Valley Comic-Con, where they said Stan Lee was visibly frail and coached to sign his name, right? And then the financial exploitation that was alleged was Kia Morgan, that they said had 2019 charges from that was $222,000 as far as stolen from memorabilia sales, right? So that's what they're alleging. All of these is alleged. Take this with a grain of salt. I'm just letting you know what the documentary is, also letting you know the other side, and then you make your decision on what you believe. But with that being said, Kia Morgan was also accused of embezzling over $5 million in assets / artwork. Transition into Max Anderson, the road manager that was accused of selling Stan Lee's memorabilia, pled guilty in 2025 and won to $1.2 million in tax fraud. Now, tax fraud is interesting because I don't think the accusation of selling Stan Lee's memorabilia is connected to tax fraud. Sometimes tax fraud happens because you have a trashed accountant, right? Maybe that was just an honest mistake, and comparing that to, oh, he had to have sold Stan Lee's memorabilia because he had tax fraud. I don't think that's a nice comparison. I don't even think those two correlate. Sometimes you just mess up as far as tax papers and things of that nature, which is a real deal, which is why IRS is the real deal, because they will come from that fettuccine. So anyways, with that being said, then we have Gerardo Oliveira implicated in financial schemes post Joanne Lee's death. Now, who is Joanne Lee? I think that's the daughter, right? Okay, so yeah, Joanne Lee, I believe, is the daughter who filed 2018 elder abuse restraining order against Morgan. Who's Morgan? So Morgan is Kia Morgan, the person who I talked about earlier as far as the 2019 charges, where they said there was 222,000 of stolen memorabilia, as far as 222,000 stolen from memorabilia sales. So that's what his daughter came out and filed in 2018. Also said also denied accusations that she physically abused her parents, and no charges were filed against his daughter, right? And then she also came out and said, reports also came out and said that she was accused of assaulting parents in 2014, but it was unverified based on the Hollywood report. So when it comes to this situation, there's a lot of conflicting remarks, and I just wanted to cover this because one of the greatest inspirations in life for creativity is Stan Lee, in my opinion. One of the, if not the most creative mind when it comes to entertainment and the industry that entertainment lies in. I mean, to this day, people are monetizing off of some of his greatest creations of all time, right? What I say is the greatest fictional creation of all time is Spider-Man, right? My favorite superhero, but just in general, looking at the numbers, I feel like he's the greatest fictional creation of all time based on the monetary gain and the longevity of this character. A lot of characters have their spotlight, right? And then they just fizzle off and they never reach the heights that they once were at. Spider-Man consistently tops the charts as far as toy sales, as far as movies, as far as TV shows. There's a reason why so much content is created by this fictional character, because every time they put something out based on Spider-Man, guess what? People show up in droves. So I think Stan Lee being a creator of not only that individual superhero, but just the world that it's in, is just one of the greatest entertainment feats ever. So anyways, some of the documentary showcase how Stan Lee jousted at events, how he was arguing and showing signs of exhaustion. And then you have witnesses like Rob Liefeld, Roy Thomas, and then other contributors, right? And then you had the narrative portraying Stan Lee's final years as a period of exploitation and power struggles over his $80 million legacy. Now, going back to the solution, well, so-called the solution, there was a Kickstarter started. They were seeking $300,000, and the rewards included signed comments, tour access, memorabilia, which I said, ended up being canceled on April 8th, raising over $84,000 because, people were saying like, hold on now, how are you going to say Stan Lee was getting exploited and you wanted us to donate, but not only donate, because that's fine, right? But you wanted us to donate for signed memorabilia and comics? Like, isn't that contradictory? So that is why I'm giving you this information, just letting you do of it what you will. So the controversies is that as far as the Kickstarter seeking $300,000 is no longer here. But the reason why I'm covering it is because when it was officially reported on by the Hollywood Reported, by USA Today, by the Hindu, you come to realize that it was a huge thing being brought up because of Stan Lee and his age, and you never want to see any type of elder abuse, especially if the person isn't all the way there, right? So all of this ethical balances, these ethical balances that we're trying to have while discussing this situation, if it was real, it's making it very twofold. So when it comes to the only child of Stan and Joe and Lee, as far as his daughter, JC Lee, right, and her filing the 2018 elder abuse restraining order against Kia Morgan, it gives more credence to the overall documentary. But of course, twofold, the documentary was ended on April 8th, 2025. So we don't know who to believe, right? All these reports, all this information with Bowler Jack coming out and being called out for his credibility because he was around from 2014 to 2018. We really don't know who to believe. And this documentary definitely walks a fine ethical line, because you're thinking about it on the sense of we really respect Stan Lee, but on the other hand, do we want to support this director who may be, after even post death, still exploiting Stan Lee as far as the making of the documentary? It's very interesting, and it's a huge gray area as far as the exposure versus exploitation. Do we support this director to expose the people who is exploiting Stan Lee, or are we funding even more exploitation from the director that's trying to uncover and highlight the exploitative nature of Stan Lee? It's a very convoluted issue. So that's why I wanted to cover it in the way I did. And at the end of the day, hopefully at some point in time, somebody can either step in, like a third party or whatever, and take over the film and make it themselves, so we don't feel like the story is being skewed. Because you know how they always say, to spoils go the victor, and basically history is rewritten by the victor. So a lot of things is happening as far as monetary gain after the fact, post Stan Lee's death, that we're just looking at and be like, are you really doing this in honor of Stan Lee? Are you trying to gain even more revenue post his death? So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about the documentary of Stan Lee, The Final Chapter? Which side do you fall on? Because it is a gray area. So either side you fall on, I can't fault you. That's why I wanted to give it in the most unbiased way possible, so you can decide for yourself based on the information. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What side do you fall on? Do you think is exploitive, or do you think the director's actually trying to honestly expose how Stan Lee was exploited? And at the end of the day, who is your favorite character that Stan Lee created? Now, diving into the section of hip hop that I usually do not touch, because if it doesn't come with music, guess what? I'm not covering it. So this is more the academic side of hip hop, as when you come into Ricos, when you come into black man just getting locked up, police footage as far as body cams, that's more of academics lane. And he's a huge inspiration, hence my name as far as Analytic Dreamz. But I would say over time, we have two different styles of covering music. Let's just put it like that. Anyways, getting into Big U Rico case, because this is the end of the episode. And of course, I try to dive into the beef side of the industry. And let's just say it's a Rico versus Adam 22. And more specifically, No Jumper, as the involvement of No Jumper is very peculiar, as Brick Baby, who is Ziera Mitchell, and Loose Cannon, who's Termaine Williams, frequent No Jumper guests, to the point where they're basically on the platform as, I'm not going to say hosts, but let's just say they're on it frequently. They were arrested and named in the Big U indictment, to the point where the indictment literally references No Jumper episodes, particularly where Loose Cannon claimed that Big U knew about Nipsey's murder in advance. Now that's a mouthful. Let me read that again, just in case you didn't digest those sentiments. Loose Cannon's claim that Big U knew about Nipsey Hussle's murder in advance. At some point, rest in peace has to stand for something.
But then, I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
And then, of course, the indictment also referenced No Jumper episodes, as far as it including a dispensary robbery discussion, later removed after a cease and desist letter allegedly sent by Henley. And of course, when your whole brand is plastered on a Rico, you have to come out and speak on it. As Adam 22 came out and basically denied involvement, said No Jumper provided legal platforms for street affiliated figures. And he confirmed that $5,000 was sent to support Brick Baby pre-arrest, and also claimed that the feds visited his home. Hold up now. I ain't gonna lie to you. If the feds ever came to my place and they were wanting to know some information about non-law abiding humans and citizens, if they didn't tell me that they were doing those non-law abiding acts, because I would have been told them, be like, hey, I'm snitching, right? If they didn't tell me beforehand, guess what? I'm snitching with a purpose. I'm getting on there like Gunatello himself. And not only am I saying yes, ma'am, but I may say, do you want any more information? Because I got some. Now, with that being said, of course, with that incident, as far as the feds visiting Adam 22 at his home solely for the cease and desist letter, he basically said it wasn't for investigation. They just came, asked for some stuff, and he basically said he didn't help them out. Or that was his words, not mine, right? Adam 22 is supposedly a gangster when the feds roll up. He said he didn't help them out at all. So anyways, let's go over this Big U indictment. As this happened, as far as his arrest, March 19, 2025. The detention hearing is so it's already happened. The detention hearing already happened. The arraignment already happened. And he was detained as of April 22nd, 2025. And then if you don't know about Big U, Eugene, Big U Henley, He's a music executive and alleged leader in the rolling 60s neighborhood Crips, and the central figure in a 107-page federal indictment filed in Los Angeles under the RICO Act, which is, if you didn't know what RICO stood for, I'm glad you don't, because let's just say these are not things you need to know if you're a law-abiding citizen. But RICO stands for Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organization. Now, that's a mouthful. The indictment includes 43 counts filed on April 21st, 2025, and the charges include murder, including 2021 killing of rapper Rashawn Williams in Las Vegas. It also includes kidnapping. It includes extortion, notably via LA celebrity check-in schemes. It also involves human trafficking, robbery, fraud, wire fraud, tax evasion, and embezzlement of charitable donations. And then last but definitely not least, misuse of public programs. For example, the Gang Reduction and Youth Development, which is an acronym GRYD. So, of course, the check-in protection schemes they claims is about celebrities and athletes allegedly being forced to pay for protection in Los Angeles against threats created by the enterprise itself. And, of course, when it comes to the charitable side of the allegations, they say that Big U used his nonprofit developing options to extort donations and launder criminal proceeds. And, of course, when it comes to the entertainment industry links, they leverage industry contacts to shield and fund illicit activities. So this is all federal. This is all in the federal indictment. This is basically things I'm letting you know as far as why Big U Rico is such a big deal. Because when it comes to the overall involvement of Big U, it also involves a lot of other people, whether it's under No Jumper, whether it's famous music covers, as far as academics really getting into the cusp of what's happening as far as this RICO. All you need to know is that WAC 100 was also involved in this because of him being accused by Big U of contributing to the RICO charges, which of course WAC came out and denied. I wonder if he came out and denied it with paperwork. That's what I want to know. I wonder if he said, you know what, I did not have anything about Big U being in the RICO, and I have the paperwork right here. Now, with that being said, Adam 22 also questioned why WAC wasn't investigated, so everybody was on WAC's tail. Pause.
You guys, see, that's the problem.
WAC obviously said that Adam 22, well, not obviously, they said that WAC falsely claimed that Adam 22 was arrested, and of course DJ Vlad and Adam 22 denied media platforms contributing to the arrest, which, you know, what else are you going to come out and say? I mean, you literally make a living off of certain individuals coming to your platform and generating revenue for you. Why would you cut that off by saying that, yeah, you know what, our media platforms is on the highest priority as far as what federal and authorities look at to indict people? Like, imagine coming out and saying that. Now you cut off a whole revenue stream for you. So Vlad also claimed that snitches and social media evidence were the reason for these arrests, not the Vlad and Adam 22 platform. Now, of course, I could care less about these certain instances because when it comes to breaking the law, I do believe there's a certain level of justice and just overall cause and effect that happens when you do non-law abiding activities. Now, of course, I'm not saying I don't hold any empathy or sympathy for these people. I'm just saying if you're going to break the law, then I would assume that you know what comes with it if it comes down to you getting caught and, of course, arrested. So when it comes to a lot of these different media heads being involved, as far as Adam 22 and the No Jumper episodes literally being in the indictment, I think it's not the greatest look for your brand overall. And if you're going to keep reiterating the sentiments that people are not getting arrested because of your platform, I think we need some proof, because right now the proof that we've received is people on your platform getting arrested as far as Brick Baby and Loose Cannon. So it's very interesting. And then Big U coming out to speak negatively on WAC multiple times just showcase how WAC is also on the No Jumper platform with Adam 22 in their show, right? So Big U coming out, name dropping Whack a bunch of times is just showcasing how no matter what type of paperwork he think he has, people are going to keep including his name in this Eugene Big U Henley Rico. So that's essentially all I have for it. Just wanted to let y'all know that this is currently going on. It's definitely a big deal, and we'll see if it has some type of solution in the foreseeable future. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about the Eugene Big U Henley Rico? And do you believe that Adam 22's platform No Jumper and Vlad's platform expedites the process of black men getting locked up? Getting into the overview for episode 148, that was of course titled, Is 2025 Shaping Up to Be the Greatest Year in Gaming History? Now, of course, we went over a plethora of topics, especially in the music and gaming industry. And I think one of the more prevalent topics, especially for the foreseeable future, is a segment that you already heard as far as the tariffs effect on the gaming and music industry. As with the tariffs and me having that segment, the preceding days, Xbox came and raised all the prices. They raised the hardware as far as the consoles, the controllers, and of course the first party games. And with that being said, they raised it about 20% as far as the price. And that was of course in result of the tariff war currently going on. So I think the segment I had on the tariffs affecting the gaming and music industry is probably the most informative segment I put out in quite some time that's going to have ramifications for the foreseeable future. And of course, it's not a political podcast, but I definitely want to let y'all know about what's going on as far as the tariffs war, because it's going to affect a lot of things that you do, especially in the gaming and music industry. So, but getting to the overview of the episode 148, we did start with Kendrick and SZA. As if you don't know, Kendrick and SZA, a lot of people were saying that they were probably going to have one of the worst stadium tours of all time, because if you didn't know, a lot of people was just coming out saying whatever about these two particular artists, to the point where they were saying that Kendrick and SZA couldn't even sell out a stadium tour. And safe to say, they've proved all the haters wrong, as their debut as far as April 19th in Minneapolis, they had 100% sellout. It was 100% sellout, and basically had 47,000 tickets sold, and they grossed over 9.1 million. And that was just in Minneapolis. So a lot of other places are going to have a lot more seats, so they're probably going to sell a lot more. But in general, me going over the analytics for Kendrick and SZA, their stadium tour basically has a lot of sellouts across the entire tour being considered. And I think that's one of the main things to point out, especially when people are coming out saying that, hey, Kendrick and SZA, they're not selling out. They have empty places or empty seats. As if people don't know, if you could purchase something and then not be able to go to it for whatever reason, try to give the tickets, try to sell it at a discount, and then that can be the reason why there's an empty seat as far as the people taking videos and stuff like that. But for the objective metrics, they had 100% sellout. And of course, constantly throughout the tour, they have had at least 90 to 95% of the 13 stadiums that they've been at as far as the sellout rates. So with that being said, that tour is doing phenomenal. And then of course, we went into the one and only Aubrey Drake Graham, as the blue collar snitch was back again, as not only is he going at UMG via a lawsuit, but the main thing you need to know about my summary breakdown of Drake versus UMG is that it was 104 pages. Let me see. 104 to 100. I actually have the document right here. Where's the document at? I think it's right here. This is the latest one. Sometimes I forget. I think this is the latest one. I have all the documents. I ain't gonna lie to you. So let's just look at the actual document. 107 pages. Goodness gracious. When I tell you, when I broke this down, I felt like I was back at the collegiate institution, because the way we broke this down, I think people really appreciated the efforts I put forth and just in general the summary of Drake versus UMG. But definitely every single time I have to bring up the lawsuit, I definitely bring it up in its entirety so that when I go through this 107-page lawsuit, as you see right here, I'm just scrolling through it. Like, this is the actual lawsuit. This ain't a screenshot. It's not no lazy content creator covering Drake versus UMG. I'm going through the actual document page by page. So hopefully y'all enjoyed that segment as far as Drake going at UMG, because there was a lot of developments to the point where you kind of just realize that the main thing is that Drake's camp is claiming defamation, harassment as far as his mansion being shot at, and of course they're going at the payola practices as far as them whitelisting the track, especially when it came out on YouTube, which they said was basically YouTube getting exclusive, which is out of UMG's realm of what they usually do. So they went at a lot of things as far as payola and defamation. I think payola is probably the strongest part of the Drake lawsuit, but obviously we're going to see which one sticks when this lawsuit ends up concluding. So we got into Drake versus UMG as far as the lawsuit in its entirety, and then we transitioned into Kanye going crazy. If you don't know, Kanye is currently going crazy, ladies and gentlemen. I remember putting in I remember covering his cousin's track, which all I gotta say is he came out and said some very interesting things to the point where I'm just going to consistently say my rhetoric towards Kanye being that he needs help. And ultimately, I say I only cover Kanye if he's going to release music, because I cover music. I really try to stay away from the drama. I try to cover music, and if drama comes with that, then hey, can't say that I'm not covering music as well. So the Cousins track, right? Kanye West literally came out and said that he did some certain acts to a particular cousin, and let's just say the sentiments of that cousin.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Let's just say his cousin serving a lifetime sentence, and then Kanye coming out and saying what he did to his cousin until he was 14. Hopefully he gets some help at some point, because there's nothing wrong to have your certain preference. But the way that Kanye is going about announcing these things, he's just desperate for attention. And I think that is why his World War III album ended up selling the way it did, as far as estimates coming out saying that sold like 4,000 or 5,000 first week sales, which of course, talking about Kanye West seems just asinine as far as it actually being a possibility. But this man is actually flopping in real time because of the hateful rhetoric that he's had for quite some time. So he's just doing any and everything to garner attention. So at the end of the day, I'm just going to keep saying that brother needs help. So then we got to Big Sean. This was my favorite portion of the episode, because we really don't get to cover these things, because when it comes to my favorite industries as far as gaming and music, whenever I'm getting into books, I like it to pertain to either industry, because of course the way I deep dive into every industry, there's always something to cover. So it's hard for me to venture out and cover other things that's outside of music or outside of gaming. So when I got into Big Sean's when I got into Big Sean's book, which is titled Go Higher, which is out now as far as the hard cover, the paperback, the ebook, the audio book, which you can find at Audible, Apple Books, Amazon. Essentially, I got into the overview of it. I talked about how the physical and the digital copy of it is $23. But of course, if you have a Spotify subscription, you can listen to the audio version right now. So that's currently how I'm listening to it, but I definitely wanted to support Big Sean and his book venture in general and cover it on my episode. So that's why I wanted to dive into it, because I feel like when this book initially came out, a lot of people wasn't talking about it, because if you don't know, this book actually came out January 21st of this year. But I wanted to highlight it once more, because I do believe it's one of those type of books that can help you as far as in life, as far as giving you certain gems that you can use throughout your lifespan to elevate, right? And that's basically what Big Sean is talking about, how a lot of the things as far as the themes is talking about the 5 essential practices, and talking about accepting, strategizing, trying, trusting, and manifesting. So it's a lot of things focused on mental health. It's definitely a great book, a great listen. I've been listening to it, and at some point I just want other people to listen to this book to try to understand what it takes to be successful at a certain rate. And ultimately Big Sean breaks that down and gives you a lot of viable tools that you can use right now in your life. So with that being said, then we transitioned into Ken Carson. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the cover of this actual episode. You're probably wondering, why in the world is Ken Carson the cover of this episode? Well, I'm glad you asked. As far as hip hop, let's just say it's very sparse as far as having hip hop artists having a Notorious Mass Effect, and obviously we're not talking about the Drakes of the world, the Kendricks of the world. That's definitely uplifting hip hop on the greatest scale, as far as Kendrick and SZA having the most played track, and then Kendrick, SZA, and Drake having a album in the top 5 currently. Well, Drake and Party Next Door is currently the number 6 most played album, but in general, these artists are definitely putting forth a huge Notorious Mass Effect for the brand of hip hop. So I wanted to highlight Ken Carson, because if you don't know, April 6, 2025, he actually went #1, meaning he had the #1 most played album in the world as a hip hop musician. And that is a huge accomplishment. I don't care what people are saying coming out. Oh, he only sold 59,000 first week, which is a crazy argument. But nonetheless, objectively speaking, he had the #1 album in the world for April 26, 2025, showcasing how up and coming hip hop acts could still top the charts as far as what the world is listening to. So Playboy Cardi did it. I had him as a highlight for the last episode, and of course Ken Carson did it with his album More Chaos. They ended up going #1 as far as the most played album in the world, and that's a significant accomplishment. So I covered that in its entirety and basically talked about the rollout for Ken Carson's career as far as how he got to where he's at today. So with that being said, then we went into the industry. As if you don't know, tariffs is going beyond insane as far as on the gaming and music community. That's why I basically said that this segment I think is the most informative, and this is one of the most informative segments I think I've ever put out, and I think it will help you a lot as far as understanding where the market is going. So I would just say for the foreseeable future, just note that tariffs are going to be here to stay for like at least the next 4 years. And the tariff war that's going on right now, as far as 104% tariffs in China, 24% tariffs in Japan, 46% tariffs on Vietnam, 10% tariffs in the other countries, that's going to lead to a lot of prices increasing. And of course, I got into that later at an episode where I talked about Xbox raising its prices. So then we transition from that into, of course, the sad news that a lot of people did not want to hear, as GTA 6, ladies and gentlemen, was delayed once more.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
So GTA 6 was officially delayed, but there is a bright side, as Rockstar did give us an actual release date. So GTA 6 should be coming out May 26, 2026, because it was postponed, but they actually gave us a day on when GTA is coming out. So if you don't know, May 26, 2026 is the Tuesday right after U.S. Memorial Day. When I tell y'all that everybody and their mom is finna call out, if you're an employer, just know you should have bonuses for that particular day for people who come into work or they are not showing up. I know what you're probably saying. Why would I pay somebody for doing what they're supposed to do? Well, I guess we're going to find out. We're going to find out why you should pay them, because guess what? If you don't give them some incentive to come in that particular day, it's going to be a record-breaking number as far as people calling out and not going to work. So GTA 6, when it comes out, hopefully when it comes out May 26, 2026, it's going to be a huge deal in just the industry as a whole, because a lot of people are going to call off just to play that game. And if you think I'm underestimating or exaggerating, watch when GTA 6 comes out. I'm telling you, even for me, like I do content creation, people who are not even close to getting into the content creator sphere, they're going to just start making channels out of the blue so they could blow up from this GTA 6 launch. And it's going to be a crazy day in history. Let's just put it like that. Which is why I'm glad they announced a release date, because really for the rest of this year, hopefully publishers come out and give us actual release dates for games we didn't know if it was going to come out or not. Like there was a Captain America Black Panther game. We still don't know what's going to happen with that. I hope this entices publishers now that they know the big dog is out of the way as far as GTA 6. Because GTA 6, when it came out, it's going to at least take up 5 to 6 months of headline news from all content creators, at least 6 months. And that's at the very least. Ladies and gentlemen, GTA 5 came out in 2013, and it is still the 9th most played game on Xbox. And it is still let me see, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8. Where's GTA on here? I think GTA is on here. I thought it was on here for Steam. Oh, I guess, yeah, I forget the charts reset. So it was the 9th most played game on PC. I think I actually had that somewhere, but it probably went away. But anyways, so in general, GTA is usually in the top 15 for Steam. As of right now, it's the 9th most played game on Xbox, and of course, it's not on a top 10 for PlayStation, but it's usually in the top 10 because, you know, Oblivion, Forza, and Expedition 33, and, you know, surprisingly enough, Ghost of Yotei pre-orders are currently taking up those slots, but GTA is usually in the top 10 of PlayStation. But just letting you know, a game that came out 13 years ago, 12 years later, is still top 10 most played game. So when GTA 6 comes out, just expect something you've never seen before as far as people calling out, as far as nobody going to work. There's going to be headline news from Fox, from CNN. They're going to come out and be like, I wonder why everybody not coming into work. So anyways, GTA 6 is going to make a huge splash May 26, 2026. But that's essentially what I covered as far as it being delayed. Then we got into how Tencent essentially paid $1.16 billion with a B in its investment in Ubisoft's new subsidiary, which is a huge deal because now it gives them the focus to exclusively act on titles like Assassin's Creed, Far Cry, and Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six franchises. But a very important point is to realize that Ubisoft still retains 100% ownership and majority voting control for at least 2 years. And then Tencent is locked in for 5 years. So with this acquisition, this is a huge movement in the gaming industry because if you don't know, I basically talked about what Ubisoft was going through because Ubisoft has been failing left and right. When I talk about failing, I mean they have been having some of the greatest pitfalls we've ever seen from a gaming company. So when Assassin's Creed Shadows became its second highest selling launch title day one, that was humongous news for Ubisoft so that they don't get over, they don't have a hostile takeover from the Gulmar family, which owns Tencent, which owns Ubisoft, and Tencent, which is a minority stakeholder. Because Tencent and the Gulmar family was coming together with their minority stakes. If you don't know, if you own Ubisoft, you're probably wondering, why can't they just make the decisions? Well, it doesn't work like that. You have a board, you have percentages, and Ubisoft and Tencent didn't have enough to have majority stake, right? Gulmar and Tencent by themselves didn't have enough to have majority stake, but together they could have had more of a hostile takeover. So with Assassin's Creed Shadows selling like it did, one could say that Tencent investing $1.1 billion into Ubisoft's new subsidiary is a greater path than they would have taken if Assassin's Creed Shadows wasn't successful. Because think about it, XDefiant got shut down. Ubisoft shares fell 17% after it delayed the launch of the new Assassin's Creed game. And then not even to mention the first ever Star Wars open world game as far as Star Wars Outlaws. The first ever open world game. Think about that. And it was completely a flop. To the point where Ubisoft was fumbling and they was backpedaling as far as the release date for Assassin's Creed Shadows, which is why they ended up delaying it, because it was like, this is all we have now. Like, we thought at least Star Wars Outlaws based off the IP was going to be a phenomenal hit. So glad to see that they have a hit on their hands with Assassin's Creed Shadows, a phenomenal game. I'm personally playing it, and the more you dive into the game, the more you realize that they definitely took their time, and it's arguably the most optimized Ubisoft video game ever. So we talked about the Tencent acquisition and got into the details of that. And then we transitioned from that into Nintendo, because everybody was saying, why is Nintendo not dropping the price? And then come to realize, this is why they didn't drop the price. They dropped the Nintendo Switch 2 and the pre-orders went through the roof to the point where the whole drop the price movement just seemed laughable at this point. Probably one of the worst movements I've ever seen in gaming history. The drop the price movement, all them drop the price comments and the Nintendo live streams, y'all need to stop it.
But then, you know what I'm saying, I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
Because if you look at it in totality, the Nintendo Switch 2 came out and essentially had a great pre-order sale metric as far as people pre-ordering this Nintendo Switch 2 to the point where everybody was saying, well, it's not the console that we're thinking about. It's actually the games on the console, which, granted, I guess I give them some sort of leeway for that. But for the majority of the time, people saying drop the price in general. And I think not purchasing certain things will lead to other things lowering in price. And which goes back to my point as far as my tariff segment. Consumers who band together and don't purchase something will ultimately cause change. So if the drop the price movement was real, we could have had prices decrease from Nintendo, or else they would have lost out on a lot of money because the power of the consumer. But a lot of people underestimate the power of the consumer when we come together and band together and do one specific thing as far as not supporting it financially. Because at some point, if they're losing all the money, they're going to say, well, let's drop the price so we get at least 50 or 40% of our audience to come back. So people forget about the power of the consumer, but hopefully at some point they'll remember, as Nintendo's not dropping the prices anytime soon, because the Nintendo Switch 2 was a phenomenal pre-order release. So with that being said, then we got into games as Schedule 1, which is the Sean Carter, the Curtis Jackson, my fault, the Notorious B.I.G. All I'm trying to say is this is a drug simulator, and you're trying to build your drug empire, which is very insane as far as a concept, but it's currently working. And if you look at Steam, it's currently one of the more played games on the Steam platform. It's definitely one of the more interesting games to blow up in quite some time, mind you. And I definitely cover that in totality as far as how is you building a drug empire. It was made by Tyler's Video Game Studio, which is TVGS. And overall, I think it's just very interesting, as they definitely made a game by four developers, 4 people who was developing the game. And for it to have sales that rival AAA games, making it a huge viral indie success with 5.2 million sales in weeks, that just showcases how if you make a great game or a great product, at some point they will come. Now, I always say just because you make something great doesn't equal to like commercial success, but at some point somebody may check your game out, and of course that word of mouth will help out in the long run. So that's why it's always great to give your best foot forward, or to put your best foot forward, because you never know who's gonna stumble upon it at whatever point in time. And then of course we got into the cover of this episode as far as 148, as getting into South of Midnight and its inherent success on the Game Pass platform, and Xbox actually having a W, as this was a day one Xbox Game Pass video game. And it came out April 8th, 2025 for platforms Xbox Series X and S, PC and Steam. I already said that. Xbox Series X and S came out for Steam via the Microsoft Store, and then of course the Xbox Game Pass day one. So this was developed by Compulsion Games. One of the gameplay loops is definitely the platforming aspect, the combat, and the light puzzle solving. So if you think about it, South of Midnight is really praised for its narrative. They do say the gameplay gets a little repetitive, but for the most part, the narrative is so strong you probably won't even notice that, as it has solid gameplay mechanics, just nothing that's going to blow you out of the water. And as far as top day one Xbox Game Pass titles, it joins a very interesting list as far as other games that have went towards the top on day one, like Avowed, Out on Fall, Sniper Elite Resistance, Ninja Gaiden 2, and now South of Midnight is amongst the list as games that shot right up to the charts as far as soon as it landed on the Game Pass. And that being said, then we got into Expedition 33. Now, I'm not gonna lie to you, I may upset some gamers with these future sentiments that I'm about to give y'all, but I looked up the entire story for Expedition 33.
But then, you know what I'm saying, I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
I'm so sorry. I saw the first hour of that game. It captivated me, and I thought to myself, I'm playing Assassin's Creed Shadows. I'm about to play Doom. I may play another game just depending on how I feel, right? But Expedition 33 is not on my scale as far as to play. It's not going to be inside of my my Rolodex of games, for lack of a better term. So I looked up the story in entirety. I know y'all probably like, what in the world? I tried my best to thug it out and be like, at some point I'm gonna get to this game. But Assassin's Creed Shadows is at least an 80-hour game. I don't know why Ubisoft came out and lied and said it's shorter than other Ubisoft games. It is a very long game if you play it correctly as far as an RPG and level up your character. Doom, I know that's going to be a long game, right? I'm playing other games. I'm playing Split Fiction currently with my cousin. I'm also playing Repo in its entirety. I'm thinking about hopping on Schedule 1 because those are shorter games, right? So as far as long-term games, even with Cyberpunk, after I beat that game, I was like, I'm not playing another RPG for quite some time. So Assassin's Creed Shadows was really my follow-up of that, playing another RPG and deep diving into it. And then, I don't know why, but Doom really captivated me. I think it's because of the use of the shield. I don't know why, but I really like the shield aspect of Doom because they were saying it's never been implemented before. So, anyways, in Marvel Rivals, let's just say games galore in 2025. If somebody says there's no good games coming out in 2025, just politely let them know that you're not a gamer and you just don't know what games are coming out or what games are out. So, I looked up the entire story. I'm not going to spoil it, obviously, but let's just say Expedition 33 is Christopher Nolan type of storytelling and is captivating to the very end. That's all I'm going to say. So we got into the actual game, right? Obviously, it was spoiler free. I talked about how it has turn-based RPG elements with real-time mechanics, such as the dodge mechanic and things of that nature, which I've heard is not even implemented in other turn-based games. So I guess that's innovative in that sense. So Expedition 33, they said that the main story is only 30 hours with side content is 60 hours, including journals, super bosses. But for the most part, you could assume to get your money's worth, especially the story, which is going off of South of Midnight. Both of these games have tremendous story as far as the narration throughout the entire thing. Then we transitioned from that and got into putting respect on the mobile gaming community. As we talked about Squad Busters and how it's one of the more prominent games on the mobile platforms right now, because if you don't know, it's on iOS, Android, and Harmony OS. So with the developer Supercell, which is probably super relevant to a lot of people, and they definitely notice the brand of Supercell at this point in time, because for the first time ever, this particular game, as far as Squad Busters, actually has characters from Clash of Clans, Clash Royale, Brawl Stars, Heyday, and Boom Beach. It's the first Supercell game ever to have crossover elements from every single game. So that's a huge deal because all 5 franchises are successful. So to have the first ever Supercell crossover of all of them, that was just a phenomenal achievement. And that's probably why it's one of the more premier mobile games on the market currently. So we got to that in its entirety. And then, of course, we had to get into the remaster that's out here taking over the gaming industry, as it's still to this day the top played game on Steam. Well, not the top, sorry. It's the 15th most played game on Steam. It's currently not in the top 10 on Xbox. But as far as PlayStation, it is the 5th most played game on PlayStation. So that's why I cover each specific platform, because you never know how every platform is engaging with these different games. So with Oblivion, the remaster is doing phenomenally on the charts, and in general, it makes sense why it's the 15th most played game on Steam, because of course, when it comes to mods and things of that nature, mods have been on it as far as being intuitive, making the game better, and definitely giving you mods to whatever you like as far as throughout the game to add things that you definitely could not do if you was on console. But when it comes to a remake of a phenomenal OG release, as far as his 2006 original version, they said it's a great remaster for newcomers and veterans who already played the original. So with that being said, it's on PC, Xbox Series X and S, and it's on PS5. So with that being said, then we transition into a game that I did not think we was going to cover, because of course, when we're talking about Nintendo toppers, as far as chart toppers, usually is a Mario, usually it's a Zelda, a Minecraft, and to be fair, this game we got into is still the #1 most consumed game on the Nintendo platform, and that is Over Requiem. As this particular game, I'm not gonna lie to you, it being number one. Hold on, let me show you this right quick. It being number one on this specific chart, as far as Nintendo being considered, is insanity. So, as far as Over Requiem being the most consumed game on a Nintendo platform, as you can see, it's been out since April 17th of this year. And for this game to be a visual novel with a main mechanic, or the main gameplay loop is basically puzzles and deciding what choices to choose as far as the dialogue options, I think that's just showcasing how strong the narrative is, and overall how strong the Atomi visual novel with a gothic thriller and murder mystery elements is received by the masses, as people are really engaging with this game. So shout out to the makers of this particular game. I forget who. Oh yeah, the Idea Factories Automate and Kogado Studio for making this dark fantasy visual novel, as a lot of people are gravitating towards this to the point where now it's the top video game on a Nintendo platform. So then we went from that into I already talked about the GTA delay. I have it at the bottom of my notes, because if you don't know, these episodes do not happen in a day. So some things are at the bottom of my notes, but it happens earlier in the episode. So I don't think I even went over the GTA delay. Let me see. Okay, so the GTA 6 delay we talked about earlier. Did I already talk about that or no? I think I already talked about that. Yeah, I already talked about that. Okay. That's how you know I cover these in different days, because there's a lot of research that goes into these, which is why I always appreciate when the numbers go up as far as engagement, because I think y'all like kind of understand the episodes and the way they come together is not an easy feat. So Stanley, or did we start with Xbox? Let's start with Xbox. So then we went on with the tariffs talk, right? And he basically talked about how Xbox raised their prices across the board. The consoles have been increased by at least 20%. The controllers have been increased by at least $5 to $10. And then, of course, the first party have went from they went from $69 as far as the original price to $79. So all of these increases is because what they said is because of the trade war and global tariffs, and they basically said that is the reason for them raising the prices. So they expect other companies to follow suit and basically blame the global tariff war for why they're raising the prices. At the end of the day, this is just more incentive to be more cognizant with your dollar and not give it to people who are money hungry, instead of giving you a high quality product, right? I think this is a testament to gamers to finally band together and stop giving money to things that's obviously a cash grab, and only spend money on things that are high quality, because then conglomerates are going to get it they're going to get it in their head to understand that we are not supporting things that are obviously exposing and manipulating the masses. So if you're going to do something that is basically trying to extract dollars without giving us high quality in return, we should be more cognizant with our dollars and not give it to these conglomerates. So definitely make sure that it's a high quality product before you spend your money, because we're getting into spooky times. So definitely make sure to save up, but also keep in mind that with the tariffs, a lot of other things are going to start going up in price. So that's why overall you should just start saving and realizing music, gaming are leisures. These are not necessities. So definitely make sure to differentiate the two as far as food, water, shelter, and music, gaming, and other things as leisure, luxury activities, right? So anyways, then we got to Stan Lee, the one and only, the most creative mind to ever grace planet Earth. And of course, I'm being a little biased because, I think the greatest fictional creation of all time is Stan Lee. So, it's Spider-Man. So, and that was created by Stan Lee and of course, Steve Ditko. So with that being said, we got into a very interesting segment, how I talked about the documentary between John Bolajak, the former assistant to Lee, making a Stan Lee documentary titled The Final Chapter, basically talking about Stan Lee during the years of 2014 to 2018. He had a Kickstarter, but then getting into the segment, you'll realize the nuances of this situation as I covered how people are saying they think he's actually exploiting Stan Lee because of him having a Kickstarter, but also offering signed memorabilia and comics by Stan Lee if you support the Kickstarter, which is kind of tasteless based off the actual efforts of the documentary. So it's definitely twofold. I try to give it in a non-biased way and let you do of the information what you will. But since Stan Lee is, in my opinion, one of the most creative minds to ever be on planet Earth, as far as for the entertainment industry, I wanted to cover this in its entirety. So then we transition into Big U. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we had to get into the whack and Adam and No Jumper Rico, as I usually try to stay away from drama and things of that nature. But of course, with this Rico indictment involving so many media heads, whether it's academics commenting on this situation, whether it's Vlad coming out and co-signing Adam as far as their platforms not putting people in prison, which is just hilarious in general. Like literally, Adam and Vlad came out and talked about how their platforms do not lead and contribute to arrests. And literally, Vlad went on to say and claim that snitches and social media evidence were the key causes, not their interviews on No Jumper and Vlad. So very interesting. Of course, that's more academics lane. If you don't know, based on my name, I'm very inspired by academics. But of course, at this point in time, especially the lifespan of the podcast, y'all could probably tell what differentiates us as far as what I focus on in the music industry and what he focuses on. So hopefully y'all could tell the difference, but I'm still hugely inspired by him. So yeah, that was basically it for the Big U indictment. We talked about how he was arrested March 19th, detained as of April 22nd. And the main thing is that he was a music executive and alleged leader in the rolling 60s neighborhood Crips. And the FBI claims he's the central figure in a 107-page federal indictment. What's up with these 100 pages indictments? Like, man, goodness. Filed in Los Angeles under the RICO Act, which if you're a law-abiding citizen and don't know what that means, is basically racketeer influenced and corrupt organizations. And the indictment includes 43 counts filed on April 21st, 2025. And we got into that entirely as far as how we ended off the episode. So with that being said, that was basically the overview of the Notorious Mass Effect episode 148, titled "Is 2025 Shaping Up to Be the Greatest Year in Gaming?" Oh, hold up. I was supposed to be full screen for that. L-Tech guy. Hold on, give me 1 second. I gotta do that over. This is the overview. I'm not cutting that out either. I'm just gonna start over like I ain't hear it. This is the overview for the Notorious Mass Effect episode 148 that's titled, "Is 2025 Shaping Up to Be the Greatest Year in Gaming History?" Food for thought, man. Food for thought. But of course, if you enjoyed the episode, make sure to click my link tree in my bio to access my social medias and follow to keep up with my latest activities. If you want to support the show financially, click my Cash App link located towards the bottom of my link tree as it helps the show overall. Also, make sure to share this podcast, rating the show 5 stars, as this helps the show reach more people so we can grow together and affect the masses. And one more thing before we sign off. Hold up. Because y'all been supporting in droves to the point where we've broken the record many times as far as weekly downloads. I want y'all to look at this right here. Oh, hold on. Y'all can't see that. I'm in the way. 234,000 weekly downloads. I ain't gonna lie. It fluctuates between 230 and 240, but this is when I got the screenshot. Obviously, we've crossed 11 million total downloads, so this is from a while ago. But this is just the weekly downloads I wanted to show y'all. Just y'all's support have been insane and unfathomable as far as the amount of people that come in, week out. So with that being said, now make sure to rate this 5 stars and share this as the show reaches more. I can't even get my outro out. Make sure to share this podcast, rating the show 5 stars, as this helps the show reach more people so we can grow together and affect the masses. Thank you for tuning in to another episode of the Notorious Mass Effect.